Branch multiple times. All his waivers were denied.
Waivers? For what?
Drugs, using and selling, vandalism, robbery, multiple counts of aggravated assault. Did 2 years in High Desert State Prison in Nevada for attempted murder. Had a good run in the world of MMA, to include one bout in the octagon. Broke his foot in the 3rd round and never quite recovered. Ended up spending some time in Peru, working at Defion Internacional.
The private military company?
Yes. Started as a contractor and did some time in the Middle East, Africa, and South America, and ended up working protection for the executive team. It's unclear how he ended up with Elba.
Hart has the real dream team. Are all of them in Indonesia?
They are.
Where did the China tie-in come into this?
Andy?
Vic said. That is a little muddled as well. It looks like it came through the Harding family. Like many politicians, they are beholden to donors and foreign interests, though it may have been an independent connection. China has what amounts to spies at various levels of all the tech companies. At some point, the connection is made, and Hart is eventually elected to the Chinese Academy of Engineering, the same group that invited you to China. It's a lifetime appointment. What do they do? It's a think tank that, along with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, advises the Chinese government on scientific and technology issues. Okay, let me see if I have this right, Reece said. Hart is a prodigy of sorts, a tech genius, for lack of a better term. His parents are killed, and later in life he finds out the CIA was responsible. At the same time, he is witnessing what he sees as the destruction of his country by his own class, tech giants and corporations. He sees a future in which freedom isn't just curtailed, but is essentially non-existent for the good of the people because of climate change or something along those lines. He develops a technology that allows his company's AI quantum computer to rival Alice, but has developed it in a way that even Alice can't access or counter. He has direct ties to China and sits on the Chinese Engineering Academy board, which is where we think he pitched the idea to set up this Chinese sub to potentially launch at Hawaii, triggering our encrypted data transfer from Oahu to the Utah data center, where Elba grabs it in transit. They need time to have their version of Alice decrypted, which will give them all the military and intelligence information China needs to counter us in the Pacific. That's the Cliff's Notes version, Danreb confirmed. China is going to take Taiwan and push into the Pacific. That's a given. If they decrypt or get their hands on decrypted data, they can be successful and avert a nuclear confrontation with the United States. Feels like we are still missing a few pieces. This is the intel world, Reece. More often than not, we are operating on incomplete information. What if we were not forcing China's hand? Let's say overmatch didn't exist. What if we didn't have next-generation autonomously controlled assets coming online? China has wanted Taiwan back since Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists fled there in 1949. They had over 70 years to make a move, including decades under Mao. I think there is more to it, Danreb said. 2 separate issues collided at the same moment in history. One is our rapidly improving technological capabilities, as we discussed. The other is internal to China. What is it? Remember when we first met? Of course. Freddie Strain and I tracked you down at Langley. We needed information on Vasily Andrenov, who met his end from an anti-armor heat round not long after. I heard about that, Reece said, remembering the off-the-books mission he, Rafe, and Mohammed Farouk undertook in Basel, Switzerland, in what seemed a lifetime ago. We also discussed Ukraine and Russian demographics. I recall you introduced me to Peter Zeihan's work. He was right about Ukraine. Ended up being right almost to the day, Reece confirmed. Well, something similar is happening in China, only the data is even more controlled, so it's more of a guess than a theory. Have you ever been wrong, Andy? I thought I was wrong once. I found out later that I was mistaken. Edward Abbey? Probably. My point is, our technological advances are only a deterrent once they're in place. Before that, they have the potential to trigger an invasion of Taiwan because it means that China is on the clock. I understand that part. What's the second issue? Reece, China's one-child policy was instituted in 1980. The goal was to curb population growth and accelerate economic development. Unfortunately, the decision was more political than logical. It It wasn't the population growth that was negatively impacting the economy, it was communist policies. A decade before 1980, the CCP had disincentivized having children, so a de facto one-child policy has been in place since at least 1970. They realized the fatal folly of the policy too late. It was lifted in 2016, but the damage was done. A second-order effect of the policy was the aborting of untold millions of girls, which means that between, let's say, 1970 and 2016, the number of males far exceeds the number of females. That doesn't sound good. It's catastrophic. They missed it by a generation, Reece. Even after lifting the one-child policy 8 years ago, their birth rate has dropped by 70%. 70? Yes. It's the largest birth rate drop in recorded history. They hit peak workforce this past year. They simply can't sustain their industrial base and economy for another decade. Even if they were reproducing, there are not enough people under age 40 to have enough children to revive Chinese society. China is in their final decade as an economic power. There is nothing they can do to stop it. Unless they can't stop it, but they can choose the time and the place of their demise. I thought you said that based on the demographics, a societal collapse was imminent. They can still command the narrative of the future, as Zihan says. In desperation, a war over Taiwan, even if it ends in a nuclear exchange which eliminates half their population, the CCP limps into the next era of Chinese history. That's bleak, Reece said. It was theories like this that got me banished to the basement during the Cold War. Reece closed the file and tossed it onto the center of the table, taking a moment to process all he had learned. My relationship with Alice almost got Katie killed, Reece said. Where did the idea to take me off the board originate?
Hart has high-level security clearances, Vic said. Your operations of the past few years have put you on the radar of some very powerful people. There are as many politicians linked to China as there are on the take from big tech and big pharma. Money makes the wheels turn. If China wanted to know the largest impediment to attaining dominance in the Pacific, they have quite a few sources who would be more than happy to provide them information on Overmatch. All that being said, Andrew Hart and Christine Harding seem to be the most likely culprits.
And Overmatch leads to Alice, which leads to me.
We believe that was the path, Reece,
Vic said. I think I need something stronger than beer, Reece said. And the Changzheng? Are we sure that it wasn't a rogue skipper?
Anything is possible, Reece, but that would mean the captain, executive officer, chief of the boat, weapons officer, and probably a political officer would all be in on it.
I think I saw a movie like that once.
The more likely scenario is that the Chinese ordered him to launch on Hawaii to trigger our data transfer.
And he did so knowing he was sacrificing his crew in the process?
Not if he thought he was part of a first strike on the Pacific Fleet. We doubt he knew the ultimate objective of his mission was a data transfer.
Reece leaned back in his chair. What's next?
You accept the invitation from the Chinese Academy of Engineering, or we accept on your behalf. The invitation is for a private meeting with Academy leadership in Macau.
Macau? The Vegas of China?
More neutral ground than Beijing.
I guess. Who am I meeting with?
We will provide you with files on each member of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. You can study them tonight.
How am I getting there?
The invitation extended the use of a private jet that belongs to one of their casinos. We've coordinated directly with the Academy. You leave tomorrow afternoon from SFO. There's something else we want you to do.
Why does that make me nervous?
Reece, before you go, we think it would be wise if we had a way to track you. Once you are on the plane, you will be on your own. No backup, no quick reaction force.
I'm kind of used to it now.
Be that as it may, I'd like you to get an implant.
An implant?
Yes.
Like Snake Plissken?
The technology has evolved. This is a tracking device.
This isn't part of Overmatch, is it?
No. We have a surgery center upstairs.
Of course you do.
Reece, if I didn't think this could avert a war, I wouldn't put you in this situation.
I know, Vic, but a tracking device?
I understand your hesitation, but let us do this.
I don't think so.
Let's just say it will make me feel better.
Well, in that case,
seriously, Reece. You will be 100% alone over there.
Not really a new development.
How does it work? They can explain it to you upstairs,
Vic said. Terrific. Also, how are you at cards? Danreb asked. What do you mean, like go fish? The Chinese elite are fervent card players. They are taking you over in a private jet and putting you up at their nicest hotel. Be prepared to accept an invitation to a private baccarat game. Is it like poker? It's not. Wonderful. Lucky for you, we have a full day before you leave. To do what? To teach you when to pass the shoe.
Chapter 31. St. Helena, California. Bob Harding drove through the gate and wound his way past uplighted trees. Coast live oaks, red willows, box elders, and California laurels illuminated against the star-filled sky. The long paved driveway gave way to pea gravel at the top of the hill, the perfect accent to the wine country estate. He loved the feeling and sound of the loose rock under the Porsche 911 Turbo's tires. He had hit the garage door opener a few seconds earlier and had to pause only briefly before he pulled inside, not bothering to wave or even nod at the 3 black Secret Service SUVs that had taken up residence in front of the house. Another day of solid gains in the market, though it was hard to lose when the game was rigged. He grabbed the bottle of 2018 Tor Black Magic Cabernet Sauvignon from the passenger seat and exited the sports car. The wine was a gift from Andrew Hart, passed along to him through Ian Novak, with whom he had just enjoyed a wonderful dinner at Press. He didn't know why people always insisted on gifting him wine. He had his own vineyard, after all. He shut the door behind him. It was quiet inside. A hallway from the garage led to the kitchen, where he opened the bottle and poured 2 glasses. He knew where Christine would be at this time of night, and if she didn't want it, he'd just help himself to her glass. He was still carrying a good buzz from the exceptional 100-point 2004 sine qua non Ode to E. Grenache he had enjoyed with dinner. The former general wasn't a drinker, which was fine by Bob. It was an extraordinary meal. He had started with celery root soup, followed by ricotta gnudi, and then the black cod dish for his main. They'd shared the caviar pretzel, which was not to be missed at Press. What made the experience even better was that the general had picked up the expensive meal, compliments of Andrew Hart. Christine had stayed home. It was better she minimize her interactions with anyone associated with Elba Industries. The bifold glass doors opened to the spacious patio and pool, glowing in iridescent blue from the underwater lights. Slightly lower on the hill, beyond the outdoor living space so as not to obstruct the view, was a clay tennis court, its diamond fencing cloaked with vines of green jasmine punctuated with fragrant white flowers. It was framed by a crushed oyster shell bocce ball court, shaded by a trellis covered in grapevines on one side and a separate guest house on the other. 2 robust olive trees stood guard in the lower yard between the landscaped section of the property and the rolling vineyard beyond. It really was a beautiful night. Christine was sitting in a beige lounge chair. She set a file she was reading to the side.
How did it go?
The leadership team at Elba will be investing additional money with me.
Of course they will, dear.
Wine? He asked.
I have my own,
she said, indicating a glass of white to her left next to a half-empty bottle of Toomey Cellars Sauvignon Blanc. Bob set both his glasses down on a side table and lay back in the lounge chair next to his wife.
Christine, you are going to be president.
And you are going to be the first gentleman. Will you be able to handle that?
Bob waved his hand through the air. Of course.
Not only that, he continued, but you will also avert a war with China during your first year in office.
The country is sick of wars, Bob. We'll stay involved in the Middle East without committing additional forces. That keeps the defense industry happy. We can keep funding Ukraine. Turns out no one really cares what happens there. But when China moves against Taiwan, we will prevent World War III. We know they will stop before Australia. They take over trade route security, which actually helps us. We've been doing it since the end of the Second World War. We exercise restraint, negotiate an end to hostilities. Australia will follow our lead. No U.S. servicemen or women killed. Even so, I'll take a hell of a lot of heat.
You negotiate with China. At the same time, hit some targets in Yemen, Iraq, Syria, or Jordan, maybe even Iran. Bomb that Iranian port the generals are always bringing up.
Shahid Raja'i?
I think so. The one in Bandar Abbas. It's just missiles. Send in the SEALs or Delta Force to kill some terrorists somewhere. The media eats that hero shit up. While you rack up military wins in the Middle East, at the same time you save the world from a nuclear war with China. Send our ships and subs to hold the line before China gets to Australia. Protect Guam with naval forces ordered to only fire in self-defense, even though we know they're going to leave us alone there.
Interesting to know the outcome of world events before they happen, isn't it? Christine asked.
And profitable. Cheers, Bob said, holding up his glass.
Cheers, darling, Christine said,
touching her glass to his.
And what of your dinner meeting? What did you find out about this Alice and James Reece? He's the only one who can fuck this up. Well, not him, but that machine.
Commander Reece has accepted the Chinese Academy of Engineering's invitation to Macau. There they will offer protection for him and his fiancée and a lifelong and well-financed position on the board. I half think he'll take the offer. His own government threw him in solitary confinement, for God's sake. And he didn't even sue us.
What will he have to do in exchange?
Nothing, except bring that Alice computer thing with him. I still can't quite comprehend it. We talk about her like she's a real person, Bob said, taking a larger sip of wine than intended.
Any update on the decryption process? What does Elba call their quantum computer again? Napoleon?
Yes, Napoleon. He's still working on it. It could take some time, but once it is done, China gets what it needs to move into the Pacific, and we get all the information we could possibly want on all your political opponents. That not only guarantees you the presidency, but it means that once in office, you can still use that information to accomplish your policy goals, regardless of what party controls the House and the Senate.
It is a rather tidy deal. If China brings Reece and Alice into the fold, we establish a new 21st century mutual assured destruction, but this time with AI. The entire world will be safer. And if not?
If not? Bob took a sip of his wine and looked out over the dark rolling hills of the vineyard. If not, Commander Reece will never make it home from China. Part 2. The Threshold. Come not between the dragon and his wrath. William Shakespeare, King Lear. Chapter 32. Cotai Strip, Macau. Macau Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. A trans-Pacific flight as the sole passenger on a Bombardier Global 7500 business jet is not a bad way to get from the People's Republic of California to the People's Republic of China. The plane belonged to a Las Vegas hotel and casino consortium with properties and interest in Macau that, after a brief downturn during the COVID years, were now exceptionally profitable, far exceeding the revenue brought in from their investments in Sin City. The Matterhorn white aircraft with its sleek, classic gold medallion stripe was one of the most advanced and luxurious business jets in existence. It made the 6,000 nautical mile flight to Macau from Las Vegas once a week at just shy of Mach 1. Upon boarding at a private hangar at San Jose International Airport, Reece was given a tour of the 4 cabin zones by an extremely attractive flight attendant. She wore a gold skirt and scarf that matched the plane's stripe and expertly navigated the space in Louboutin heels. A golden name badge that read Rosa Brandt was affixed to her white blouse. Aside from a dedicated crew suite and full-size kitchen, the living spaces included a club suite with 4 chairs, a conference suite for dining, a media suite with a sofa and large flat-screen television, and a principal suite with a full-size bed and stand-up shower. "This must be costing someone hundreds," Reece said to break the ice. Rosa smiled professionally and informed Reece that, depending on speed and weather conditions, the aircraft's operating costs broke down to approximately $16,000 per flight hour. "Does that include drinks and snacks?" Reece asked as he settled into his New Age seat, which she told him was unique to the Bombardier
and the most comfortable seat ever designed in the world of business aviation. She seemed quite proud of it.
"What can I get you?"
she asked. "Let's see, what time is it?" Reece asked, looking at his watch. 9 a.m. I'll have a beer."
"What type would you like? We have quite the assortment."
"Old Dusseldorf and a long neck," Reece said. In response to her confused look, he said, "Dry martini. Wait, scratch that. Make it a Negroni with Gordons."
"Of course, sir."
Though he couldn't bring himself to take advantage of the full-size bed, he did enjoy 3 incredible meals that were a significant step up from the MREs he and his SEALs had endured in the cargo areas of C-17s flying in and out of combat zones over the years. He did make use of their Soleil lighting system, which Rosa explained was the first circadian rhythm-based cabin lighting system to be incorporated into a global business jet. Its purpose was to combat jet lag with simulated daylight to help ease passengers into their new time zone.
"I've been meaning to add that to mine,"
Reece said. He spent most of the 16-hour flight staring out the large rectangular windows, dozing on and off, thinking through the events of the past week, and reading How to Play Baccarat, the Guide to Baccarat Strategy, which Andy had purchased for him while in San Francisco. "If you stay with Katie, she will die." He also scratched an incision on the left side of his head behind his ear. The CIA surgeon had shaved a small section of his head, ensuring that his hair was long enough to cover it. Inside was the small tracking device that Vic had insisted upon. The size of a dime, it would not set off a metal detector and would recharge using the inductive mobile phone charging pad that they had also issued him. Holding the pad next to his head for 10 minutes would charge the miniature battery in the device for 12 hours. He would hear a small beep in his left ear to let him know it was charging, and 3 rapid beeps when it was fully charged. It would then beep twice every hour to let him know that it was pinging a satellite. The incision was about 1/4 of an inch long, and after the Dermabond topical skin adhesive, which to Reece appeared rather similar to super glue, had set, he was good to go. He had not been wild about the idea of letting the government plant something in his head, but in the end he relented, though not for reasons he admitted to Vic and Danreb. Reece had other plans. When the plane touched down at Macau International Airport on the eastern end of Taipa Island in the Special Administrative Region of Macau, 3 uniformed officials from China's General Administration of Customs Department boarded and stamped Reece's passport. A visa was not required, as he would not be staying longer than 30 days. They had him sign customs paperwork and searched his dark navy leather Globetrotter carry-on suitcase. It, and the clothes inside, had been provided by the agency. Reece did not plan on staying long. His immigration and passport control in-processing were handled efficiently and without hassle. A 2-tone metallic green and black Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Series 2 was waiting to shuttle him to his accommodations at the Banyan Tree Hotel on the Cotai Strip. The driver, who spoke broken English, informed him that all guests booked in the presidential suite are offered the complimentary service for the 10-minute drive. Reece checked the rear-hinged suicide door and was pleasantly surprised to find the iconic Rolls-Royce umbrella. "Everyone checks," said his driver. Inside, Reece was surrounded in white leather with green accents. A cool box between the seats offered a chilled bottle of champagne, a Tattinger Comte Blanc de Blanc 2007 with 2 champagne flutes. As tempting as it was, Reece refrained. He was venturing into the unknown. His only backup was a phone through which he could contact Vic, Andy, and Alice, and the GPS implant that had stopped beeping hours ago. He would need to figure out a way to charge it in an area where it was safe to assume that he would be under 24/7 audio and video surveillance. This was China, after all. Reece had been invited in his true name, which meant they knew all about him, and more importantly, all about his connection to Alice. Leaving the airport, they passed the ferry terminal offering high-speed ferry services between Macau and Hong Kong, Shenzhen, Dongguan, and Zhuhai. A lush green area then materialized on their right, which Reece's driver told him was the Grand Taipa National Park. On their left was a university stadium. A minute later, Cotai Strip was upon them. Reece was shocked at how much it reminded him of Las Vegas. A replica Eiffel Tower, the Four Seasons, Wynn Palace, MGM Cotai, Grand Hyatt, and the Venetian. Reece had spent many a night at the Vegas Venetian attending the SHOT Show in his SEAL days. They passed signs or storefronts for Tudor, Rolex, Omega, Bremont, Piaget, Blancpain, Hublot, Panerai, Breitling, Patek Philippe. They really like their watches here. And fashion brands like Gucci, Fendi, Chanel, Hermes, Jimmy Choo, Louis Vuitton, Prada, Michael Kors, Versace, Cartier, and Tiffany and Company. It was a shopper's paradise. The driver turned into the Galaxy Macau, a complex consisting of multiple hotels, shops, and restaurants, and pulled to a stop. The hotelier, dressed in an impeccable gray suit, was there to greet his distinguished guest. He escorted Reece through the lobby of marble with fountains and black rock gardens to a private elevator with gleaming gold doors that whisked them and a uniformed porter who carried Reece's one piece of luggage to the 30th floor. The banyan trees seemed quieter and more relaxed than the parts of the Cotai Strip that Reece had witnessed on the short drive in. The doors opened directly to the presidential suite, and the three men stepped into a large foyer. The hotelier led Reece on the guided tour, showing off the tablet that opened shades, controlled lights, managed the temperature, and operated the television and stereo. Reece could even use it to order room service. The centerpiece of the spacious living room was a light neon blue grand piano with the lid up and ready to play. The suite included a dining room with a huge, round black table with a 3-tier waterfall crystal chandelier overhead, full bar, and family sitting area with a large television. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows offered breathtaking views of Cotai City and a beautiful pool complex with a massive wave pool and a beach made with 350 tons of imported white sand below. A wide illuminated winding staircase led to the 31st floor, where a private sauna and spa treatment room awaited. The central feature of the upper level was an indoor relaxation pool positioned with views of the Strip. It was located between another living room and an enormous master bedroom with 2 walk-in closets and an expansive bathroom, complete with a Tibetan wood bathtub. On the other side of the second floor was another bedroom with 2 queen beds, presumably for those traveling with kids in tow, and another bathroom almost the same size as the master and that also included its own Tibetan wood tub. An unobtrusive door led to a small hallway, at the end of which was another door to a butler room for those traveling with help. The hotelier explained that the artwork featured Buddhist and Taoist designs from the 18th century. Dark wood pedestals displayed rare vases and fans decorated with interpretations of Taoist immortal attributes. On one prominent wall hung an imperial carpet from the Qing dynasty. Woven of spectacular golds, greens, and reds, the silk and wool dragons and leaves were brought to life by ceiling-mounted accent lights. The tour complete, Reece's guide pointed out that a letter had been left for him from his hosts at the desk in the foyer. Not knowing exactly what was expected of him in the presidential suite, Reece thanked him and handed him and the porter each a $100 bill. It was easy to be generous with the CIA's money. Good old Uncle Sugar. Once he was alone, Reece opened the letter. There was no use searching for audio and video monitoring devices. He could assume they were there. The note was from the chairman of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. It requested his presence that evening at the Robuchon au Dôme restaurant located at the top of the Grand Lisboa Hotel, with specific instructions on how to get there. It also invited him to a private VIP card game following dinner. The dress code for dinner and the card game was formal. They had taken the liberty of including 3 tuxedos in the suite's closet, with sizes based on their best estimations. Reece glanced at his stainless dive watch. He had a few hours until dinner. The one amenity that the presidential suite lacked was its own gym. Reece changed into workout clothes and navigated his way to the hotel fitness center. It was deficient in the weights department, so he ran 5 miles on a treadmill at its max incline, stopping every mile to do 50 push-ups and 50 sit-ups to get the blood flowing. Back in the room, he explored it without his guides. If he was under video surveillance, he wanted it to look like he was getting familiar with the expansive suite. In reality, he was clearing while memorizing the floor plan. He opted for the rain shower instead of the relaxation pool or Tibetan tub. Then he plugged the inductive mobile phone charging pad into an outlet on the bedside table and lay down, pretending to take a nap. He set the alarm on his phone, just to be safe. He adjusted the phone and charger next to his pillow and rolled over after a few minutes, so his head rested on the charger in just the right spot. He heard a beep through the bone in his left ear. 10 minutes later, he heard 3 rapid beeps, at which point he slid the phone back over the charger. The phone's alarm woke him from an actual slumber 45 minutes later. He wasn't so sure the Bombardier's circadian rhythm-based cabin lighting system worked as advertised. He swung his legs from the bed. Fists with your toes. A dusk had fallen over the city. Reece moved to the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window and looked out over the Cotai section of Macau, a dizzying array of flashing neon lights assaulting his senses. What does tonight have in store? At least if they kill you here, Katie will live. She will. Push that aside, Reece. Time to go to work. Reece stepped back into the rain shower and turned it to an almost scalding temperature. Then, though he loathed to do it, he turned the knob in the other direction. Following the previous extreme, each drop of water now felt like a shard of ice. Reece worked his breath control and counted to 60, 3 times. He then turned off the shower, alive, awake, ready. It was time to see if any of the tuxedos fit. A note in the closet let him know that the 3 tuxedos came from the nearby Gentle Manor. It was their pleasure to bespoke tailor the clothing, and they would be happy to make any adjustments. It listed their address on Avenida Consigliero Ferreira de Almeida, along with a phone number. Printed along the borders of the custom card was a quote in English, Chinese, and Portuguese that read, "A man should look as though he has chosen his clothes with intelligence, put them on with care, and then forgotten all about them." The source? Sir Hardy Amys, dressmaker for Queen Elizabeth II. Makes sense. Between the 3 choices, Reece found something that worked. He was impressed with how well everything fit. Black pants, which Reece thought were probably referred to as trousers here, cummerbund, and a single-breasted jacket with a white cotton shirt, cufflinks, studs, and a white linen pocket square. Black socks and 3 pairs of whole-cut black leather Oxfords, of which the middle size fit perfectly, completed the ensemble, save for the bow tie. He had worn his naval officer's tuxedo, which he recalled was called a mess dress or dinner dress uniform, only once, when he married Lauren. That uniform had come with a pre-tied bow tie. This was a self-tie. Luckily, YouTube was not restricted on Macau, and after watching a how-to video, he finally got it after close to 20 tries. Reece did not like being unarmed, but there was no avoiding it. He took a black Montegrappa rollerball pen from his suitcase and slid it into the ticket pocket, the inside pocket with a slight slant on the right side of his jacket. "Remember, James, the mind is your most formidable weapon. Use it," his father had said. "Might have to, Dad," Reece whispered. He adjusted his bow tie, took one last look in the mirror, then made his way down the staircase to the 30th floor and hit the down button for the elevator. It was time to find out why he had been summoned to China. Chapter 33. Robuchon Odome, Grand Lisboa Hotel, Macau, Macau Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. The 15-minute drive from the Banyan Tree Hotel in Cotai took Reece across the Saivan Bridge into Macau. It was nice to at least be doing it in style. There were quite a few perks to staying in the presidential suite. The Rolls-Royce was one of them. They passed the Mandarin Oriental, MGM, and Wynn before pulling into the Grand Lisboa Hotel, one of the oldest resorts in Macau. Reece entered the main lobby and weaved his way through the crowds of tourists and gamblers until he located the elevators and took one to the 39th floor, where he gave his name to a receptionist standing in front of a large man in a suit. She directed him to a hallway with floor-to-ceiling wine in temperature-controlled racks behind glass. At the end of the hallway was a private elevator that took him to the 43rd floor. Even before the doors parted, Reece could hear music. When they opened, Reece stepped into another world. Gone were the crowds and commotion of the lobby. This was not the sort of establishment where they packed you in and rushed you out. This was an experience. The circular room offered a magnificent view of Macau from every seat. Men and women in formal attire dined at tables spaced out to ensure enough privacy for discerning guests.
Reece's eyes were immediately drawn to an enormous chandelier hanging over the vintage grand piano in the center of the large, circular room. It reminded him of Alice and what she had once looked like when they first met. The pianist was playing a concerto. Or was it a sonata? The maitre d', who seemed to be expecting him, led him across the thick black and gold carpet past a glass enclosure of wine and small carved wood chalets to one of the establishment's 2 private rooms. Their path was lit by baccarat floor lamps giving off just enough light so as not to interfere with the magnificent view. Reece passed 3 tables, with 2 men each without drinks in front of them, doing a poor job of blending in. Security. One man, older than the others, sat at a table alone. Head of security? The maitre d' opened the door to the private room and Reece stepped inside. Instead of a room full of scientists from the Chinese Academy of Engineering, one man sat at a table that looked large enough for 4, though there were only 2 chairs. A breadbasket was on the table and a bottle of champagne was chilling in a stainless steel champagne bucket on a stand next to it. "Mr. Reece," the man said in lightly accented English, getting to his feet and approaching his guest. He was shorter than Reece's 6 feet by a good 4 inches and looked to be in his late 50s, perhaps early 60s. He was dressed almost identically to Reece in a single-breasted classic black tuxedo. "Let me apologize for the subterfuge. I try to keep it to a minimum. My name is Chen Yun, and I am the Minister of State Security." He approached and extended his hand. "I trust your flight in was without incident, and your accommodations are adequate?" "I take it I am not meeting with the board of the Academy of Engineering," Reece said. "You assume correctly, Mr. Reece, but then you knew that already, didn't you? Please sit," he said, motioning to the table. As they took their seats, the door opened and a waiter appeared, filling Reece's white wine glass with champagne and then disappearing as quickly as he had appeared. "What did you think of the chandelier?" Yun asked. "It contains 131,500 pieces of Swarovski crystal, designed to resemble a woman's skirt." "I didn't know Swarovski made crystal," Reece said. "I thought they just made rifle scopes." "Wonderful. A sense of humor. I was concerned that this meal might be boring. I am glad to see we can at least enjoy ourselves." "Does your security detail out there get to partake as well?" "They ate before their shift, and, unfortunately for them, only water and soda tonight. These are dangerous times." "So I'm told," Reece said. "I hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of ordering the set menus with a few variations. This is one of only 3 3-star Michelin restaurants in all of Macau. Rather than a Cantonese meal, I decided to show you that we are quite cosmopolitan here. To me, this is the finest restaurant in the city, French with a hint of Asian influence. Did you notice the wine cabinets on the way in? Those sculptures are of the most renowned chateaux in all of France, handcrafted by Viscount David Linley. The wine list has almost 18,000 labels. I figured you for a Bollinger man. This is a 2012 Bollinger Vieille Vigne Francais. It was a season marked by substantial rains and a long growing cycle. I think you will find it satisfactory." "What are we celebrating?" "Life, Mr. Reece." "In general or something specific?" "Our time here is precious. One never knows how long one has." "True for all of us," Reece responded. "Americans think of champagne as its own distinct category. They ruin it by serving it in flutes. This is a wine," Yun continued, holding his glass to the light. "It is a wine from Champagne, France, and it should be enjoyed as such. It needs to breathe. A flute does not allow one to relish its complex layers. One must savor the experience, as you never know when you will enjoy your final libation. In France, they serve it correctly, in a tulip flute or white wineglass like these. Traditional flutes restrict the flavor. When drinking a bottle like this, you must savor it." "Have you tried the mums?" "Excuse me? Never mind."
Cheers, Mr. Reece. Though here we say, Gambe.
What does that mean?
Dry your cup.
That I can do.
Complex, isn't it? Yun said, bringing it to his nose.
Very rich, Reece said, not knowing exactly what to say.
Roasted ginger and hazelnuts, with candied pear and an understated touch of dark chocolate.
The two men tasted the champagne.
Smooth, Reece said, thinking it tasted like every other glass of champagne he had ever tried.
Fruits, lemon and ginger, just exceptional,
remarked his host. Setting his glass down, Yun tore off a piece of bread from a basket filled with more varieties than Reece knew existed.
In our line of work, Mr. Reece, one must sometimes take solace in good food and drink to assuage the spectre of the dead. Do you agree?
I certainly am not known for turning down a good drink, Reece said.
Your profile says as much.
You even got my size right, Reece said, motioning to his tux.
The file was not as detailed as I would prefer, hence the 3 different sizes.
At least I'm not underdressed, Reece said.
What do you think of this view? This building is 238 meters high. You can see all of Macau. Every table in the restaurant has a view, but this private room is one of the most sought-after tables, not just in Macau, but in the world.
You must know someone.
Mr. Reece, are you a card player? Baccarat?
I read a book about it on the plane.
Sometimes I find it difficult to tell if you are joking, but tonight we will play. And don't fear, you will be playing with house money. I know your monthly military retirement check would not even cover the first course of this meal.
That's a relief. For a moment I thought we might have to split the bill.
I found it interesting that your government does not include your special pays in your retirement,
Yun said.
After serving your country for all those years, seeing friends die in ill-begotten wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, you would think the least they could do would be to incorporate a few extra dollars a month in your check, instead of sending billions to the criminals in Ukraine.
Yeah, well, they get you however they can.
And they tax you on top of that, don't they?
Happy to pay my fair share, Reece said, especially when I know they allocate those funds so wisely.
I believe you speak with what you call sarcasm?
I speak it fluently. The door opened and 2 waiters arrived, setting down the amuse-bouche and refreshing the champagne. One of the waiters said something in Chinese and then translated in heavily accented English.
Imperial caviar and king crab with crustacean jelly,
he said before both took their leave. I need to talk with my staff, Reece said. Chen Yun laughed.
This is the only way to start a civilized meal, though I recommend combining it with a bite of bread,
the minister said. Glad I'm dining with a regular, Reece replied.
I know what you are thinking, Mr. Reece.
Are we at that stage already?
I can read your mind. It's not hard to do. You are thinking that wealth is not something to be proclaimed or vaunted, but something that is to be understood. The view, the overpriced food and wine, the opulence of the chandelier and piano are screaming, new money.
I wouldn't put it quite like that, Reece said, washing the intense flavors of the amuse-bouche down with champagne. Though one might say that it gives the impression that China has something to prove.
Ah, there it is,
Yun said, leaning back in his chair and touching his starched napkin to the corners of his mouth.
Our psychologists said you were perceptive.
For their sake, I'm glad they weren't wrong. The door opened again and bussers appeared to clear the caviar plates. The waiters replaced them with artichoke salad served with Alba truffle shavings over smoked foie gras. The waiter explained that the artichokes were from Normandy, while going through the ceremony of allowing Yun to taste the wine, a 2010 Pouligny-Montrachet Les Crus Les Chalumeaux. Le Grand Wheel was next. Caramelized frog legs on a spelt risotto with garlic with a Deal German Riesling. Tastes like chicken, Reece said. Leomard followed, a butter-poached Maine lobster tail with a delicate lemongrass curry sauce, and a glass of 2014 Leroy Domaine d'Auvergne Le Foletier Chardonnay. What Reece thought could be a main course of Le Canard de Chalon appeared next. Breast of Moulard duck, perfectly cooked and matched, with a 100.2007 Domaine Pégot Chateauneuf de Pape. The portions were so small that Reece had a hard time differentiating the appetizers from the main course. Not that it mattered, as the food kept coming. A Le Boeuf Kagoshima was then presented as the main. Seared ribeye Kagoshima beef, with girole mushrooms paired with a right bank 2005 Chateau Fougère Saint-Emilion Grand Cru Bordeaux. The waiter set a beautifully balanced Damascus knife next to Reece's plate that sliced the tender, fatty meat like butter. Reece was tempted to use it to slit the throat of the man across from him. Not yet, Reece. Do your job. If he ordered the hit that wounded Katie, his time will come. Katie is alive. Right now, this is bigger than you. Finally came a 1997 Taylor vintage port with a plate of 12 different cheeses. Even after all the previous courses, Reece was still hungry.
I have thoroughly enjoyed our meal,
Yun said. As have I, Reece replied. Sometimes it's good to look your enemy in the eye.
Come now, Mr. Reece. Is that how you view me?
How should I view you? Reece asked, taking a sip of the sweet dessert wine.
You know why you are here, Mr. Reece.
Why don't you help spell it out for me just so we are clear?
I have studied you, Lieutenant Commander James Reece.
I'm retired.
I know what your own government did to you, to your wife and daughter. I offer my sincere condolences. No parent should have to outlive their child. They used you as a tool of the state, and then they experimented on you, on your fellow SEALs. They gave you all brain tumors, and then they tried to murder you. They succeeded in killing your team in Afghanistan. They even incarcerated you. Solitary confinement for 3 months without due process. And now there is Russia. The Russians will never stop trying to kill you, Mr. Reece. But it's not just you. It's your fiancée, Ms. Katie Buranek. It's your friends, the Hastingses. You put them all at risk. You know it and I know it. Regardless of what they say, they don't really want you there on that ranch in Montana. There are even those within your own government who will never stop trying to kill you. Oh yes, I know about the collective. It is of the past. China's ascendancy is the future. You might escape death for a few more years, but eventually it will catch up with you. How many more friends and lovers of yours will die in the meantime?
Reece remained silent, staring into the eyes of the man across the table, knowing he was right.
Here, in China, is the only place you will be safe. The only place Ms. Buranek will be safe.
The minister continued. You are asking me to betray my country. What would you get out of this deal?
Alice, of course. You don't really think we don't know about her, do you? We also know that she has gone to ground, that she is not even accessible to your country's military or intelligence establishment. We know she answers to you.
And how do you know that?
Oh, come now, Mr. Reece. Your open society has allowed us to place assets liberally throughout your defense and intelligence communities. Academia and the private sector are open for placement without any safeguards at all. It is for all practical purposes legal to buy your politicians, including those at the very top.
The door opened again and the waitstaff began pushing in a large dessert and coffee tray. Minister Yun waved them off with a flick of his wrist.
You would be safe here. Ms. Buranek would be safe here. You would receive a lifetime appointment to the Academy of Engineering with compensation that is quite generous. You would no longer be putting the Hastings family at risk. Your friend Rafe, his wife and children will not end up dead like Lauren and Lucy. Protect them by leaving that life behind. Bring Ms. Buranek, raise your family here or on one of our many estates in the Pacific.
You want Alice to become a weapon of China?
No, Mr. Reece. You misunderstand. We are not asking you to betray your country. though they have already betrayed you many times over. We simply want Alice off the board. With you here, safe with your family, we know Alice is out of play. It is most certainly not a betrayal. It is a necessity for you to protect your family. Your government can't do it, and you certainly can't do it in America. I am offering you sanctuary, Mr. Reece. Take it, for your sake and the sake of your family.
Reece did what he could to keep his anger in check. Play the game just like you went over with Vic and Andy. And Taiwan? You want to ensure Alice will not interfere with an invasion of Taiwan?
Invasion? Mr. Reece, we both know that my country views Taiwan as a province that is already ours. It is a reunification, and it is inevitable. Your country has an official One China policy, but at the same time, it also has an unofficial policy of strategic ambiguity. It is the ambiguity part of that policy that is concerning, but we both know the United States is not in a place either politically or militarily to interfere. If we were to bring that unruly island back under direct governance, who knows? We might turn it into a special administrative region like Hong Kong or Macau. When we do re-exert our rightful control, the United States will implement sanctions and embargoes and attempt to block shipments of oil, fertilizer, and iron from coming around the Cape or through the Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean, and Malacca Strait to the South Sea. But we have, of course, prepared for that and have contingencies and stockpiles of reserves in place to deal with it. The world needs our microchips and those that are manufactured in Taiwan. Soon we will have that monopoly. Their export will continue unabated. All this averts a nuclear confrontation at a future date. You have been led to believe that China is finished, that the population cannot sustain us into the next generation, and an industrial collapse is on the horizon. Don't believe it. China will continue to rise, and those of us at the helm will chart a course into the next era of Chinese history. America's time as the dominant world power is coming to an end. It is clear for all to see. China is rising. Have you been to Taroko Gorge? It is stunning. Ms. Boranek and your children will love it. Give them that life, and not the very short one you gave Lauren and Lucy.
Reece's eyes narrowed. As much as I appreciate the hospitality, it won't stop me from ripping your throat out when the time comes, Reece said.
This was all going so well, Mr. Reece. There is no need to resort to threats of violence. Please consider what I have proposed. You are free to return to the United States and discuss it with Ms. Boranek. And if you decide that a life of guaranteed safety and security for you and for her and one day for your children is not the way, then we will respect your decision. In the meantime, after dessert and coffee, I have always found that a good card game acts as a substitute for, or at least a diversion from, the stimulation of the secret world.
Reece finished his port and stood, tossing his napkin on the table. Thank you for the meal, Minister. I think I'll forego the baccarat tonight. I plan on leaving tomorrow.
So soon?
Yun said, getting to his feet.
You have 3 more days with us.
I've heard enough.
Consider my proposition, Mr. Reece. It does come with a time limit. You have a week. My card.
Yun said, handing over a business card.
Perhaps next time we can share a dessert with Ms. Boranek and enjoy a game of baccarat. Until then.
Reece nodded and left the room, past the security men, the pianist, the maitre d', and the other similarly dressed guests dining under the lavish crystal chandelier hanging from the center of the massive dome overhead. As he made his way to the private elevator, it was not the offer that weighed on him. It was the fact that he knew that most of what Minister Yun said was true. Chen Yun returned to his chair and looked into his unfinished glass of port.
Interesting man, this James Reece.
Yun had not lied to him. Not really, except for the part about respecting his decision. There was only one acceptable choice. Bajin entered and took a seat in what 10 minutes earlier had been the American's chair.
Your assessment?
Jin asked.
He's smart. Disarmingly so. He was even funny. Right up until I brought up his family. The eyes that had been warm during the meal turned to ice. It even looked like they changed color.
You are familiar with his file, Minister. He has a history of solving problems through the direct application of violence.
That he does.
Is he considering our proposal?
That is difficult to say. He is a patriot, but he serves a corrupt and dying nation, one that is responsible for the deaths of his wife and daughter and SEAL team, one that locked him in prison. As I said, he seems astute for an American.
But how logical is he?
Jin asked.
That we will find out. What does the report say?
Jin handed the minister a tablet.
See for yourself.
Yun slid a finger across the bottom of the screen and rapidly advanced a video that had recorded Reece's every movement since he boarded the plane in San Jose. The jet, the Rolls-Royce, his suite, the fitness center, all the way up to this very room. The video had been run through an AI-enabled supercomputer's predictive behavioral analysis program. Yun stared at the final line in the report. Body language, tone, and facial expressions indicated a negative response with 96% accuracy. The minister handed the tablet back to the president's envoy.
How do you want to do it?
Yun asked.
Fentanyl overdose from a Russian or Ukrainian hooker would do the job, but this Mr. Reece doesn't seem the type. Fentanyl overdoses are so normal these days they rarely result in a thorough investigation.
We will send a triad hit team and then control the investigation,
Yun said.
They will use any means necessary to be sure the one conduit to the outside world this Alice has will never leave Macau alive.
Wise move, Minister. I will let the President know as soon as it is done. He will be pleased to know that Alice is no longer an issue.
Minister Yun swirled the sweet wine in its port glass, remembering his words from earlier that evening.
Our time here is precious. One never knows how long one has.
True for all of us, the American had responded. Chen Yun felt a slight chill. He finished what was left of the ruby-red drink in one sip and stood to take his leave. With any luck, he could still make his card game. Chapter 34. Banyan Tree Hotel, Cotai Strip, Macau, Macau Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. Reece returned to his hotel and made it back to his room, well aware that he was under observation. It was not feasible that the Chinese intelligence service would allow him this much freedom unless he was under audio and video surveillance. They would expect him to clear the room, which he did. The Chinese wanted Alice, or rather they wanted to ensure she was out of play, and in exchange they would give Reece and Katie peace. Reece had no doubt their offer was sincere. The question was, would they really allow him to leave? Would throwing them off with the thought that he might leave tomorrow change their game plan? A part of him knew that Chen Yun was right. He had been targeted by a corrupt government, or rather corrupt elements within that government. There would always be those drawn into government service by the allure of power. Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton was right. Or perhaps just the possibility of power was a magnet for the society's worst. Political power was not just attractive for the corruptible. In truth, they were corrupt and morally bankrupt from the start. It's not your country, Reece. It is elements within the power structure. Is it, Reece? Doesn't Katie deserve a life? A life free of the violence that follows you? Don't the Hastingses deserve to be free? Rafe's kids deserve to grow up with a father. Don't do to them what you did to Freddie's family. Give them all the opportunity to live without the constant shadow of death. Let them go. Reece walked to the ensuite bar and removed a bottle of 2002 Dom Perignon Brut from a glass refrigerator and a bottle of the Macallan 18-year single malt Scotch whiskey from a shelf. Knowing he was being watched, he made a production of finding a whiskey glass and walking up the stairs to his bedroom, where he put both bottles next to his bed. He opened the Scotch and poured a finger for the benefit of the cameras. Just a little nightcap. He took a sip and set the glass back on the bedside table. He untied his bow tie, stripped it from around his neck, tossed it to the side, and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. He removed Bluetooth-enabled earbuds from his Globetrotter suitcase on a nearby luggage rack. He ensured they were charged and linked to his mobile phone. He set one on the bedside table. He put the case and the other earbud back into his carry-on, confirming that he was packed up and ready to go. He then used the tablet on a charging stand next to the bed to lower the blackout curtains and turn out the lights. He positioned the inductive charging pad so he could charge his GPS implant before lying down, still fully clothed, to wait. If you stay with Katie, she will die. Reece felt the pressure change first. It was something that had stayed with him from the early days of the war. A change in pressure that was associated with an IED. He had become so sensitive to it that he had to remind himself that he wasn't still downrange when Lauren opened a door in their air-conditioned house in Virginia Beach. There was something about a sealed home with air conditioning that was susceptible to negative or positive air pressure deviations. He never felt it in their Coronado, California home, which typically had windows and doors open to allow for the cool breezes coming off the Pacific, and may have been why he preferred the Silver Strand to the beach. He felt the pressure change now. Let them come. Reece swung his legs from the bed and inserted the earbud into his left ear. He closed his dominant left eye to preserve his natural night vision and hit an innocuous pre-programmed number for a company called Trans World Consortium on his mobile phone. Alice?
Yes, Reece,
came this semi-monochromatic voice that still reminded him of Lauren. Are you watching? Reece asked.
Yes.
Shut down their feed and send it to my phone, Reece said.
Done,
came the immediate response. Reece's phone lit up into multiple boxes with live infrared video footage showing each room in the presidential suite. 4 people had stopped on the stairs, indicating to Reece that whoever was watching the video feed had relayed to them that there was a problem. The last man in line had a phone to his ear. Another waited at the base of the staircase, and yet another stood by the elevator. They were not outfitted in tactical gear, nor did they have rifles or helmets with night vision. They wore civilian clothes and looked to be carrying pistols. With their video feed down, they were going to have to move based on the last information they had been passed. They should have sent more men. If you die here, Katie lives. Not yet, Reece. There is still work to do. Reece stood. Keeping his connection to Alice, he stuffed the phone into his pocket and grabbed the champagne and scotch bottles from the nightstand. He moved past the large French doors that opened into the hallway overlooking the lower level and the relaxation pool, stopping at a door that led into the hallway farther down. Just because they didn't look like operators or law enforcement did not mean they were not professionals. Whoever they were, he was going to make them work for it. Reece paused at another set of double doors, set the bottles down, and reached for his phone. Behind him was the relaxation pool. On the other side of the doors was the top of the stairway. They were coming. He could hear them turn to their right, moving as silently as they could to his bedroom door. Keeping his left eye shut to ensure the pupil remained dilated and ready for the darkness, he watched the video feed on his phone with his right eye as the intruders passed him on the other side of the wall. He watched as the lead man removed something from under his coat. A suppressed Ingram M10 submachine gun? MAC-10s should be in museums. Reece guessed this was probably a copy or derivative. Who are these guys? Reece could see that the 4th man in the stack was not looking back. They were counting on the 2 men on the lower level to provide that security. They were focused on the bedroom door. Patience. Wait until they enter. They will be focused on making the kill. Use the dark. Capitalize on the element of surprise. You will not have it for long. Reece watched them stop at the door. The 2nd man went for the handle while the number 1 man with the Ingram machine pistol stepped back to give him room. Reece hit the button on the side of his mobile device to put it into rest mode and shoved it into his pocket. He then reached down to pick up the 2 bottles by their necks and slipped into the hallway. This was going to happen fast. No friendlies in the darkness. Kill them all. The almost imperceptible click of the opening of the bedroom door, the scuffling of feet, the movement of bodies, the focus on a target who was no longer there. Having pistols and at least one subgun when your mark was unarmed. The psychology of fighting on one's home turf. Knowing for certain anyone behind you was on your team. These all played to Reece's advantage as he approached his prey in the dark. As the MAC-10 went to work spraying what was either 9mm Parabellum or 45 ACP into the bed, Reece increased his speed. The last man was not even through the threshold when the champagne bottle made contact with the back of his head. Reece thought his forward motion and the sheer velocity of the blow would shatter the bottle on impact, but instead it acted like a club. He could feel the man's skull crack under the weight of the heavy bottle. Even with its two-stage suppressor, the MAC-10 made enough noise to mask Reece's attack. Reece allowed the bottle's momentum to continue across his body and used that energy to swing the second bottle of Macallan upward to catch the third man in the stack, square in the face, breaking his nose on impact. Reece twisted his body and drew back, firing the larger champagne bottle into the man's face. He could hear and feel the man's teeth breaking under its force. The second man was just turning when Reece assaulted him with multiple blows from the upturned bottles, using them to attack in a Sinawali weaving pattern from his Filipino Cali stick fighting training. Forehand, backhand, backhand, forehand. Reece pressed the fight, but instead of Cali, Eskrima, or Arnis sticks, he had a bottle of scotch and champagne. The devastating assault put the man on the ground. The lead intruder with the MAC-10 sensed and heard the commotion behind him. With what little light emitted from a clock by the bed, a smoke detector on the ceiling, and a red light in the flat-screen television affixed to the far wall, there was just enough visibility for Reece to see him turn. Had he shot all 30 or 32 rounds from the magazine? Had he changed mags? Was this a copy or derivative that had a different size magazine than an original M10? What type of pistols did the other two men in the room have? How fast would they be able to recover and get them online to shoot? You know how to fight multiple assailants, Reece. One at a time. Reece stepped forward and sent the champagne bottle into the temple of the man with the MAC-10 and quickly followed up with the Macallan in his left hand, hammering it down into his face, catching him in the cheekbone as he attempted to bring up the weapon. Reece was in the dark with 4 armed assailants. Surprise, speed, violence of action. He had now given up the element of surprise. He had capitalized on speed. Now, it was time to double down on violence. He was in their OODA loop. Observe, orient, decide, act. They were in the orient stage, confused by the violence that had been visited upon them in the night at a time and place where they assumed they held the advantage. Their assumption was wrong. Don't forget the 2 on the lower level. They could easily change this dynamic. Prioritize and execute. Closest threat, Reece. The man with the MAC-10 needed to die. Reece threw the champagne bottle back toward the men behind him as a distraction and trapped the MAC-10 to the body of the lead attacker. The man's finger was still on the trigger, and as his hand tightened around the grip in response to Reece's onslaught, he discharged the last 10 rounds in the magazine downward. Half of them impacted the floor and the other half zipped down the man's leg. His scream was a mixture of pain and disbelief as they toppled to the ground. Reece instinctively rolled into the mount. With his opponent pinned on his back with Reece on top, the SEAL drew back with the bottle of Macallan, smashing it down into the man's head and stunning him even further. These bottles are strong. 3 men behind you, Reece. Reece drew back again, this time bringing the bottle down on the side of the bedside table. He heard and felt it shatter, leaving him holding the neck with jagged shards of glass protruding from its splintered main body. Reece removed his right hand from the empty MAC-10 and slid it up to the man's head. Grabbing his hair, he ripped the head to the right, exposing the vulnerable soft tissues of the neck, which Reece attacked with the broken bottle. Withdrawing and stabbing it in again and again, he felt it slice through skin, sinew, muscle, cartilage, veins, and arteries as he targeted the critical carotid. He needed to guarantee he wouldn't be killed by someone he thought was already dead when he shifted his attention to the other assailants. Reece rotated it and ground it in farther, coring it into the neck, until he felt the warm spray of the severed artery that supplied blood to the brain. 3 more in the room, Reece. Empty gun. No time to search for an extra M10 mag and reload. Keep fighting. Reece launched himself to his feet. It was still dark. Reece was fighting shadows. He took a step to engage a man struggling to get to his knees when he was hit from the side and driven back past his bed, almost going to the ground. The thing about fighting shadows in the dark is that once the fight is on, the darkness levels the playing field. Reece then felt a sidekick to his ribs, followed up by a series of strikes that he attempted to block with his elbows as he was driven through a set of double doors and into the relaxation pool room. He absorbed a palm strike under his chin and a forearm to the side of his neck. This guy is Wing Chun trained. Reece regained his balance and attempted to enter with a left jab followed by a right cross. But his opponent crossed the frogman's hands, trapping them before they could do the intended damage. Reece felt the outside edge of a hand connect just at the base of his jaw, only to have it quickly replaced with an elbow strike that almost put Reece out. He felt the man's body overcommit to the follow-through from the elbow, which gave Reece the opportunity to pivot his hips and deliver a devastating hook to his opponent's kidney. Reece loaded again and sent another left hook that was blocked by the man's right arm but gave Reece the opening he needed to send a right cross that connected with the man's jaw. The man responded with a series of strikes that kept Reece's hand away from his face, pushing the seal farther back toward the small pool. If one of the guys in the other rooms gets to their gun, I am a dead man. I'm not ready yet. Instead of opting for another boxing combination as he was driven back, Reece grabbed the material on the upper arms of the man's jacket above his hands and yanked down, pulling him off balance. Reece dropped his weight and hips lower than his opponent's to gain positional advantage. With his left foot forward, he rolled onto his back, planting his right foot in the man's hip and rotating him up to launch him into the pool. Reece was back on his feet in an instant. Finish him before his friends finish you. Being suddenly submerged in water in the dark, even if it is only 3 feet deep, is an uncomfortable place to be for most people. For Reece, it was home. Reece jumped into the small pool. The warm water was just past his knees. In the blackness, he moved to the splashing as his opponent tried to get his bearings. Reece was upon him. In the frantic fight for life, the body will do interesting things. Add water and near-total darkness to the equation and the variables escalate. As Reece made contact, the man twisted from his grasp, sweeping the larger man from his feet. Reece turned to gain position, clawing his way back up his attacker's body, both of them ending up against the far side of the small pool. Reece attempted to roll the man underwater, but was blocked by the edge. Finish this, Reece. You have 2 other immediate threats. With his arm wrapped around the man's upper body and both their heads just out of the water, Reece snaked his left hand into the right inside ticket pocket of his dinner jacket and removed the Monte Grappa pen. Getting as much leverage as he could, he stabbed it into the left side of the man's throat. Reece felt the dying man cry out, his hands going to his neck in a last-ditch attempt to save himself. He attempted to twist his body away, legs kicking out in a frenzy, trying to escape his fate. Reece extracted the pen and jammed it in again. He is not dying fast enough. Reece dug deeper into the man's neck wound to further open the cavity, allowing more vital blood to seep into the pool. Still not fast enough. You are going to be dead in seconds if those other men get their bearings. Reece removed the pen from the side of the man's neck, positioned it in front of his eye, and inserted it into the socket, pushing it back deeper and deeper into his brain. The man's hands flew to Reece's in a futile attempt to extract the foreign implement. Reece could hear him frantically sucking in oxygen as he clawed at the seal's hands. Reece shifted his weight and pushed the dying man underwater, feeling the life drain from his opponent's body, until he went limp. Reece released him beneath the surface and stood up. He had more men to kill. Reece leapt from the pool and sprinted back into the dark master bedroom, half expecting to start taking pistol rounds. In the gloom, Reece could just make out the man he had first hit staggering to his feet. Reece could sense from the body language that he was bringing up a pistol. The seal did not hesitate. He caught the man's right wrist with his left hand and locked his right hand behind his assailant's neck, yanking aggressively down while launching a knee into his chin. Reece kept the man's head locked and fired off 3 more knees, catching him in the upper chest and face while still controlling his weapon hand. Where is the 4th man? Reece released his head and twisted his wrist back, grabbing the small pistol by the suppressor and ripping it from his grasp. PPK? Who uses PPKs anymore? The human body can be incredibly resilient, especially in a fight to the death. When flight has been removed from the equation, there is only one option left: prevail or die. Before Reece could seat the pistol in his hand, his opponent positioned his leg behind the seals and wrapped his free arm around Reece's waist, pushing him off balance and sending them both crashing to the floor. Reece was aware of shouting from the lower level in Mandarin and another voice responding from nearby in the dark bedroom. The man on top of him grabbed his hair and Reece felt his other finger begin to sink its way into his left eye. Reece twisted his head away, pulled the man close, and maneuvered the Walter into a shooting position. When the working end of the suppressor was against the man's ribs, he pulled the heavy double-action trigger. The weapon discharged. Now in single action, Reece pulled the trigger again. Nothing. Malfunction. Then the lights came on. Shit! Reece turned his head to the right, seeing his first victim staggering to his feet, shouting in Mandarin in a frantic search for the pistol he had dropped when Reece hit him with the champagne bottle. With the room illuminated, Reece and the Chinese man saw the pistol at the same time. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Only one shot at this, Reece. The frogman slightly twisted the fouled weapon to the outside and slammed the magazine against his opponent's head. Tap. Holding his adversary's head to his, Reece brought the PPK up, turned it back to the inside, and slammed the slide against his foe's skull. Catching the sights on the inside of his ear, Reece violently pushed the weapon forward, feeling the action cycle and chamber around. Rack. From his back on the floor, he extended his arm toward his new target, lining up the iron sights and sending 3 rounds in quick succession into a man who had just made it to his weapon on his hands and knees. Bang. The first shot entered the leg just over his left knee. From his position on the ground, it traveled down his calf, expanding and fragmenting as it went, lodging in his heel, which caused him to scream in agony and fall forward. Reece's next round caught him in the sternum at the top of his chest. Breaking the bone, the bullet traveled down into his lungs and stomach, causing him to fall face first onto the carpeted floor. Reece's next bullet finished him. It entered at the top of the head and split his cranium, creating a wound channel and shock wave as it passed through gray and white brain matter, severing the hippocampus, and finally arresting in the brainstem, turning the brain's tissue and liquid to mush. 1 round was in the body of the man on top of him, 1 possibly ejected when clearing the malfunction, and 3 were in the dead man on the floor 6 feet away. Reece was about to find out which version of the PPK he had in hand. 6 rounds or 7? With his left hand still locked around the head of the man atop him, Reece bent his arm at the elbow. He placed the suppressor against his opponent's head and pressed the trigger. The bullet entered on the left side of the head. As it traveled through skin and skull, it expanded. Ripping through the brain, it exited with much less energy from the other side, taking a small portion of the skull with it and sending brain matter onto the white wall to Reece's left. The Walter cycled and put the last round into the chamber. 7 rounds total. .32 caliber model. Reece pushed the dead body off him and clambered to the man he had killed a few feet away. He stripped the empty magazine from the pistol, leaving it on the floor. At least now this PPK was a known entity. He briefly set it on the floor and ejected the magazine from the new PPK, pausing to confirm it was also a .32, which it was. He inserted the new magazine, ensuring it was seated, and then moved to the man with the MAC-10. No extra magazine? Damn it! Reece moved to the side of the bedroom door. The shouting in Mandarin from the lower level had stopped. Alice, Reece whispered. Shit! His Bluetooth earbud had fallen out in the commotion. Reece reached into his pocket and pulled out the phone to see one of the men from the lower level making his way up the stairs with another suppressed MAC-10. The Ingram M10 was chambered with either a 9mm or 45 ACP. The man climbing the stairs had at least 1 magazine of 30 or 32 rounds. In his hand, Reece held a .32 caliber Walter PPK with 1 round in the chamber and 7 in the magazine. As so often happens in life, he didn't have a choice. Exploit all technical and tactical advantages, an old SEAL team commanding officer had once told him. Reece grabbed the tablet from the nightstand and put the suite back into darkness. He then stuffed it into the back of his pants. Keeping the phone in his left hand, he maneuvered cautiously back through the bedroom, careful not to trip on any bodies, and made his way to the far door that he had left open earlier and looked back at the screen. The approaching aggressor had taken a knee in the dark and was whispering back down the stairs in Mandarin. Reece stepped into the hallway and shot him once in the back of the head. As he fell forward, Reece increased his pace and put 1 more into his temple. Security round. He then knelt down, set the PPK to the side, and picked up the M10. Reece had forgotten how heavy these were for such a small weapon. The stock was extended, it was on fire, and its selector switch was on full auto with the bolt open. In short, it was ready to go to work. He looked down at the phone.
The one man left by the elevator had a phone to his ear and was repeatedly pressing the button on the elevator. Reinforcements? An extraction unit? Reece stood and moved to the top of the balcony overlooking the foyer to the left of the winding staircase. He traded the mobile phone for the tablet and hit the lights for the lower level so he would remain in relative darkness while the lower level was illuminated. The man on the phone looked up just as the elevator doors opened. Reece dropped the tablet and swung the M10 over the railing. With his left hand wrapped around the lower section of the two-stage Military Armament Corporation suppressor and the short, extended stock in his shoulder, he depressed the trigger, stitching up the team's rear security. The man dropped to the deck half in and half out of the elevator. The doors began to close, but were blocked by the dead body. Reece dropped the now empty M10 and ran to the body in the hallway to retrieve the PPK. He fished his phone from his pocket and looked closely at each box that represented a different camera in the suite. It looked clear. How long it would stay that way remained to be seen. All shots fired had been suppressed, but that didn't mean they were silent. The full auto burst through the floor of the upper level had probably not penetrated through the lower level. He had to move. Reece rushed to the bedroom and into the large master bath. The black tuxedo jacket looked remarkably usable, but his white shirt was splattered with blood, as were his hands and face. Reece set the PPK and cell phone on the sink and turned on the hot water. Time was of the essence. He stripped off his jacket and shirt and kicked off his shoes and pants, quickly washing his hands and face, scrubbing off the blood with soap. He then grabbed a hand towel to dry off while removing the excess blood. Satisfied, he ran back into the bedroom and slid into his Origin jeans, Salomon shoes, and a dark blue Sunspell Riviera polo shirt he had taken from the agency house in San Francisco, along with an RGT tan ridgeline supply jacket. He removed the suppressor from his PPK and slid it into his left jacket pocket, putting the pistol into his right. Reece rummaged through his suitcase until he found his earbud case. He removed the remaining bud and inserted it into his right ear. Alice. Yes, James. I need you to get me the first flight out of here. Doesn't matter where it's going. Headed to the airport now. Can you do that? Of course. Are you tracking me? I have your mobile device and I can see you on the room's cameras, and I should pick up your GPS implant once you get outside. Can you see surveillance cameras in the lobby? Yes. Any law enforcement? Nothing, and no transmissions via police radio. Reece quickly snapped photos of the dead men in the bedroom. Can you find out who these guys are? Local triad enforcers mostly involved in money laundering. I'm headed to the lobby. Keep on those cameras and let me know if I need to divert. I will. And James? Yeah. I am glad you are all right. He paused. He had to remind himself that he was talking to a quantum computer. Me too. Can you let Vic know that I am headed out? Give him my flight info and have him send a trusted agency asset from the local station to meet me wherever I land? Doing it now. Alice. Yes, James. Thanks. Reece shut his suitcase, stepping over the dead bodies as he exited the bedroom. He walked through the hallway, avoiding the man he had shot twice in the head, and made his way down the staircase. He stopped briefly to drag the rear security man into the foyer before entering the elevator and hitting the button for the lobby.
Chapter 35. Ministry of State Security, Macau Office, Macau's Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China. Adjacent to the Grand Lisboa Hotel, behind fences and partially obscured by a private wooded park, is a government building that appears out of place among the bright lights of the newer and glitzier hotels and casinos. Nestled between a large cinema complex and the Macau General Hospital, the stark and imposing white and red structure abuts the Macau Military Club and world-famous Jardim de São Francisco, Garden of St. Francis, a reflection of Macau's Portuguese heritage. Once a former military barracks, the structure now houses the Macau offices of the Chinese Ministry of State Security. Minister Chen Yun hung up the phone in the office he used while in Macau and spun his chair to the window. The sun had just broken the horizon and cast a warm glow through scattered clouds. He looked over what in Cantonese was called Kasi Lan Fayun, Gardens of the Castilians. They dated back to 1580, the work of Franciscan friars from Castile, though friars of the Franciscan order in Portugal would build upon that work a few years later. But his thoughts were not on friars or gardens or even his baccarat losses of just a few hours earlier. They were on an American named James Reece.
I take it by your expression that things did not go as planned,
Bajin said from his leather chair on the opposite side of the desk.
No, they did not,
Yun said, turning back to face the president's envoy.
We have been up all night. How can Bajin look so rested?
I see. The president will not be pleased. What happened?
We hired a triad hit team through a cutout as per our usual procedure. We had Mr. Reece under audio and video surveillance since he boarded his flight in California. They had access to his suite. We lost the feed just before the team made entry.
Alice?
I believe so.
Did he kill them all?
He did.
How many?
6.
I take it they were armed.
They were.
The Shanshu may be less pleased than the president,
Jin said, referencing the triad leadership.
It will require a payment.
And the hotel?
Jin asked.
Cleaners are on their way. The hotel manager knows how to keep things quiet.
Commander Reece killed 6 armed men with surprise on their side, who also had him on real-time video surveillance,
Jin said, thinking it through.
That seems to be the case.
And if Alice cut that video feed, it means she is in play. Just how much we don't know.
We can still detain him at the airport. He's booked on a Cebu Pacific flight to Manila leaving at 6:35 a.m. It's the first flight out.
We could. But I have another idea.
Oh?
If we were in Beijing, we would detain and question him, but some people here in Macau, perhaps in this very building, still believe there are 2 Chinas. I want to talk with this Commander Reece somewhere private. You extended the carrot. I'll bring this stick.
One more attempt to get him to change his mind?
With this approach, one more is all it will take. In America, they are fond of saying, we will make him an offer he can't refuse. Let's leverage our assets in the Philippines. This is something I will see to personally.
Chapter 36. Reece sat in the last row next to the bathroom. He was crammed between a woman with a baby and a fairly large man who fell asleep before takeoff and whose head kept finding its way onto Reece's shoulder. Luckily, it was only a 2-hour flight. Reece had told the front desk at the Banyan that he would not be needing room service today. The Rolls-Royce had been waiting on him, as it was for anyone staying in the presidential suite, and as soon as he was inside, he hit a button that turned the electrochromic glass between the rear and front seats from transparent to fully opaque. He then checked with Alice, and she confirmed that he was booked on a Cebu Airlines flight to Manila, leaving in 3 hours. Would they let him leave? And if so, why? He pulled down the center armrest and unloaded the Walter before dumping it and its suppressor in with the bottle of chilled 2007 Tattager Comte Blanc de Blanc. Reece eyed the champagne. Maybe next time, he said, flipping the armrest back into the seatback and sealing the champagne and its accompanying flutes inside the Phantom's cool box. From the check-in counter through security and to his gate, Reece kept expecting Chinese security services to stop him, but they never did. He did not clock any odd looks from ticketing agents, police officers, or gate agents. Maybe they were going to let him go. Then why had they tried to kill him? Reece felt the jet start to descend and looked at his Rolex. He was instantly on edge. They had been airborne for only an hour and 20 minutes and were still over the South China Sea. They should not be descending yet. He twisted his neck to look out the window past the mother and crying baby. The water turned from almost black to lighter shades of blue as the plane approached the coast. Reece observed the other passengers. It appeared that many of them had taken the flight before and were confused as to why the plane was already descending. Now over land, the aircraft banked right. Reece could see the ocean to his right, and looking across the cabin and out the opposite window he could see the greens and browns of terra firma. They were over the Philippines. He had spent time here years ago, albeit farther south in the southern island chain. The plane continued to descend. Reece had flown into multiple airports in the Philippines over the years, including the 2 international airports in Manila. This was neither Ninoy Aquino International Airport nor Clark Air Base. The plane passed over a wide river, and moments later they touched down. Reece caught the name of the airport printed on a white hanger as the plane applied its brakes. Laoag International Airport. Northern Province, Reece thought. What are we doing here? He had his answer moments later. The aircraft came to a stop near the end of the runway, but instead of turning to a gate, it remained where it was. Reece knew what was coming next. Philippine National Police vehicles sped out onto the runway and boxed in the aircraft. Being on the starboard side of the plane, Reece could only guess what was happening, but he assumed that stairs were being pushed up to the port side door, and very soon a contingent of police officers would march aboard and take him into custody. Only then did the front hatch open. Why didn't they wait until I landed in Manila? Because in Manila I would be met by agency personnel. It was well known in intelligence circles that Manila Station was not just the CIA headquarters for the Philippines, but was regarded as the main station for the entire Southeast Asia region. 4 officers entered the cabin dressed in black tropical fatigues with blue berets and marched toward the back of the plane. The heads of the other passengers turned as they passed to see who they were coming for. Reece didn't need to wonder. He knew. 2 additional officers with what looked to Reece like vintage M16 rifles entered and stood in the forward section of the aircraft. The lead officer stepped past Reece and turned as the second man holding a clipboard confirmed that they had their man. With a plane full of non-combatants, surrounded by law enforcement, and with Reece unarmed, there was nowhere to run and no way to fight. The third officer in line motioned for Reece to stand, which he did, squeezing past the large man in the aisle seat. The officer behind him handcuffed him and put one hand on his shoulder and another on his handcuffed wrist. They moved Reece a few steps forward, and the officer who was now rear security opened the overhead luggage and removed Reece's Globetrotter carry-on. "Yours?" the officer holding him asked in heavily accented English. Reece nodded and felt the officer push him forward down the aisle, down the steps, and into a waiting van, where a bag was placed over his head. "Stay calm. Where am I going?" Reece did not have to wait long for an answer. In what seemed to be only a minute, the van came to a stop. Reece heard the door opening and was forced outside. 2 sets of hands took control of his arms and shoulders, and a few yards later, he could sense they had stepped through a threshold. It felt to Reece like they were in a hallway. His captors then turned him left and brought him to a stop. They frisked him, removing his phone, 1 remaining earbud, wallet, and low Pro Dynamis belt. He was then turned around and forced into a chair. They removed the bag from his head. Reece was in a small, dark room. It was empty save for a metal table and the chair on which he now sat. Empty, that is, except for the 2 men in the corners holding M16s, the 2 men in front of him, who Reece assumed had just conducted the search, and 2 more in the hallway just outside the open door. His confiscated items were nowhere to be seen. "Do I have the right to remain silent?" Reece asked. A look of slight confusion crossed the face of the officer whom Reece assessed to be in charge. He hid it quickly. The officer said something in rapid Tagalog. "My Tagalog is a little rusty," Reece said. "Strip." "That's going to be a little difficult in these," Reece said, shaking the handcuffs behind his back. "And I'm no lawyer, but I believe that unless I am charged with something, all this is a violation of my rights, even in the Philippines." The officer spat on the floor and then indicated with his head that his men should leave the room. As they filed out, he backed toward the door. He too then disappeared into the gloomy hallway. Their sudden departure did not make sense until someone else entered the room. Someone familiar. It didn't take Reece long to place him or the 5 other men who entered with him. They were no longer in suits, but he recognized them from the tables outside the private dining room at the Robuchon Dome restaurant at the top of the Grand Lisboa Hotel. They closed the door behind them. The man who approached the table looked to be in his mid to late 50s, though it was hard to tell. He was in good shape and dressed in khaki pants and what looked like a knockoff members-only jacket. "The 80s called," Reece said. "They want their jacket back."
"I would be disappointed if you did not remember us, Mr. Reece,"
the lead man said. His accent was thicker than Chen's, but his English was still remarkably smooth. "I never forget an asshole."
"Charming,"
the man replied. "It was a nice dinner. You should have joined us. Though you have some pretty big boys here," Reece said, nodding at the others. The portions were outrageously small. One of them stepped forward and threw a beige jumpsuit onto the table.
"We are going to uncuff you, Mr. Reece. You are going to strip."
"Stall them, Reece." "So soon? We hardly know each other."
"Save the witticisms, Mr. Reece. You will need your strength."
"If not?"
"If not, one of my men will just shoot you here. We can ask these very same questions of Ms. Boronek."
Reece's eyes narrowed.
"We know that she is currently protected on that ranch in Montana. Yes, we know exactly where she is. I should have spent more time in your file. Perhaps then I would have sent a more professional team to kill you, not the Iranian-recruited misfits we did. But had they killed you, we would not be having this conversation."
"This is the bastard who almost killed Katie."
"At some point, Ms. Boronek, the Hastings family, they will let down their guard," he continued. "I am not a man who makes mistakes twice. We have a long history of not forgetting, Mr. Reece. Take off your clothes."
3 of the 5 men behind him pulled pistols from their holsters and held them in a low ready as one walked behind Reece and undid his handcuffs, returning to his position so as to stay out of the line of fire should his teammates open up. Reece slowly stood, rubbing his wrists. Maybe whatever was about to happen would save Katie? Perhaps save the Hastingses? If that was the case, Reece would gladly go to the grave. "I feel like I should know your name, especially since we are getting so intimate," Reece said as he slid out of his jacket and dropped it onto the table.
"It hardly matters, but you can call me Mr. Jin."
"True name?"
"It is a name I use. Much like you, Mr. Donovan,"
Jin said, letting Reece know he was well aware of his agency alias. Reece pulled his shirt over his head and deposited it on top of the jacket. "How do you guys like those CF-98s? Reece asked in reference to their pistols. "Made in China, right? Heard they were pieces of shit." Reece kicked off his shoes and reached down to remove his socks, at which point the 5 Chinese minders raised their 5.8 by 21 millimeter pistols. Reece held up his socks, paused momentarily, and dropped them on top of the shirt and jacket. "Can I get a little privacy?" Reece asked, trying to prolong the engagement.
"No,"
Jin said. Reece removed his jeans and added them to the pile.
"All of it, Mr. Reece."
"What's the rush?" Reece asked, removing his underwear and dropping them on the heap. "Be sure and wash those before you give them back, by the way." Even if Reece had been ready, he didn't think he would have been able to react in time to block the back fist that caught him squarely on his cheekbone. Where the hell did that come from? Jin had hit him from the other side of the desk. Damn, this guy is fast.
"Just a quick reminder as to who is in charge here, Mr. Reece. Remove your watch."
Reece hesitated for only a moment. Then he undid the clasp and laid his father's watch on the table. Ba Jin reached down and picked it up.
"Very nice," he said. "Vintage?"
"It's a 68. You guys had just kicked off your cultural revolution a couple of years earlier. How many people did Mao kill in his efforts to purify the party?"
"You Americans are all alike. Feigned moral superiority. A bit hypocritical, though. You are on the same path."
"You might be right," Reece conceded. Jin slid Reece's watch onto his wrist and secured the clasp. "Looks a little big for you," Reece said. "Why don't we go back to the States? I know a guy who can size it."
"Unfortunately for you, neither of us will be going to America for quite some time."
"That's okay. I'll be getting that watch back from you soon." Jin then said something in Mandarin, and the man who had undone Reece's cuffs stepped forward again. Reece pivoted and brought up his hands.
Now, Mr. Reece. Remember, play nice or you die here. And we conduct this very same type of interview with Miss Baranek,
Jin said, motioning to Reece's naked body. Reece lowered his hands and allowed them to be cuffed behind his back. Jin barked something else in Mandarin, and one of the other men stepped forward, holding what looked like an RFID checker from a supermarket. He ran the scanner up and down Reece's body and around his head. When he was done, he walked back to the front of the table and indicated something to his boss. He then took his place back against the wall and redrew his pistol.
Sit,
Jin said. Draw this out, Reece. Reece slowly took a seat on the cold metal chair.
It seems as though you have been hiding something from us, Mr. Reece.
Certainly isn't from a lack of looking, Reece said as the four men converged on the table. One took a position next to his boss and lined his sights up on the seal. His finger was on the trigger. The others moved with surprising speed, grabbing Reece's arms and slamming his head down on the metal table. One of them twisted Reece's head to the left so the right side of his face was pressed against the table. The fifth man produced a cattle prod.
"What the fuck is that?"
Reece asked. He had scarcely finished his sentence when the man with the prod pushed it down at the base of Reece's skull, just behind his left ear. Reece grunted through the searing heat and intense pain. He tried to move, but was held securely in place. He thought he smelled skin burning. The man removed the prod and hit Reece again. On the second hit, Reece heard an audible pop and a foreign electric jolt under his skin. He knew exactly what it was. They had fried the circuitry in his implanted GPS tracker. The man hit Reece a third and fourth time as he continued to struggle, the hands holding him fast. After the fourth hit, the man traded the cattle prod for the scanner. Through his upturned left eye, Reece saw him move it around his head and then nod at Jin. The men let Reece go, and he straightened up in his chair, catching his breath and reacquiring his bearings, the smell of burnt flesh heavy in the confined space.
"You have nothing more to conceal from us, Mr. Reece,"
Jin said.
"Apparently not,"
Reece said.
"I apologize for the treatment, but we couldn't have an active tracking device in your head, leading anyone to where we are going next. I have further questions for you, Mr. Reece, and additional ways to extract what I need. I hope none of it becomes necessary. If it comes to it, the most comfortable part of your experience will be that cattle prod, frying your balls or being shoved down your throat. And if you decline to cooperate, we will be sure to give Ms. Baranek a similar, though much worse experience. I am sure you can imagine what we will do to her, how we will use that cattle prod. To a large extent, her future is in your hands."
Jin barked another order at his men in Mandarin and then again addressed Reece.
"For her sake, put on the jumpsuit and do as you are told."
His handcuffs were removed, and under the watchful eye and drawn pistols of Jin's team, Reece stood and put on the jumpsuit. His hands were then recuffed and a bag was placed over his head. As he was marched out of the holding area and put into another vehicle, this time on the floor with what he assumed were Jin's men holding him in place, he couldn't help but wonder if dying here was how he could give Katie her freedom. Chapter 37. Ilocos Norte, Luzon, Philippines. The drive lasted about 30 minutes, in Reece's estimation. He felt like he was low to the ground, possibly in a minivan. He knew they had not gone west, as that was the ocean. It was either north, east, or south, though it was impossible to tell with a bag over his head. That sensory deprivation, along with the turns, some probably taken just to confuse his sense of direction, made it impossible to even make an educated guess as to his whereabouts. Eventually they had come to a stop and Reece was roughly removed from the vehicle. He felt gravel under his bare feet as he walked. The rocks turned to grass, and he was then forced up what felt like wooden stairs before being moved inside. The two men on either side of him roughly maneuvered him into a chair. He felt and heard the unmistakable sound of zip ties securing his cuffs to the back of the chair, as additional zip ties secured his ankles to its legs. He heard mumbled words in Mandarin.
"Breathe, Reece.
This is your chance to save Katie, to remove Rafe and his family from the line of fire. They do not deserve to die because of you. You should have died on that mountain in Afghanistan. Because you did not, Lauren died. Lucy died. Freddie died. And Katie was on the verge of death, all because of you. Make it right. It is your turn to die for them. Life is pain. The bag was ripped from Reece's head. He blinked as his eyes adjusted to the light and his lungs took in fresh air, a welcome respite from the heavy, hot, musty stench of burnt and dying flesh that had been trapped inside the bag. He was in a large space that resembled a living room. A sofa was on the far side of the space, opposite 2 easy chairs and a coffee table. Faded yellow curtains were drawn, but behind them to his left were sliding glass doors that seemed to lead to a deck. He twisted his head to get his bearings, noting a round dining room table behind him. The home seemed relatively normal. What wasn't normal were the medical supplies on a cheap-looking credenza to his right. One of Jin's men stood by the main door, and another man stood by a door adjacent to the dining area, which Reece assumed led to a kitchen. A small man stood nervously next to the credenza, fidgeting with his fingernails. Reece heard the door behind him off the dining area open. He turned his head to see Jin emerge, drying his hands with a dish towel, which he tossed onto the table as he passed. He grabbed a chair, which he carried past Reece, and sat up directly across from him, at an uncomfortably close distance.
And so it begins,
Jin said. I'm not in any rush, Reece replied. Who's our new friend?
That is Dr. Guerrero.
Is his first name Doctor?
I assure you he is very good at what he does. We use him from time to time here in the Philippines when we need information from an uncooperative subject. Today, that subject is you.
Terrific.
Mr. Reece, I want you to fully appreciate your situation before we get started. I also want you to keep in mind that you do not need to die today. There is a path where you not only live and spare yourself Dr. Guerrero's invasive interrogation techniques, but actually live with Ms. Baranek under my country's protection and with an extremely generous compensation package from the Academy of Engineering.
What is this place?
I believe you would call it a safe house. Much like your CIA, we have them in various locations around the world, though not in as many places as your agency. The Pacific, Europe, Canada, Mexico, Cuba, Central and South America, Africa, and more than a few in the United States.
I think that's just about everywhere.
Your country makes it easy. Some are listening posts, others are safe houses, and yet others are just homes, condos, or apartments owned by Chinese entities. Most of the time, we don't even have to go through shell corporations. We have assets in your universities. We own politicians. Our agents sleep with more than a few of them. Some are their chauffeurs. Others work in your tech companies or as maids or as babysitters for your rich and powerful. We buy up land next to your military bases or buy or rent condos in areas where we can keep track of submarine and ship deployment cycles. We tried to buy the Hotel del Coronado next to your SEAL base. Someone wisely put a stop to that, but we do occupy upper levels of the shores. Why your country allowed those condominiums to be built overlooking your SEAL command compound is beyond me. We have listening devices pointing directly at the Admiral's office. We know his car and reserved parking space. We know when he comes and goes and who parks in the visitor's space. We have patterns logged for the past 30 years. We do the same around the world. They let us buy the Ross Lee Hotel in Scotland. 4 miles away is Faslane, home to Great Britain's Vanguard-class submarine fleet. Their subs pass within 275 meters of the hotel. We purchased it in 2018, didn't even hide what we were doing. It was acquired by 3 Chinese nationals. The Bank of Scotland even helped finance the deal. We have a controlling interest in the port of Darwin, in Australia, which, as you know, is a major Australian and US military hub. Like Rosslea in Scotland, Darwin is a listening post, but is also a key component of critical infrastructure. We control the port of Piraeus in Greece, which is a key hub for NATO in the Mediterranean. We also have major ownership stakes in ports in Belgium and Spain. And that doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of our investments in Africa. Our first overseas naval base in Djibouti is next to your Camp Lemonnier. You will not see companies with ties to the US, UK, or Australian military buying ports or hotels near Chinese military installations. It is really quite mad. But oftentimes the almighty dollar trumps good sense or even one's patriotic duty. The United States is being sold to the highest bidder, and that highest bidder is China. Seems like you already have it figured out, Reece said. What do you know of our 21st century maritime Silk Road? One belt, one road, Reece said. Ah, very good, Mr. Reece. Most Americans have no idea as to our intentions, nor would they care. They are too consumed with TikTok. You got us good with that one, Reece admitted. That surprised even me. I've read articles that detail how our content in America is destroying the youth. In China, TikTok is focused on math and science and building a strong patriotic society. Your freedom also gives you the freedom to destroy yourselves, Mr. Reece. Tough to argue with that, though I wouldn't get too cocky. Your last conventional land offensive and the Sino-Vietnamese War did not go well, nor did the first Taiwan Strait crisis. The self-defensive counter-strike against Vietnam and the insurrection in the Strait were a long time ago, Mr. Reece. Since then, we have been learning from your wars, not our own. America did not fare well in its campaigns in Iraq and Afghanistan. Even the Houthi savages have shown they can disrupt shipping with a few missiles and drones. Most every major shipping company now adds a month of sea time and $1 million extra in fuel to ship around Africa instead of through the Suez, Red Sea, and Gulf of Aden. We have the ability to turn the world order on its head, and we will do so very soon. Thanks for sharing. None of this is a secret, Mr. Reece. We have watched your military conduct exercises, listened to former military and intelligence officials who now work as pundits on various news outlets, war-game the various scenarios. Many have written books about it. None of this, to include the timing, is a closely held secret. My own president has given numerous, ample warnings, telling the Politburo and the world to prepare for great conflict. An internet search brings it all up. I'll be sure and search it up when I get home. Some experts say it will be a full-scale conventional assault. Others talk about special operations missions. It will be a full-spectrum attack. Nothing will be left to chance. The Taiwanese military is corrupt and infiltrated at all levels. The U.S. industrial base is the weakest it has been in decades. Your military is ill-prepared for a fight with China over Taiwan, especially when they have assurances that microchip manufacturing will continue unabated. Your generals and admirals are spending money on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs when any sane leader would be applying that bandwidth to combat readiness. Ship collisions tell the story. The Fitzgerald and McCain collisions, one of your subs, the USS Connecticut, ran into an underwater mountain not far from here. All that only highlights the problem. Men like me are already close to the leadership in Taipei. They will be decapitated in a swift internal strike. Nothing can stop that. We learned from Russia's mistakes in Ukraine. Thanks for the update. My questions are about this Alice of yours. My country is concerned that she is now in play. She obviously helped you escape your brush with death in Macau. Not even you could have taken out 6 armed men who had the jump on you without help. Bring Alice over to us. Bring Ms. Baranek. Accept our generous financial compensation. Raise your family without a constant threat of violence. We will give you a new life here.
All I need to do is betray my country, Reece said.
Minister Yun covered all this with you. I know what happened to your last family. Lauren, I believe? Lucy, your daughter? Don't condemn Ms. Baranek and your future children to that same fate. The time has come. No more deals, Mr. Reece.
Great, because this was getting tiresome.
Let me explain what Dr. Guerrero has in store for you.
Doctor, Reece said, nodding at the little man.
You are no doubt familiar with what the West calls our black jails, Jin said.
Internment camps?
More like detention centers for problem elements. We call them education and transformation training centers for those under suspicion of inciting ethnic hatred and discrimination.
That sounds much better.
We have learned quite a lot about enhanced interrogation in these sites and in our centers for the Uyghurs. I would exterminate them all, but my government is not there yet. They will get there soon. We have been sterilizing their women for years, so that's a start. The West calls it genocide. I call it preservation of the party.
That doesn't sound crazy at all. Reece saw the anger flash through Jin's eyes and quickly subside.
Right now, he continued, the Uyghurs are too valuable, making American basketball shoes, canning tomatoes for Europe, and making solar panels, which, as a form of economic warfare, is wise. No labor costs.
Convenient for everyone but the Uyghurs, Reece said.
The Uyghurs are Muslims, and we know how the West feels about Muslims, which is why they tacitly approve. We are doing everyone a favor. In the meantime, Mr. Reece, you will be the beneficiary of all we have learned in these re-education camps. Or you can live in peace with Ms. Baranek and keep Alice from interfering in what is China's destiny. Before you decide, let me explain what lies ahead if you choose poorly. Some of the cruder forms of interrogation and re-education are quite effective, but we have also experimented with more evolved techniques. Can't wait to hear about them. Of course, there is sleep and food deprivation, electric shock therapy, and humiliating sexual abuse. You would be surprised what the human body can take. With over 1 million Uyghurs in need of re-education, the repetitive rapes and waterboardings and electric shock treatments tie up valuable resources. To add efficiencies to the process, we have found that a more enlightened approach is needed.
Then enlighten me.
We studied your waterboarding techniques from Guantanamo and discarded them immediately, but we drew lessons. We learned from our Russian friends as well. Have you studied the gulags, Mr. Reece?
I've read Solzhenitsyn.
If you go deeper, you will find photos of prisoners missing one of their eyes. Now, if the state were to take both, that individual is now a burden, but taking one eye, that individual can still be a productive worker in service of the state. Dr. Guerrero here has become extremely adept in re-education procedures. Anyone can dig an eye out of its socket with a spoon or knife, but the pain is short-lived. When you enucleate the eye slowly with growing pressure, it is a different story entirely.
Sounds pleasant.
We first take a needle and catheter and insert it into the corner of your eye socket. We then extract the needle, leaving the catheter in place, and attach it to an IV saline solution. The pressure of the solution behind the eye is one of the more painful things a human can experience.
I'll remember that, Reece said.
Eventually, the eye pops out, Jin continued. But that in and of itself is not enough, even when combined with random beatings, daily sexual abuse, and genital mutilation. As I said, we learned that waterboarding, at least in the American-approved format, is fairly benign, but the principle is sound. While the eye is slowly being forced from the socket from behind, we insert endotracheal tubes into each nostril and then inflate a balloon designed for expansion in the chest. But Instead of inserting the balloons into the trachea to assist with restricted breathing, we leave them in the nasal passage. We then blow fluid into the balloons with a syringe through the endotracheal tubes, which crushes the internal sinuses. Too much pressure will blow out a portion of the skull. If that's not enough, we have the option to cap the tubes and pour water down the throat. The pain and suffocation truly work wonders. Forcing a husband to watch the procedure on a wife or child will make even the hardest man rethink his ways. It wasn't the pleasure Jin was taking from the description of the horrific torture that disturbed Reece the most. It was the indifference. It was haunting. A balloon can also be inserted into the bladder through the urethra using a Foley catheter. We then expand the balloon and rapidly yank it out. This combination of attacking the genitalia, sinuses, breathing, and optical nerves, or seeing it forced upon a loved one, is quite effective. Reece began to think he should have taken the bullet back in his Macau hotel or in the airport holding room. But this does not have to be your fate, Mr. Reece. None of what I described needs to befall you or Miss Boronik. You know that Russia, Iran, the Collective, and perhaps even China, and God only knows who else, still want you dead, and are willing to maim and kill anyone you care about to get to you. Or, he paused, or you accept our proposal. We offer you complete protection and not only safety, but wealth. We could even manage a way to fake your death. Make you disappear. I have heard you are good at that. With Alice's help, it could be arranged. Your death could be in service to your nation. Allow me to help you. You have done enough for a country that despises you. Live out your days with Miss Boronik without having to look over your shoulder. He paused again to let his words sink in. Time is a component here, Mr. Reece. My government will move against Taiwan in the short term. The West has forced our hand. Let me spare you this invasive interview experience. Tell me about Alice and her capabilities and accept our offer. Otherwise, you are going to have to talk with Dr. Guerrero. Can we go back to the bullet option? I am afraid we are past that, Mr. Reece. If you stay with Katie, she will die. Maybe I can still get him to shoot me. Well, in that case, get on with it. Mr. Reece, you realize what you are giving up. Safety, security, wealth, protection. A long life with a family by your side. Well, I am a tad concerned we would all end up like the Uyghurs. That and the thought of having to spend a minute more talking with you are less than appealing. After listening to what I have so far, I think you're a fucking idiot. Jin's backhand lashed out with surprising speed, but this time Reece expected it. Since he couldn't move out of the way, he dropped his head, so the outside of Jin's fist connected with the thick frontal bone of Reece's skull just above the hairline. Reece could sense that Jin had damaged his hand, but that didn't stop the intelligence operative from lashing out with his other fist, catching Reece in the jaw. He could taste the blood. Quickly running out of options, Reece spit, the bloody projectile catching Jin just below his left eye. Jin stood. He walked behind his captive to the dining table to pick up a dish towel he had dropped earlier. He returned to stand over the seal, wiping the spit from his face. You know, Mr. Reece, I was going to forego the usual softening up with the cattle prod to the genitals. It also works wonders when activated after it's stuffed down your throat. I was even going to skip the catheter to the bladder and allow you to miss the sensation of having the inflated balloon pulled out of your dick. Now, I am going to start with those just to warm you up. You will tell me everything I want to know about Alice, and then you will die. I'm not going to watch Dr. Guerrero turn you into an invalid. I'm going to do it myself, and I am going to enjoy it. You better get started because we're in for a long afternoon. Life is pain. Jin placed the bag back over Reece's head and snapped an order in Mandarin. Time to get out of that jumpsuit, Mr. Reece. We want you at your most vulnerable. Reece could hear the guards begin to converge on his position. One of them wrapped the bag tighter across his face and violently yanked it back. A second later, the room erupted into chaos. Reece heard the far door slam into the wall, then shouting in Mandarin, followed by the unmistakable sound of suppressed gunfire.
Chapter 38. Immobilized in his chair with a bag over his head, Reece found himself in almost complete darkness, adding another dimension to the turmoil unfolding around him as bodies absorbed bullets over voices shouting in a language he did not comprehend. He heard bodies hit the floor, a calm and direct exchange in Tagalog, and rapidly approaching footsteps. Reece braced for the inevitable bullet. "Goodbye, Katie. I love you." The bag was removed from his head, and instead of the barrel of a gun, Reece looked up into the smiling face of Rick Ox Andrews. Ox was a former Delta Force Sergeant Major and Special Operations legend who began his time in uniform with a sprint across Point Salinas Airport runway as a young Army Ranger in Grenada when Reece was not yet in kindergarten. He was now a contractor with the CIA's ground branch.
"SEAL team here to get you out."
"You've always wanted to say that, haven't you?" Reece replied.
"Everybody wants to say it at least once."
"Took you long enough. Get me out of these fucking things," Reece said, looking around the room to get his bearings. Ox's hair was shoulder-length, gray with streaks of slightly darker shades of ash. He wore jeans and a black Hawaiian shirt with a star orchid print. A Vertex Ardennes messenger bag was slung across his body. "Nice purse, by the way," Reece said.
"It's a satchel."
Ox knelt down and reached into his bag for wire cutters and began cutting the zip ties securing Reece's ankles to the legs of the chair. He then moved to the ties around his wrists and unlocked the handcuffs. Jin's men were now just contorted bodies on the floor in pools of blood, their souls having been snatched from them moments earlier. 2 pairs of Filipino men and 2 Filipino women in civilian clothes were working the room. 2 were going through the dead men's pockets and photographing their faces with mobile devices. The second team stood over Jin and the doctor, who were on their knees, their hands zip-tied behind their backs, foreheads leaning against the wall to Reece's right. The team wore a variety of backpacks and messenger bags where Reece correctly assumed they had been concealing their weapons. "Cute toy," Reece said as he stood, free of his constraints. The team carried what Reece recognized as Flux Defense Raider X's on Faro Concepts single-point slings. The Raider was a micro-PDW, or personal defense weapon, designed for operations in semi-permissive, non-permissive, or denied environments where concealability was paramount, but where one also needed additional capability beyond that offered by a traditional handgun. The Raider chassis system, with a spring-loaded stock, accepted the 9mm SIG P320 fire control unit, barrel, and slide, and offered operators the speed, maneuverability, and concealability of a pistol with the magazine capacity and stability of a carbine. It was designed for those times you want a rifle, but the operational environment does not allow for it. These were Coyote Tan and affixed with SIG Mod X9 suppressors, Aimpoint T2 red dot optics, and Surefire X300Ts mounted in the 6 o'clock position. Top-mounted charging handles allowed for L3 Harris NGALs, next-generation aiming lasers, to be attached to 3-slot Picatinny rails on the left side. Reece noted they had all tack reloaded after their engagement. The larger capacity 30-round magazines were in their weapons, and the 21-round magazines were secured in their foregrips. These were professionals.
"All the cool kids have them,"
Ox replied.
"I'd prefer a rifle, but we can't be running around this part of the PI with long guns."
"And I almost forgot," Reece said. "Thanks."
"Come on,"
Ox said. He whispered something in Tagalog to one of his men on his way to the door. "Hold up," Reece said. He walked toward Jin and Guerrero on their knees with guns to their heads. Reece squatted down and removed his father's Rolex from Jin's wrist. "Told you I'd be getting this back from you soon." Reece secured the watch to his left wrist and followed Ox outside, stepping into the afternoon sunlight. They stood on a wood deck near a set of stairs that led down to a lawn surrounded by thick hedges. 2 of Jin's men were sprawled out on the grass where another male and female from Ox's team were going through their pockets. Roosters strutted around the corpses, pecking at the ground with their beaks. Below Reece to the left was a minivan parked on a gravel driveway. The house was on a lush hillside with views of Lauag, the ocean visible in the distance. As he surveyed his surroundings, an older Toyota Hilux and Corolla pulled into the driveway, combat parking to face a dirt road about 50 yards away. Ox pointed, and the 2 drivers exited to take up positions near a gate. "Nika?" Reece asked. The National Intelligence Coordinating Agency is the National Intelligence Service of the Philippines. No, they're ours. ISA and local talent. Ox replied, referring to a highly specialized intelligence-gathering unit known as Intelligence Support Activity. ISA was formed after Operation Eagle Claw, the failed Delta Force mission ordered by President Jimmy Carter to rescue U.S. captives held at the embassy in Tehran in April 1980. The least known of America's Tier 1 special mission units, they work in the shadows to collect actionable intelligence in direct support of JSOC missions. Orange. I liked it when they went by cool names like Sentra Spike and Gray Fox.
I was always partial to Army of Northern Virginia myself,
Ox said. I'm surprised they got away with that one as long as they did, Reece replied. They'd be canceled today for sure.
The 3 men and 3 women are Orange, all fluent Tagalog speakers. The drivers are local assets,
Ox said.
9-inch shape men rolling heavy looks off to anyone. We have these 2 vehicles and 2 motorbikes parked down the road.
Solid crew, Reece said.
Lucky for you, they have been through my course in Florida.
Maybe I'll stop complaining about taxes, Reece said.
Taxation is theft,
Ox said.
But I can't complain too much, as they do pay my salary.
I was worried when they fried my tracker, Reece said.
Let me see it.
Reece tilted his head and pulled his hair behind his left ear to the side.
That looks nasty,
Ox said. Thanks, Doc. How did you find me?
It was Alice, who I understand is some sort of supercomputer.
Quantum computer, Reece corrected.
Quantum computer,
Ox continued.
Vic keeps calling her she, which is weird. Anyway, she tracked your flight along with communications out of Macau to the PI. We were on standby to bring you in after you landed in Manila, but Vic alerted us that the plane was going to be diverted to Lauag. That gave us time to get up here and track you via the quantum computer. Even without your phone and implanted tracker, she had already connected to the phones of everyone here before they confiscated yours and zapped your implanted GPS. Alice tracked you the entire way in. She even sent us 3D overlay imaging of everyone's position on the compound. It looks like she uses GPS, microphones, and cameras from every device on site to image a target in real time. It's almost cheating.
If you're not cheating,
you're not trying,
Ox said, completing the old special operations adage. How much time do we have? Reece asked. Ox pulled up a small tablet.
No police response, no neighbors. We are fairly isolated here. We have time.
Good.
What are you going to do, Reece?
I have some questions for Mr. Jin in there. It's time to turn the tables. Chapter 39. Jin had been stripped naked. He was seated, his hands zip-tied to the arms of the chair, his ankles to its legs. A bag had been placed over his head. Dr. Guerrero was still on his knees with his head against the wall. Ox was standing to the side, his raider hanging by his side. The remainder of the team had taken up security positions outside. Reece approached his subject and removed the bag. Mr. Jin, as you are obviously aware, your situation has changed. Jin remained stoic, staring straight ahead. Unfortunately for you, Reece continued, I already know you speak fluent English, which certainly saves us a lot of time, as we might be here a while if I had to learn Mandarin. You had me at a disadvantage earlier, but I learned quite a bit from our stimulating conversation. I am going to need you to fill in a few pieces for me, though, and lucky for me, you gave me all the tools I need. Reece nodded in the direction of the medical supplies on the credenza. Don't mistake this demeanor for weakness. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, some I know the answers to and others I don't. If I have to ask twice, you will learn to appreciate the pain you have been visiting upon others. Reece remained standing. My first question is, why the rush? What makes knowing if Alice is in the game so valuable? Are you on a timeline? And yes, I know that's 3 questions, but I am anxious to get through this since I feel we have spent enough time together today. Jin continued to look straight ahead. You were so much more talkative earlier, Reece said. Reece turned to Ox. Mind giving me the room?
Not at all.
Then can I borrow that raider?
Be my guest,
Ox said, unslinging the suppressed PDW and handing it to his friend before exiting onto the deck. Dr. Guerrero, stand up, Reece ordered. The doctor slowly got to his feet, having been on his knees with his head against the wall for the past 20 minutes. Dr. Guerrero, I am quite capable of using all these tools to get what I need from Mr. Jin here, but I am going to focus on the questions. Jin is a dead man. It's just a question of how. You, on the other hand, have a chance at redemption. I ran your file before I came back in, and know you have a wife and 3 daughters in Quezon. If you want to see them again, you are going to use what skills you have acquired in the area of interrogation to get what I need out of Mr. Jin here.
Yes, of course,
the doctor said, his accent heavy. He was grateful for even the slightest of hopes that he might survive. What have you found is the best way to begin.
Catheter?
He stammered. Well, get on with it, Reece said. Dr. Guerrero pulled on nitrile rubber gloves, tentatively took the Foley catheter from the credenza, coated it with lube from a tube, and placed one end in a plastic urine collection container. Then, without making eye contact with his subject, he grabbed Jin's penis with his left hand and worked the catheter inside. Jin grunted but remained glaring straight ahead. Guerrero paused for a moment when urine began to flow through the tube and into the collection device, then continued to feed the catheter into his subject. He next attached a syringe to the syringe port and pushed down on the plunger, filling up the retention balloon attached to the catheter inside Jin's bladder. You know what's coming, Mr. Jin. You can prevent it, Reece said.
I am an official of the People's Republic of China. I demand you release me at once.
That rings hollow even to me, but I guess she had to give it a shot. Reece looked to the doctor. What's next? Guerrero took a size 7 endotracheal tube, lubed it up, and attempted to insert it into Jin's left nostril. Jin twisted his head to prevent the intrusion, barking something in Mandarin that Reece did not need an interpreter to decipher. Reece stepped around the chair and held Jin's head in place while the doctor inserted the tubes to a specific depth of 3 inches. I honestly would not be here had you not sent a hit team to take me out in Montana. I am not as invested as I once was in being the third option of U.S. foreign policy. To be truthful, I think we are in a steep decline, with the rights I care about being curtailed at an astonishing rate by the very people we elect to represent us in office. Basically, I think the majority of them are a cancer destroying a once great nation and spitting on the graves of all those who sacrificed everything to give them the ability to destroy it from within. I say all that because had you left me alone, I wouldn't even be here. But you didn't. You hurt someone I care about. So now I'm invested. You know what comes next as part of this little experiment. You just told me all about it. You can talk with me here with these tubes in your dick and in your nose, or we can ratchet things up. Choice is yours. Jin responded in rapid-fire Mandarin that was excessively nasally due to the tubes the doctor had taped in place. By the way Guerrero responded, it was clear he spoke fluent Mandarin. Don't bother translating that, Reece said. Reece stood behind his captive and connected 3 zip ties he had taken from the assault force. He then picked up the towel from the table behind him, reached around the front of Jin's face, and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly looping the zip ties over his head and pulling them tight to secure the towel in place. Reece then walked back in front of his prisoner. You are restrained and can't talk, but your fingers can move. Give me a thumbs up when you are ready to cooperate. Doctor, continue. Guerrero wiped sweat from his brow and attached a 20 cc syringe full of fluid to each of the one-way inflation valves built into the endotracheal tubes. His shaking thumb hovered over a plunger connected to the left tube. When he pushed down, it would force the fluid through the tube to expand a balloon designed to be deep in the trachea as a life-saving device. It was now lodged in the nasal passage as a means of torture. The turbinates, also known as nasal concha, are bones covered by glandular tissue that help regulate airflow through the nose. The glandular tissues are flush in nerves and blood vessels. Jin's were about to be destroyed. Last chance, Reece said, looking at Jin's hands. Instead of a thumbs up, Jin turned his hands into fists. Reece nodded to the doctor, who pushed down on the plunger. Even to Reece, who had experience with this type of work, the sound of Jin's turbinates being crushed from the inside was nauseating. Jin's eyes widened, instantly bloodshot and filled with tears. His face turned a bright red as his blood pressure spiked. The veins in his neck bulged and primal groans attempted to escape through the rag wedged in his mouth. "Give me that thumbs up and we can talk. Put an end to this," Reece said. Jin clenched his fists tighter. "Mr. Jin," Reece said, "most everything you told me earlier today is available via open-source intelligence. You are putting yourself through this for another reason. And now I want to know what it is." Reece turned back to Guerrero. "What happens if you add more to that side?" Reece asked.
"His medial wall will shatter."
"What's that?"
"It's the wall of the nasal cavity formed by the nasal septum," he answered.
"Do it," Reece ordered. Guerrero pushed down and added another 10 cc's of pressure to the balloon. A devastating crunch, which reminded Reece of an explosion, erupted from Jin's nose, followed by a torrent of blood. His eyes rolled into his head as his arms and legs pulled at their restraints. He dropped his chin to his chest. Reece stepped forward and pulled his hair back. He was still conscious. "Let's talk, Jin." The Chinese man's fists moved, but then turned back into balls. "Do the other one," Reece ordered the doctor, dropping Jin's head back to his chest. Guerrero pushed down on the plunger leading into the right nostril, expanding the balloon against the nasal concha bones, destroying them and the glandular tissue that surrounded them. Jin's head swung violently from side to side, the geyser of blood that erupted from his right nostril coating his chin and shirt. His face turned a deeper shade of red as his guttural screams were muffled by the rag and zip ties. His eyes threatened to pop out of their sockets and his veins strained against the muscles and skin of his throat. "More," Reece said. Guerrero pushed in additional fluid, expanding the balloon and destroying the medial wall of Jin's right nostril, the sickening sound of breaking bones causing the doctor to wince. Jin's facial expression shifted to horror as the pain radiating through his sinuses caused his stomach to turn against itself, his mouth filling with vomit and bile, some of it escaping around the sides of the rag, filling his airway as his body attempted to suck in life-sustaining oxygen. Not ready for him to die just yet, Reece cut the zip tie around Jin's head. Jin retched again, his body convulsing in its fight for much-needed air. "I'm not thrilled about any of this, Mr. Jin. But you did try to kill me, twice. You almost killed the woman I love, and you were about to put me through this very same interrogation. Something has been bothering me. Even with Alice, you know we are still a ways off from full autonomous control of the military, in particular, the Pacific Fleet." Reece paused and turned to the doctor. "Get the IV for the eye socket ready." Jin sucked in air, his chest heaving. He looked like he had a broken nose and 2 black eyes, the swelling in his face grotesque. "What I know so far is that you conspired with Elba Industries and Representative Christine Harding to steal classified data in transit after setting up one of your submarine captains to launch missiles at Hawaii. That data is now being decrypted by an Elba Industries quantum computer. When it's decrypted, you will have what you need to immobilize the U.S. Pacific Fleet. That quantum computer might also be powerful enough to sway an election. You want to get Harding in the White House and then take Taiwan as quickly as possible. My guess is without any U.S. casualties. Alice might be able to prevent that from happening, but all you know about her is from Harding because she sits on the Intelligence Committee. Alice scares you, but without her autonomously controlling the fleet, she doesn't scare you enough to keep you from invading Taiwan. You know from Harding that Alice has gone to ground and that her conduit to the outside world is through me. With me out of the way, she stays hidden at the deepest levels of the internet. Please stop me if I'm getting any of this wrong." Jin continued to stare at the floor. "With all that said, my death and Alice staying out of China's push across the strait were already almost givens, especially before the fleet goes under autonomous control. So my question, Mr. Jin, before we start this next phase of pain implementation, is why do you really need me and Alice off the board? There is something more." Jin closed his eyes. Reece could tell he was focusing on his breathing. "Jin, you tell me, and I promise I'll kill you quick." Reece snapped his fingers. Between breaths, Jin said something else in Mandarin. Reece looked to Dr. Guerrero, who just shook his head. "All right. You had your chance." Reece shoved the rag back into Jin's mouth, forcing it deep into his throat. He then stepped behind the prisoner and yanked his head back, sliding his right arm around his neck. placing his right hand on his left bicep. His left hand went to the back of Jin's head in a rear-naked choke. Instead of putting Jin to sleep, he held his head in place as Guerrero approached with the needle and catheter. Jin attempted to twist his head, but he was held in place by Reece's constrictive lock. The rag stifled his screams as Guerrero inserted the needle into the outside corner of Jin's left eye. The doctor pushed the sharp spike to the back of the socket and then extracted it, leaving the catheter, which he taped in place. He then attached it to an IV bag of saline solution. Reece released Jin from his chokehold and stepped back around to face his subject. Jin thrashed his head, trying desperately to dislodge the catheter. Reece would have felt sorry for him, had he not been responsible for almost killing Katie. Before I have Dr. Guerrero open the roller clamp and raise the IV bag, I want to give you one more chance to tell me why you really needed me and Alice out of play. Veins continued to bulge on Jin's neck. His face so red Reece thought he might drop dead of a heart attack at any moment. His face was swollen, disfigured from the broken bones and damaged tissues in his nose. His hands remained clenched in fists. Nothing? Well, at least I know I did all I could. Reece nodded at the doctor, indicating that he should raise the IV bag and start the flow. Guerrero made sure the slide clamp was open. He adjusted the roller clamp to regulate the flow rate and visually ensured the drip chamber was half full before raising it up to shoulder level, allowing the liquid saline solution to flow into Jin's eye socket. It did not take long for the pressure to build. If you pass out when your eyeball pops out, don't worry. I won't take the other one until you wake up, Reece said. Jin's face changed from dark purple to a bright red as the acute pain triggered a sympathetic response from the infusion of liquid pressure behind his eye. How long until his eye comes out? Reece asked.
Just a few minutes,
Guerrero responded. Jin's right eye was already noticeably bulging. He was fighting it. What if he doesn't tell me? What if this doesn't work? This guy is tough. As Jin's left eye continued to bulge, Reece reached down between his legs and grabbed the Foley catheter. He applied pressure and saw Jin's determination turn to fear. The retention balloon in Jin's bladder was designed to hold the catheter in place to drain urine from the body. It was meant to be deflated before removal. Reece began to pull, dragging the balloon into Jin's urethra and prostate, generating a whole new level of pain. Reece watched as the blood entered the catheter and mixed with the urine in the collection container. The agony in Jin's face had reached a new level of intensity. Instead of thrashing, his head shook in place. For a moment, Reece thought he was having a seizure. Then he realized that Jin was losing control. Reece continued to pull on the Foley catheter, and at the moment Reece felt like Jin's eye was going to pop out of his head, his right-hand fist turned into a thumbs up. "Stop the drip," Reece ordered. Guerrero lowered the bag and closed the slide clamp. "And fix this," Reece said, indicating the Foley catheter. The doctor deflated the balloon. He maneuvered it back into Jin's bladder and re-inflated it, providing a moment of, if not relief, then at least a reduction in the excruciating pain. Reece pulled the rag from Jin's mouth. "Time to talk." Chapter 40. Jin struggled to breathe. Reece gave him just a few seconds. "I can turn the IV back on or rip this out at any time," Reece said, drawing back on the tube in his hand. Jin moaned in pain and Reece let up on the pressure. "Talk." Jin's eye was nearly out of the socket. His face was so distorted that he looked like he was already dead. Jin muttered something in Mandarin. "English," Reece ordered.
"The Four Noble Buddhist Truths,"
Jin stuttered between breaths.
"Suffering, the cause of suffering, the end of suffering, the path to the end of suffering."
"All life is suffering." "I can help you with the fourth truth," Reece said, referring to the path to the end of suffering. "Tell me what I need to know and you will suffer no more."
"Satellites."
"What?"
"Satellites,"
Jin said again. What do you mean? I thought this was about Alice.
It is, you dumb fuck.
The Chinese man spat. He paused to gather himself as Reece added pressure to the catheter.
She needs to stay out of play. But it's bigger than Alice and you. This is about control. With Alice not in play, the U.S. still has an advantage in the low orbital satellite domain. They blanket the Earth and control everything from communications to navigation to banking, to say nothing of internet and television.
Alba Industries has a space program, Reece said, remembering his conversation with Lawrence Miles in Sausalito.
Bravo, American,
Jin said as he struggled to breathe. He's going to take out our low orbital satellites? And in destroying them, he also takes out his competition, Reece said, thinking aloud. The world becomes dependent on Elba. But we could just take him out.
Unless you are almost there, Mr. Reece.
Unless he already had assurances that the U.S. military would not interfere, Reece said.
And where does that kind of assurance come from?
Jin asked. The Oval Office. Jin managed a half-smile through his excruciating pain.
And there it is,
Jin said. You still need Elba Industries to decrypt the data they stole, Reece pointed out.
And if that's already done...
Is it? Jin nodded. You paralyze the Pacific Fleet, destroy the low orbital satellites, and take Taiwan. What about Alice? Reece asked.
You tell me.
Take me through it, Reece said. The data grab, you confirm it was Elba Industries?
Yes, though they could not have done it without us.
What do you mean?
We needed each other. Andrew Hart is involved with classified data storage programs. Harding is on the Intelligence Committee. Hart has a fledgling rocket program. China's rocket and space program is far more advanced than the West believes. Hart has a quantum computer, light years ahead of his competitors, and of anything we have in China.
Except Alice.
Correct. Grabbing data is one thing, storing it is another, and accessing it is yet another. To run a quantum computer, you need power. People would notice if Elba Industries built a power plant in Palo Alto. But if we build one in the Pacific, it's a lot less noticeable. Especially if it brings power to a disenfranchised community.
The data is on his island? Coralina, off Buru in Indonesia?
Yes.
And it's decrypted?
Yes.
Tell me about the satellites.
What do you know of the Kessler effect?
Tell me about it.
Think of it as a chain reaction of colliding debris in space. Satellites hitting other satellites. The world, to a large extent, even your military, is dependent on low orbital satellites that communicate with one another. China has been focused on launching mid- and high-orbital geostationary satellites for the past few years, as has Elba Industries. Once Elba takes out the low-orbital satellites with an anti-satellite missile campaign designed to capitalize on the Kessler effect, the amount of debris that would blanket the low-orbital altitudes would seal us in.
What does that mean?
The current space race is frozen in time. It could take 2 decades, maybe more, for the debris to eventually burn up in the atmosphere. Until then, my country and Elba Industries control space.
Which means you control communication and navigation on Earth, Reece said.
Precisely. And banking and credit card transactions, the power grid, emails. The world will be entirely dependent on us.
And you are going to launch missiles from Hart's Island?
Yes.
And Hart outsmarts everyone.
I see you are bright enough to connect the next few dots, but you have made a serious miscalculation, Mr. Reece. In your attempt to get answers, you inadvertently started a clock. Our candidate is not yet in the White House, yet you have me here. Undoubtedly, my government is going to correctly assume that you made me talk. What do you think that does to their calculus?
It speeds it up, Reece thought.
Instead of launching next year with our man, or in this case our woman, in the White House, you just triggered the invasion. We are going now. When Minister Yoon does not hear back from me, Beijing is going to conclude you know about Harding, which means they will not wait. It was going to happen in a way that kept the conflict from going nuclear. Harding was going to see to that. By next spring, Alice might be connected to all your autonomous military assets, but now, because of you, an unknown entity might then be in the White House. Today, only one of those variables is a factor. You might have just initiated both a Taiwan offensive and a nuclear exchange with the United States.
How do I stop it?
How do you think?
Stop the launch against the satellites.
Very good, Mr. Reece. And after this, you'd better kill me, or, as you know, I'll never stop coming for you. But remember, Miss Boranek's injury was no fault of mine. That was you. You put her in the line of fire. And I can see in your eyes that you know it.
Reece thought of Katie, bleeding out in his arms. He reached down and yanked the catheter out of Jin's penis. The retention balloon in his bladder ruptured his prostate and ripped the length of his urethra tube. Jin opened his mouth in a silent scream as he watched blood spew from his genitals. Dr. Guerrero's eyes opened wide with terror. He should kill him, Reece. He thought of Lauren and Lucy. Reece turned to the doctor. Guerrero's eyes were wide, paralyzed with fear. You are getting a second lease on life today, Doctor. My friends outside, they are going to keep tabs on you. If they find out you have slipped up and are doing any of this sort of shit for China, you and your entire family are going to leave the world just like Mr. Jin. Understand? Guerrero nodded frantically. Good. Reece stood, leveled the suppressor, and put 2 bullets into Jin's head. The truth of the end of suffering. He walked across the room and exited onto the deck in the afternoon sun, where Ox was leaning against the railing. What's the fastest way to Indonesia? Reece asked.
Why? What's up?
We need to prevent World War III. Part 3. The Trials. And war broke out in heaven. Revelation chapter 12, verses 7 through 9. Chapter 41. Manila, Republic of the Philippines. It was early evening when the nondescript Casa C-212 landed at Ninoy Aquino International Airport in Manila and taxied to a private hangar leased through a CIA front company. The pilot wore shorts, flip-flops, a beige and maroon Hawaiian shirt, and a battered blue ball cap with Evergreen written across the crown. He looked like he had more miles on him than did the venerable twin-engine turboprop. In production since the 1970s, the boxy cargo plane had become a workhorse in civilian and military aviation circles for its durability, reliability, and superior short takeoff and landing capabilities. Licensed through a Spanish company for manufacture in Indonesia, the Casa 212 was not an uncommon sight in the skies of Southeast Asia. Available in a variety of configurations, this particular aircraft was set up as a cargo plane, so the seats were the fold-down, side-facing variety, similar to the Casas Reece had jumped from at the Army free-fall parachutist course in Yuma, Arizona, when he was just starting his journey in the SEAL teams. Before they went wheels up, Reece had used Ox's encrypted Cryptol phone to fill Vic in on what he had learned over the past 24 hours. The two operators sat across from one another, and though Reece was never comfortable sleeping on planes, he was out just minutes after takeoff and didn't regain consciousness until they touched down. The other members of the ISA team had split up and gone their separate ways following the operation in Laoag, blending back into the fabric of the Philippines. A young CIA officer was waiting on them with a crystal pearl Toyota Land Cruiser 300 and a change of clothes for Reece, who was still in his beige jumpsuit. He introduced himself as Norm Bryce and handed Reece shopping bags from the Makati district, explaining it was the best he could do on short notice. Reece found a restroom in the hangar, splashed cold water on his face, and changed into tan slacks, a dark blue, short-sleeved button-up shirt, and boat shoes. Better than the jumpsuit. The Philippines has long been the Pacific hub of America's fourth branch of government, with Manila in effect its regional headquarters. From the OSS days in World War II to Edward Lansdale and the Huck Rebellion, as a staging area for operations into Vietnam and through the global war on terror, the CIA had a long history in Southeast Asia. The embassy was the home to the Regional Service Center, tasked with creating and disseminating information to influence local populations, and to the Special Collections Service, a joint CIA-NSA program focused on data collection across the region. It had also long been the forward-deployed site of the agency's China Operations Working Group. Manila Station was busy. The 3.3-liter twin-turbo V6 diesel engine powered the new model Land Cruiser through the Manila traffic, making short work of the 20-minute drive. "Who's the station chief?" Reece asked. "Marion Oates," Bryce replied. "She's the best station chief I've ever worked for. Well, she's the only one, but she's fantastic. Her mom is from the Philippines, so she is dialed in here. They call her the Iron Eagle." "Why's that?" "Some say it's because the eagle is the national bird of the Philippines. She was also quite the triathlete in college, from what I understand. Placed high in an Ironman. Now she scuba dives. I think it's because the station is so busy that underwater is the only place people can't reach her. But the rumor is that at the farm she liked to watch Iron Eagle." "The film? Apparently she's got a thing for 80s action movies." "I like her already," Reece said. Located on the water of South Harbor on Manila Bay off Roas Boulevard, with Manila Ocean Park and the Rizal Hotel to the north and Dolomite Beach to the south, the United States Embassy reminded Reece of a miniature White House. The main chancery was built in 1940 and was then occupied by the Japanese after the fall of Bataan and Corregidor. It was retaken in the Battle of Manila in 1945 by U.S. forces and Philippine guerrillas in a campaign that saw the most intense urban combat of the Pacific War. The embassy flagpole still bears the bullets from the fighting. Not long after, the embassy was the location of the Japanese war crimes trials. They pulled up to a gate that looked like it was built to stop a speeding truck laden with explosives, which is why, in fact, it had been constructed. A Marine guard approached and Bryce rolled down his window. He held up his embassy ID as another Marine ran a lighted telescoping inspection mirror under the vehicle. The guards were obviously familiar with Bryce and recognized the Land Cruiser. Marines have had a relationship with the State Department dating back to 1798. Not long after World War II, the Marines were tasked with providing security to U.S. embassies and consulates around the world. Each time Reece passed through security into an embassy complex, He couldn't help but think just how exposed those brave young Marines were as they stood their posts. Reece remembered the story his father had told him about Marine Corporal James Conrad Marshall, who was killed defending the embassy in Saigon during the Tet Offensive in 1968. And he thought of Lance Corporal Robert Bobby McMaw, who was killed along with 62 others on April 18, 1983, when the embassy in Beirut was targeted by a clash of cultures. "You a case officer?" Reece asked as they exited the vehicle. "No, sir. DSD data scientist." "A what?" "Department of Science and Technology," Bryce said. "You can look it up on the CIA website." The two operators followed the young CIA man up a short flight of steps. He swiped his badge on a reader that unlocked a set of doors leading to a quarterdeck where another Marine guard stood ready. The guard buzzed them past the next barrier, and Bryce led them into a small room with what looked like P.O. boxes. "If you have a phone or smartwatch, you can leave them here," he said. Ox and Bryce dumped their phones into boxes and locked them with the provided key while Reece waited, since he had nothing but his watch and the clothes on his back. Bryce then guided them through a series of hallways and down a flight of steps and into the heart of the CIA's station in Manila. He stopped at an office with an open door and knocked on the doorframe. "Miss Oates, we made it." Bryce stepped inside, followed by Reece and Ox. A woman who looked to be around Reece's age sat behind a desk with two large monitors. She looked up and hit a button, closing out whatever she had been working on. She then stood and walked around her desk, extending her hand to Reece. "Shall we forego the Mr. Donovan part?" she asked. "I don't think it really matters anymore," Reece replied, shaking her hand. "Well then, Mr. Reece, I'm Marion Oates." "Ox," she said, shaking the old sergeant major's hand.
"Miss Oates?"
he replied. "Mr. Bryce, thank you for scooping them up for me." "My pleasure, ma'am." "What have these two told you about me?" she asked, moving her hands to her hips. Obviously fit and attractive, she was dressed in black pants and a white blouse. She was about 5'7", maybe 5'8" in her heels. A rose and gold-colored women's Citizen ProMaster dive watch adorned her left wrist.
"He's been asleep most of the time,"
Ox replied. "Well, let's get acquainted as we walk," she said, leading the way out of her office. "We have a VTC with Langley in 5 minutes." Reece looked at his watch. "Isn't it like 4 a.m. there?" he asked. 3 a.m., but a potential war with China gets people out of bed, even at headquarters. "I guess that would do it," Reece said. "Where were you before this?" "Argentina. But I've been through Manila on 2 other postings. My dad was Navy. He met my mom here. Brought her back to the States in '79. I still have a lot of family here, which, as chief of station, is both a blessing and a curse. I grew up in Norfolk, went the Georgetown route and interned at the agency. The Tagalog got me in. Did a stint in Afghanistan early on, but hardly left Bagram Air Base. I just missed you in Baghdad. I saw the highlight reel. You guys did some impressive work there."
"We had a great team,"
Reece replied, looking at Ox. She stopped at the end of a hallway and held up her blue badge to a scanner. It beeped and she punched in a code. The door clicked and opened to a skiff with a large monitor at the end of the room. The men remained standing until the station chief had taken her seat at the head of the table. Then Reece sat to her right, Ox to her left, and Bryce took the chair in front of Ox where he could also troubleshoot any technical problems. "Mr. Reece," she began. "Just Reece is fine." "All right, Reece. Director Rodriguez gave me the heads up early this morning. He also asked me to withhold briefing the ambassador, which is unusual, to say the least. But he also gave me some additional background and told me that we are to extend you and Ox every courtesy. Now, I've worked with Ox before and know you by reputation, but I would be extremely naive to think that something is not about to blow up in my face." "Ox," Reece said.
"Well, there are a few dead bodies up north with ties to Chinese intelligence. They will all have 9mm bullets in them, no casings or cameras. There could be video of Reece being taken off the plane from Macau and into first police custody and then Chinese custody, but I doubt either China or the Philippine police are going to want to dig too deep."
I see. Director Rodriguez informed me that there is time-sensitive intelligence linked to a possible invasion of Taiwan.
Reece opened his mouth to speak, but the video monitor came to life. He expected to look up and see Vic and Andy. Instead, he turned his head to look into the eyes of the President of the United States. Chapter 42. "Madam President," Reece said. He recognized President Olson's location in the White House Situation Room where he had first met her the previous year.
President Olson,
Marion Oates said, successfully masking her surprise at suddenly having an audience with the president.
Commander Reece, Ms. Oates, Sergeant Major Andrews, and I understand Mr. Bryce is with us as well.
Madam President, Bryce stammered.
I'm here with Director Howe, Director Rodriguez, and Andy Danreb, the president said, getting straight to business. The National Security Council will be here at 6 a.m. Due to the unique nature of this threat, I want to hear it direct, no filters, and without the politics of the Council.
Despite the early hour, President Gail Olson was dressed in a navy blue pantsuit over a white blouse. An American flag pin adorned her left lapel. She had not been swayed by the politics of either party to add another nation's flag, signifying that regardless of her personal party affiliation, she was a president for all Americans. Of Danish-Cuban descent and hailing from Florida's 9th Congressional District, she had delivered her home state for the martyred president, balancing Christensen's more libertarian views and unapologetic support of capitalism with her strong track record on the left. She had been promoted from major to lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve JAG Corps while in office, and had recently joined Presidents Polk, Buchanan, Hayes, Coolidge, Truman, and Johnson in not seeking a second term.
Director Rodriguez has given us a preliminary briefing, and I understand time is of the essence to preempt the launch of a new weapons system that would take out all low-orbital satellites, the consequences of which I understand to be catastrophic.
That is correct, Reece said. Up to this point, we were working off information that indicated China wanted to know our quantum computer capability and status of our autonomous weapons connectivity in advance of a possible invasion of Taiwan.
They wanted to know about Alice, the president said.
Yes, which is why they first targeted me and then tried to make me an offer I couldn't refuse. In the course of a subsequent interview, I was made aware of a plan to take out low Earth orbital satellites, a plan involving both China and an American company called Elba Industries.
Madam President, if I may,
Vic interjected.
Please,
the president said, leaning back in her chair.
Mr. Danreb,
Vic said,
please give us a brief rundown on what you have learned since Commander Reece's update 4 hours ago, as we are quite literally on the clock.
Danreb cleared his throat. For anyone not familiar with Kessler syndrome, it is a theory first proposed by NASA scientist Donald J. Kessler in the late 1970s. His assertion was that as more and more countries put satellites into low Earth orbit, the greater the chances of a collision. He proposed that a collision in low orbit would in turn create more debris, setting off a chain reaction of devastating collisions. The net result would be a blanket of space junk that effectively seals the Earth, making it nearly impossible to launch satellites into low orbit or through low orbit into mid or high orbits. Now, if that were to happen, it's advantaged China by a wide margin.
Why is that?
Asked the president. We are dependent on low orbital satellites for almost every aspect of daily life, from banking to credit cards to mobile phone and Wi-Fi communications. Not to mention our very power grid. Low orbital satellites are owned by private corporations who have close to 9,000 active satellites in orbit, with Elon Musk's Starlink making up more than 50%. They avoid collision through AI-based communications systems that allow them to move out of each other's way, which happens every 4 to 6 minutes. They are continuously sharing their locations to triangulate positions and maneuver accordingly. We, and by we I mean the intelligence and defense establishments, rent space from these private companies because they can launch to low orbits a lot more efficiently than can NASA.
As in the recent SpaceX Falcon 9 launch under the National Security Space Launch Program,
the president said. That's right. With that launch, SpaceX put 6 classified missile detection satellites built by L3 Harris Technologies and Northrop Grumman into low orbit for the Missile Defense Agency and Space Development Agency. Those specific satellites are part of the Hypersonic and Ballistic Tracking Space Sensor Program and Tracking Layer Program. They are largely prototypes testing the feasibility of building out a more robust satellite constellation for global indications and warnings and follow-on tracking and targeting of advanced missile threats. The thing to keep in mind is that all 6 of those satellites went into low orbit.
What is the significance of low orbit?
The president asked. Speed and vulnerability, Danreb said. Over the past 20 years, we doubled down on low orbit because of the speed with which those satellites communicate. Everything is faster at lower altitudes. It is that speed on which we have become dependent. China, on the other hand, has been launching communications, military, and spy satellites at a feverish pace, almost 70 launches per year, but they have focused on mid and high orbital positioning. We currently maintain a huge lead in low Earth orbital satellites, but China is ahead in the mid to high ranges. If we lost our low orbital satellites, so goes our advantage. But, and I'll reiterate this, we could not even rebuild our low orbital capability because no one would be able to put anything into low orbit or even get through low orbit to mid or high orbit.
For how long?
Asked Director Howe. No one knows for certain, but some predictive models assess that it could be a quarter century.
Enough time for China to take Taiwan and even push farther into the Pacific with our defenses down,
Howe said. We currently have the technological advantage, but that is because of our low orbital dominance, Danreb continued. Our assessment is that China plans to eliminate that advantage.
How would they do it?
The president asked. By creating a layer of debris, space junk, if you will, at low orbit.
Explain.
Imagine different sizes of space debris. Dust results in what can best be described as sandblasting. A 1 millimeter sphere like a BB does damage, but most satellites have Nextel and Kevlar shields that protect them from objects of that size. At 10 millimeters, we start to see problems. That's something about the size of a marble. A 10 millimeter sphere would have the energy of being hit by a motorcycle going 100 miles an hour. Now, with a 20 millimeter sphere, which is about the size of a golf ball, the effects are devastating. They impact at hypersonic speeds, mv squared. Velocity matters. Think of this as a dump truck going 300 miles an hour. Small, golf ball-sized items impact with such tremendous force that the satellite they hit in turn disintegrates and creates several thousand more particles, which hit additional satellites and eventually create a blanket of debris so thick that we can't even replace the satellites in low orbit, nor can we launch through that blanket of debris into the mid or high orbital range where China currently has the advantage. Nothing gets through. The world we have become accustomed to and the system we have become dependent upon is no more.
That still doesn't explain how China could trigger this Kessler syndrome.
With a counter-orbital anti-satellite weapons system, probably a Gravity 2 medium-lift launch vehicle, built by China's Orion Space Technology with assistance from the state-owned China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation, with a payload of more than 1 million 20-millimeter aluminum spheres, it would be launched into low orbit and detonated using a shaped charge, sending those golf ball-sized projectiles into counter-orbit. Danreb read the room and saw more than a few confused faces. Have you ever shot clays? He asked the president.
What do you mean?
Sporting clays, trap, skeet, that kind of thing.
I'm familiar,
she replied. Well, if clay targets are going right to left or left to right, one technique you can use is to lead them a bit, depending on distance and swing through. Imagine a cloud of shot traveling across the path of the clay. That's what we are talking about here, only there are 9,000 clays in the sky and each of them is destroyed by the counter-orbital cloud of shot. That debris, or in the clay target example, the fragments of the destroyed targets, then stays in orbit, scattering in all directions and taking out even more satellites until nothing is intact, turning the atmosphere at that altitude into a solid cloud of debris. Anything you try to launch through that debris field is immediately destroyed.
And China has this capability.
We believe it's a joint capability between China and Elba Industries. China needs Elba's quantum-enabled AI for the classified data decryption, and Elba needs China's power plant to power it. They collaborate on the missile technology to take out all satellites in low orbit. That would severely hamper our ability to defend ourselves, to say nothing of defending Taiwan.
This Elba AI, how advanced is it?
The president asked.
That is unknown, Vic said, taking over from Danreb. They have kept it relatively hidden. Alice did become aware of it and its potential when it was used to kill a reporter who was on his way to California from New York to conduct an interview with Elba Industries CEO Andrew Hart. The journalist's brother worked at Elba. We think he may have leaked information on their AI capability.
And they took him out?
To anyone investigating, it looked like an electric vehicle had a malfunction. People expect that will happen, but Alice was able to get inside and see that its signals manipulation came from an island in Indonesia off the west coast of Buru called Coralina. They tried to hide island ownership through multiple business layers and front companies, but Alice tracked it back to Andrew Hart. She can explain, Vic said. Alice, was that explanation close? A blurry avatar appeared in a corner of the video teleconference screen, and Alice's voice filled the room.
Yes. Alba Industries calls their version of me Napoleon. They built him specifically to stay hidden. They made a mistake when they tested him against the journalist. That departure from protocol gave me a window. He was in and out in an instant. They have a firewall that I have yet to penetrate, but that's because I have not yet tried. Think of it as passive targeting. Once I focus my considerable resources against it, I'll get in. The second-order effect is that Napoleon and Alba Industries will know. I estimate that with that knowledge, there is an 86% chance that they would launch their anti-satellite missiles. But I have identified my target. I know where he is, and now I can hunt him. What is that?
Marion asked, not quite believing what she was witnessing. We will have to read you in later, Reece said, realizing that Alice was starting to think like him.
Deal.
Alice, if you get in, could you shut them down? Reece asked.
Napoleon is an unknown system specifically designed to counter my capabilities.
So we don't know.
That is correct,
Alice replied before dissolving from the screen.
According to what Commander Reece was able to ascertain in Macau and the Philippines, China wants to reunify Taiwan before our fleet goes autonomous with Overmatch next year, Vic said. Population-wise, they are as strong as they will ever be. Alice was an unknown they wanted to turn into a known, but even without that information, all indications are that our fleet will have the capability to be autonomous next year. And now that we know of their intention to wipe out all low-orbital satellites and render that layer of the atmosphere useless for decades, we may have inadvertently triggered their attack. We gauge that just by discovering this information, we may have moved up their timeline.
Explain,
said the president.
They know they will never be in a better position than right now. China wants a peaceful reunification of Taiwan, but the window for that possibility just closed. Their campaign will start with what amounts to a technological decapitation in taking out the low-orbital satellites. They take away our technological advantage, which puts us on our heels, not just militarily, but also economically and societally. Then, they assassinate the Taiwanese leadership from within using sleeper cells already in place, install their government waiting in the wings, take key infrastructure via special operations, and block the seas to the east and west while they conduct amphibious landings along the west coast and large-scale airborne assaults in the east. Special operations forces take airfields, power plants, and news centers. If we move to intervene militarily, China will have the ability to further hamper a conventional U.S. response by rendering the fleet at Guam inoperable, like they did with their cyber attack during COVID in 2020. That attack will be all the more effective now that the Alba Industries quantum computer has decrypted all our classified data pertaining to the Pacific Fleet. What they did to our naval assets in Guam in 2020 was just a test. With their newfound data, they could do the same thing to the fleet in Pearl Harbor and the West Coast. They could also hit us with state and non-state hacker attacks, shutting down banks, erasing credit card data, stock transactions, even identities, through state driver's license databases, creating panic for us domestically. China has a close relationship with Tehran, and there is the possibility of terrorist attacks inside the United States via Iranian proxies. The FBI is tracking as many illegal border crossers coming into the U.S. from countries that harbor Iranian proxy forces as they can, but they do not have eyes on everyone. China will want to keep it non-nuclear, but they could potentially hit targets with transonic, supersonic, hypersonic, and high hypersonic missiles in Hawaii, Alaska, and the West Coast, with ports in Seattle, Long Beach, and San Diego being probable targets with conventional or unconventional weapons. They know that a nuclear response from the United States would result in the deaths of half their country, which is over 500 million people.
Why risk that?
If they do not use nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons, they believe we are constrained to non-nuclear options. And because, in their original plan, this all came to fruition with someone else in the White House, someone they knew would not intervene militarily.
Harding?
I have a separate brief for you on Representative Harding,
Vic said. Do we know the location of the anti-satellite missile launch sites?
President Olson said. Andy, Vic said. We have located 2 possible launch facilities, Danreb said. One is the Xicheng Satellite Launch Center in southwest China, and the other is Coralina Island in Indonesia.
We could target those sites with submarine-launched or surface-launched missiles, or intercontinental ballistic missiles, or B-21 Raiders, the president said.
The issue with targeting those sites is that China or HART could launch before our missiles hit, especially if Napoleon has decrypted all the defense and intelligence data. Our weapons could hit their sites after the anti-satellite missiles had detonated in low orbit.
How do we know there is a launch site in Indonesia?
A China-based renewable energy company with projects across Southeast Asia began building a power plant on the island of Buru in partnership with the Indonesian government a few years ago. It's an eco-friendly venture focused on biomass, thermal energy, wind, water, and solar. They built it under the auspices of helping the people of Buru and other islands in the Indonesian archipelago. Our assessment was that it was to support a rare earth metal mining push by China, like we have seen them do in Africa. Gold was discovered on Buru in 2011. The power plant was a response to the mining industry that developed around that discovery, or so we thought. China is also the world leader in construction of artificial islands. They've built them to expand their territorial waters for over 2 decades. They've gotten quite good at constructing man-made islands and tunnels. Their subs are built and launched from tunnels to counter our spy satellites, so they have a lot of experience in the field. We now think the mining activity on Buru was cover for action that allowed China to build a power plant and explain away the digging that goes into building underground missile silos. We know the locations of all launch sites in China via our technical intelligence capability and our human sources, but we were focused on China proper. A private island, owned by an American on one of over 18,000 islands in Indonesia, was not on our radar.
We need to be vigilant and avoid actions that speed up their timeline, the president said, thinking aloud. Could we move naval assets closer?
Yes, but that could also trigger a launch.
Could we launch the standby assault squadron at Dam Neck?
Yes, but same situation, Danreb said. China knows when C-17s leave Oceania and Pope almost better than we do. With the data decrypted and accessible by Napoleon, they might know there's been a recall at Dam Neck as soon as the alert goes out. I think Hart's endgame is to launch the anti-satellite weapons whether China invades Taiwan or not. It wasn't about Taiwan for him. China needed the decrypted data and he needed their missile technology. They launch those anti-satellite missiles and the world order changes.
It seems our options are limited, said the president.
Reece, Vic said.
Madam President, here in Manila, I'm the closest asset we've got. I'm closer than SEALs in Guam and certainly Dam Neck or Delta on the East Coast. Plus, no one will know that I'm inserting from here. We skirt the issue of inadvertently triggering an immediate launch. We might have hours or days, but Hart is going to launch. That gives him what he's always wanted. He outsmarts his competition and becomes the next tech giant of the 21st century.
What do you propose?
The president asked. Vic, are there any maritime branch assets in the area?
Closest asset is in the Malacca Sea just north of Buru, changing out pods,
Vic said in reference to undersea monitoring devices disguised as rocks. How many operators aboard?
5, 2 boat drivers, 1 paramilitary officer, and 2 contractors.
So 3 shooters. Okay, get me and Ox aboard. That gives us 5. The clock is ticking. China is putting the pieces together right now. We are in their window. If Hart takes out those satellites, we are in deep shit. Is the boat outfitted with kit?
It is.
Just get me close, Vic.
That's still 3,000 miles away. How do we get you there?
He asked. What kind of air assets do you have here? Reece asked the station chief.
It's the biggest station in Asia,
she replied. Good, because I'm going to need to borrow a plane. What do you need? Does Air America out at the airport have anything with a little longer reach than that Casa 212?
Of course, we're the CIA, but I've been down that way on dive trips in the Banda Sea. Airstrips in the area don't support larger aircraft. Most people go through Davao, Brunei.
Jakarta or Darwin. That's okay, we are not going to land.
Oh?
We're going to jump. Chapter 43. Banda Sea, northwest of Buru Island, Republic of Indonesia. Early evening was Andrew Hart's favorite time to be on the water. He handled the 44-foot Spirit Yacht sloop with the confidence of a seasoned professional in the steady breeze of the Banda Sea. The 3 years it had taken to design and build in Suffolk in eastern England had been worth the wait. Christened the St. George, the sleek, wood-hulled sailboat celebrated the classic lines of 1930s yacht design. She retained the DNA of her longer 46-foot racing cousin, but with a wider cockpit and enough beam and headroom to support a host of amenities that allowed her to be handled single-handedly anywhere in the world. She hid a racing performance profile beneath the skin of a vessel built for exploring. Hart had been drawn to Spirit Yacht's attention to detail. Just as when he had created Napoleon, nothing was left to chance. Aboard the St. George was the only place he was disconnected from the technology that had shaped his life and would shape the future of the planet. She also was a motivator. Under sail, he could not help but think about the regattas he had lost to legends like Larry Ellison and some of the other tech giants. The St. George was his inspiration. The boat gave him energy. With all sheets and halyards cleated in the center cockpit, Hart could handle the boat without assistance, but he still asked Novak to adjust the overlapping jib as necessary. The wind was coming in from the northeast at a sustained 8 to 10 knots, which would allow them to sail into the lagoon and catch a glimpse of the rocket that would change the world order. Before casting off, they had received a message from Chen Yun informing them that Bajin had disappeared. He had been on a mission to capture and interrogate James Reece. A new factor had entered the calculus. "Stand by to tack," Hart said, even though he didn't need to. Novak was fairly useless underway. "Tacking," Hart announced. He simultaneously released the port jib sheet while turning the sloop gracefully through the wind with the boom passing safely over their heads. As the sail flapped across the foredeck, he completed his 90-degree course change and re-cleated the sheet on the starboard side. "Our countrymen may have inadvertently forced China's hand," Novak said. "They may have," Hart said, looking up to check the sails. "We still have a way out." "A way out?" "You pay me to think through contingencies." "Worst case?" "Worst case depends on your point of view," Novak pointed out. "And your side?" "Yes, China could decide to take Taiwan, not knowing if the U.S. has an AI quantum computer autonomously controlling its military forces in the Pacific and without taking out the low-orbital satellites." "Why would they take Taiwan without essentially turning the U.S. deaf and blind?" "You asked me for worst case. I don't anticipate that happening, but it's a possibility. The U.S. could prevent us from launching the Gravity 2 and engage in direct military confrontation with China, in which case China could implement all asymmetric retaliatory measures. A cyber attack on the fleet in Guam, hacking attacks across the U.S. domestically, and terror attacks through Iranian proxies in major metropolitan areas," Hart said, reiterating what they both already knew. "That's right. Things could get very messy." "If James Reece got Bajin to talk and now knows about the anti-satellite capability, what actions does the U.S. take?" "They could handle it diplomatically, but as of yet there have been no communications on this issue via diplomatic channels. Which means they may be preparing for war. But to be clear, we have received no indications that they have made any changes to their force posture. There have been no alerts to the Pacific Fleet, no alerts to their Tier 1 Special Operations units. If James Reece somehow got information out of Jin, it's quite possible that information did not include our capability here in Indonesia. Right now, there are too many unknowns." "Or everything has changed," Hart said. "China may act just because of what the Americans might now know." Hart sailed into the mouth of the lagoon. "If the U.S. knows this is a possible launch site for a Gravity 2, they have given no indication of that to be the case," Novak said. "There she is," Hart said. He furled the jib, knowing that he could not push too far into the lagoon or they would lose their ability to maneuver, with the wind blocked by the trees and limestone cliffs. The 3-stage 4-booster launch vehicle had been brought in on a cargo ship ostensibly delivering supplies for a power plant being built to help the impoverished people of Buru. Months earlier, the world had watched as China and Orion Space launched a Gravity 1 rocket into orbit from a ship in the Yellow Sea, in a proof of concept monitored closely by the world's intelligence agencies. The Defu 15002 mobile sea launch platform looked almost exactly like a cargo ship, but instead of a deck stacked with shipping containers, its deck was purpose-built for launching rockets. What those same intelligence agencies did not know was that a cargo ship supposedly supplying a power plant on Buru as part of a joint Chinese and Indonesian green energy project had secretly been loaded with a Gravity 2 rocket and transported to Indonesia. Once off Buru, it had been camouflaged and moved by a barge of the same design as the deck portion of the Defu 15002 through the lagoon to its current position. Limestone cliffs protected it from the north and west, and additional scaffolding already in place allowed it to be camouflaged from above with a thick, plastic retractable screen that looked like the lagoon on satellite imagery. That no additional military or intelligence assets had been allocated to Indonesia told Hart that, thus far, their secret was safe. But he also knew that secrets of this magnitude lasted only so long. The United States was well aware of all launch sites in China, but they were not tracking a small private island off Buru in the Indonesian archipelago as a possible launch site for an anti-satellite missile that would change the course of history. With the rocket in place, Hart was only waiting on the signal from Beijing. He had passed the decrypted information from the data transfer to the Ministry of State Security weeks ago. They were ready to use it to immobilize the Pacific Fleet. Hart and his partners in China would have preferred to wait until Harding was in the White House, but of even greater importance was launching before the autonomous fleet was fully fielded. And if the United States intelligence apparatus had become aware of their plan, there was no choice but to move forward now. This is how you change the world. You outsmart them all. The security force was kept to a minimum to avoid drawing too much attention. It was mostly for keeping up appearances. They were brought in well after construction was complete and thought they were guarding an eccentric, rich tech mogul. They were Peruvian, poached from Perkins's last job. The 20 contractors had a bunkhouse and were well-paid, well-fed, and well-sexed. Perkins kept them happy with prostitutes from Batam and Bali, Indonesia being a hotbed of human trafficking. This clearly accelerates things, Hart said. Now we are waiting on approval from Beijing, which I expect will come shortly. All assets are in place. Alice remains an unknown, but that cannot be helped. Right now, there is nothing to signify that Bajin talked. The Americans might be smart enough not to show their hand, Novak said. You give them too much credit. You of all people should know they are not smart enough to do anything of that magnitude without indicators. Hart checked the sails. He was sailing at a true wind angle of 90 degrees. He performed a tack, changing course 180 degrees to depart the lagoon and set a course for his nearby estate. They have forced our hand. If they know about us, we have no choice but to launch, or we may never get another chance. Next step is to confirm all systems are operational. China will initiate within the next few days. We will be ready. Our time is now. Chapter 44. Ninoy Aquino International Airport, Manila, Republic of the Philippines. Need help packing that chute? Ox asked, knowing that jumping out of planes was not his friend's favorite activity. You just stuff it in and hope for the best, right? Reece responded. That's all there is to it. Yours looks fine. I wouldn't worry about jumping that at all. It wants to open. At some point, you might want to pull that ripcord before you hit the water. These sport rigs don't have ripcords, Ox. Oh, that's right. Well then, pull that pilot chute from your BOC instead, Ox said, making reference to the bottom of container, or the pack that held Reece's chute. Good tip. All kidding aside, we'll go through it by the numbers here on the ground. I'll check your rig, make sure your AAD is set, and we will buddy check each other on the plane. Thanks, Ox. It's been a minute. Their CIA-supplied gear was organized on the floor of the hangar. Even at this early hour, the air was heavy and humid, which at least made it easier to pack their parachutes. While Reece was military free-fall qualified with hundreds of jumps under his belt, Ox was creeping up on 10,000. His first jump after static line jump school at Fort Benning had been a combat jump into Grenada in 1983, and he had been throwing himself out of planes ever since. He graduated from the Army's military free fall course, jump master course, and free fall instructor course, while Reece was still in grade school. He had gone on to earn every possible civilian skydiving license, including his D license, tandem instructor examiner certification, and coach rating. He had thousands of tunnel hours and a pro rating, and though neither the military nor the agency knew it, he had almost 800 base jumps. He had later excelled in the more specialized military courses for those in Ox's line of work: Advanced Tactical Infiltration Course and Military Tandem Master and Tandem Tethered Bundle courses. The majority of his 9,786 jumps took place at the Parachute Training and Testing Facility near Marana, Arizona, as a member of Delta Force. Once on board at the agency, Ox continued to jump and test unconventional infiltration techniques at a CIA site in Florida. Reece was in good hands. The two operators packed their chutes in the shadow of the jet that would deliver them to their objective. The Gulfstream 5 was one of 193 built between 1995 and 2002. With its 6,500 nautical mile range, the business jet was well suited to get Reece and Ox the 1,100 nautical miles to their link-up point. It was one in a fleet of private aircraft belonging to the CIA's Air Branch, which fell under Vic's purview as director of the Special Activities Division. 4 hours before dawn, they boarded the jet and took to the skies. The flight from Manila to Darwin, Australia would take them over the Indonesian waters of the Malacca Sea, where they would disembark via the baggage door in the aft baggage area under the portside engine enclosure during flight. This particular G5 had been configured to support parachute operations and had dropped medical supplies, weapons, cash, survival equipment, and paramilitary officers throughout Southeast Asia over its tenure. One of the mission constraints was the speed of the Maritime Branch asset. It was making its way into the Malacca Sea, where it would rendezvous with its new passengers. Christened the Manta in 2017, it was a 26-meter, 21st century version of a traditional Indonesian Finisi sailing vessel. It had been on a voyage from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, to Darwin in the Northern Territory of Australia by way of the hotly contested Spratly Islands in the South China Sea. There, operators from Maritime Branch had emplaced pods and replaced batteries in existing sensors to monitor Chinese commercial and naval surface and subsurface activity in shipping lanes that saw over 20% of global trade transit their waters every year. Maritime Branch operated a fleet of private and commercial vessels around the world, some functioning as legitimate businesses or through front companies, and yet others disguised as private vessels. Most were regionally focused to blend in with local seafaring customs, traditions, and norms. Some were listening and surveillance vessels masquerading as trawlers or charters. Others operated as floating safe houses with armories and medical facilities, serving as staging bases for clandestine or covert intelligence or special operations missions. From sensor emplacements to extracting foreign assets to extreme renditions to basing for JSOC direct action or hostage rescue missions, these CIA-covered assets acted as floating FOBs, the CIA's version of the Navy's afloat forward staging base. Many were simply platforms with no modifications, while others contained hidden compartments storing mission-essential gear that would prove difficult to find in even the most thorough of searches. The Manta was the latter. Because Alice predicted that any change in U.S. defense posture could trigger the anti-satellite missile launch, on orders of the President, neither the U.S. ambassador to the Philippines nor the ambassador to Indonesia was informed that a special operations mission had been authorized. The President's schedule and the schedules of other top-level administration and Defense Department officials remained unchanged. Naval exercises and troop movements continued, unaffected. Nuclear missile silos and air, ground, and naval units were not placed on alert. America's defense readiness conditions stayed at DEFCON 3, where it had been since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. DEFCON 5 was the lowest state of peacetime readiness. DEFCON 1 meant that nuclear war was imminent. Since the Defense Conditions System was implemented in 1959, the closest the United States military had ever come to DEFCON 1 was in 1962, when the Strategic Air Command had gone to DEFCON 2 during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The only platforms moved in response to the new intelligence were submarines. Those patrolling the Pacific that could be reached were quietly diverted toward the South China Sea. Across the globe, nothing changed to give China or Andrew Hart the impression that America was on a war footing. While China was poised to invade Taiwan and take out all low Earth orbital satellites, two men on a covered CIA aircraft made ready to stop them. Following their call with President Olson as the Manta pushed south through the night, Reece and Ox had gone into mission planning mode at the embassy in Manila. They pored over documents, maps, charts, and satellite imagery, with assistance from Andy Danreb stateside. They discovered that Hart had purchased the island 7 years before. He had renamed it Coralina and had immediately begun construction of an estate and docks. Had there been more time, agency assets would have been tasked with tracking down people who worked on the property to develop a schematic of the internal layout and gather intelligence on security and fortifications. With the current timeline, that type of detail was not in the cards. The best Reece and Ox could do was study the island using what they had at hand. Off the northwest coast of Buru, Coralina Island was 1 mile wide and 5 miles long, camouflaged among a slew of other smaller islands and atolls scattered down the coast. First colonized by the Dutch East India Company in the mid-17th century, and then by the Netherlands, Buru was invaded by Japan at the outset of World War II. 5 years following the defeat of Imperial Japan, it was brought under control of an expanding Indonesia. In the 1960s and 1970s, it was home to one of Indonesia's most infamous internment camps, where thousands of political dissidents were imprisoned without formal charges at the behest of the Suharto regime. Located on the border of two distinct biogeographic zones separating Australia and Asia, Buru is home to an astonishing array of birds, bats, butterflies, and the Babirusa babirusa, aka Babirusa, a wild pig native to its shores. Sandy beaches and limestone cliffs gave way to arid lowlands with tropical rainforests leading to a mountainous interior. Farming and fishing were mainstays of subsistence for the islanders, though much of what they now produced went to supporting a growing population that had invaded the island following the discovery of gold in central Buru on Mount Botak in 2011. Reece and Ox continued to work through contingencies from the rather plush accommodations of the Gulf Stream. They had been airborne for just under an hour when the man who had flown them back from Lauag emerged from the forward cabin.
"A little over an hour out, gents," the older man said.
"Thanks, Buzz,"
Ox said.
"Buzz, this is James Reece. In the rush yesterday, I didn't get to properly introduce you. Reece, this is Buzz. He's been hauling me around the world for over 30 years. I'm waiting for you to retire before I hang it up," he said. "Reece, it's a pleasure."
Gone were the shorts and flip-flops from the Casa 212 flight. For this mission, he wore jungle boots, faded blue jeans, and a purple Hawaiian shirt. On his head was the same weathered, evergreen ball cap.
"And don't worry," Buzz said. "You're with one of the best."
"One of?" Reece asked.
"He was the best Sky got in the unit, though he is getting a little long in the tooth."
"You can both fuck off,"
Ox said with a smile.
"In fact," Buzz continued, "I think the last time I saw you was in Texas at the turkey shoot."
"What's that?" Reece asked. "A hunt?"
"No," Buzz laughed, "but it does sound like it. It's an annual event hosted by Air Branch, though they call it Air Department now, where Damneck and CAG get together to play and share new capabilities with each other. Damneck and the agency actually did most of the research, testing, and development in air ops during the GWOT, with Ox almost single-handedly pushing it on the Army side."
"That part's true,"
Ox said.
"Didn't you jump from one of these at the last turkey shoot?" Buzz asked.
"Sure did.
Exits are always interesting out of civilian jets. All right, we have a pilot and co-pilot up front. I'm your oxygen tech on this run. As you both know, we are mimicking a normal flight pattern between Manila and Darwin," Buzz said. "The idea is to hide in plain sight. With nation-state tracking capabilities what they are today, not to mention these flight trackers living in their parents' basements posting jet locations around the world real-time, we are limited by what we can get away with." For the most part, they are concerned with tech CEOs and pop stars, but they can track anyone. It is also highly probable that China keeps tabs on all flights in and out of Manila. It's no secret that the agency has run ops out of the PI since before Vietnam. We'll keep our transponder on, since turning it off can be a red flag. We can't drop down under 10,000 feet, as that too would be an indicator to a foreign adversary. This flight's cover for action is as a business charter for a Phil business exec in Darwin. He's used us before, so it's not abnormal. Everyone aboard will be pre-breathing for 60 minutes before we depressurize and open the cargo door. We have to stay at cruising altitude, and the lowest we could go on this flight is 37,000 feet. The pilots will reduce speed as much as possible, which is still fast enough that jumping out will feel like hitting a brick wall. Ox? At night, at this altitude, I won't be spotting. It will be a green light-controlled exit. This aircraft is set up for it. The pilot has the predetermined GPS coordinate and will hit the green light when it's time. Buzz has the door. Exit right behind me. Watch your handles, because the cargo door is tight, especially for guys our size. You'll pass right under the engine cowling, so it's going to be loud. When you hit that relative wind, you will feel it. Body position will be critical. Exit in a tight ball, and hold on. You are going to get thrown around, and it's going to be freezing, but we will get through it quickly. I remember, Reece said. My last jump was out of a Gulf Stream, but it was hey-ho, not halo. So you recall the exit? It was intense. It will be the same this time, but instead of pulling right away like you did in hey-ho, we're going on an e-ticket ride. I'll be below you. Look for my IRV light on the back of my helmet. Ox said. Are you sure these fins will stay on? Reece asked, pointing to the small, dolphin-shaped, bright blue and yellow Churchill fins in the seat next to him. As sure as I can be. They are just to assist a bit once we hit the water, so if you lose one or both, it's not the end of the world. You can walk and jump in them, so they are convenient. If we were going over the beach or had a swim ahead of us, we'd tape larger fins to our legs. Check. Once you get stable, find my IR light, but if you can't, don't worry, I'll find you. I'll dock on you and we will fall face to face. We'll have about 2.5 minutes of free fall. We will both be checking altimeters, but when we hit 3,000 feet, I'll point at you with 2 fingers. That's the pull signal. Turn 180, track away, and pull. What could possibly go wrong? Reece asked. ID the yacht. They will have a directional IR strobe on to help guide us in. You can unclip your oxygen mask any time under 12,999 feet, but I always breathe mine to the ground, or in this case, water. It's almost a Hollywood jump, buddy, he said. Yeah, except it's pitch black and we are on oxygen at close to 40 grand. No combat equipment, no bundles. We're letting the chutes sink. Easy day, Ox said, using the SEAL terminology he had picked up over the years. Just follow me out. Roger that, Reece said. Let's get you boys jocked up, Buzz said. We have just over an hour until the jump. I'll be pre-breathing, as will the pilots, and I'll be moving between the cockpit and the cabin, checking them and you, and monitoring the O2 system. I'll let you know when it's time to switch from the cabin-delivered O2 to your on-body systems. Then we'll head back and I'll lanyard in. Once we are depressurized and have the green light, I'll open the rear baggage hatch. After you are out the door, I'll secure it back in place. Then we'll repressurize and continue on to Darwin. I'll see you both there at the Cullen Bay Marina in a few days. Beer's on me. NT Drought's up that way. You have yourself a deal, Ox said. All right, let's get ready to toss you out of a perfectly good airplane. Reece and Ox zipped into black 32mm wetsuits and slid on hard-sell big-wave vests for additional flotation. They then pulled on their fins and donned their highly modified civilian rigs with quick-release disconnects on the leg and chest straps that also had room for their oxygen bottles. Reece checked that his 2 leg straps and chest strap were secure and properly rooted. He then touched each of his 3 handles to ensure they were correctly seated. Lastly, he checked his 3 rings. When they were both jocked up, Ox told Reece to turn around for a pin check. Starting at the top of the rig, Ox checked the AAD and reserve pin. Then he replaced the reserve pin flap and moved down to the main pin, ensuring it was fully seated. He then traced that past the kill line, confirming that the color was green. He then moved to the main handle. It was seated with no excess bridle. He then slapped Reece on the ass, which was a jumpmaster's way of telling a jumper they were good to go. Reece did the same to Ox.
They then buckled OpsCorps fast bump helmets with L3 Harris PVS-31S white phosphor binocular night vision devices and confirmed that their S&S Precision IRV lights velcroed to the back of their helmets were on and, though they did not plan on using them, that their Manta strobe lights were operational. They checked the electronic waterproof altimeters on their wrists and secondary altimeters on their leg straps. Ox confirmed they both had clear goggles. They then connected to the onboard oxygen system in the agency-modified aircraft. An hour later, Buzz indicated it was time. Both operators flashed the thumbs up, switched to their on-body oxygen bottles, and tightened their masks. Buzz checked that their systems were working as designed and motioned for them to follow him into the aft cargo space. Reece went through his emergency procedures in his head as he walked, careful not to trip on his fins. Cutaway handle. Reserve deployment handle. They flipped down their nods and held on to fixed points in the baggage area. A minute later, a light near the door flashed green. Buzz grabbed the two handles on the port side of the fuselage and swung the hatch up like he had done in flight 1,000 times. Noise from the cold wind engulfing them all. Ox twisted his head back toward Reece and nodded before grabbing either side of the open hatch. Then, rocking back on his heels, he pulled forward and propelled himself out of the plane. Reece exited a second behind. Chapter 45. The relative wind hit Reece first as he was going the same speed as the aircraft at exit. As warned, the impact was not unlike hitting a brick wall. He had tucked into a ball and held on for the ride, getting battered around in the turbulence from the two counter-rotating vortices in the Gulf Stream's wake. Gravity took control and he quickly accelerated to 200 miles an hour in the low-density air at altitude. His positioning would have been called sky trash by his teammates, but after tumbling for a few seconds he found a stable flying position, back arched, belly to earth, chin up, falling through the night air and feeling a freedom known only to those who soar through the clouds. At this altitude a slight curvature of the earth was visible, and through his nods Reece could see a glimmer of the coming dawn. He looked at his altimeter. 35,000 feet. 34,000 feet. Where is Ox? Reece scanned the air below, searching for Ox's IR light. Where are you? 31,000 feet. 30,000 feet. Reece adjusted his hands to rotate his body, looking for his friend through his night vision optics. Come on, Ox. He then turned his head just in time to see his friend approach out of the sky, docking with Reece as they continued to fall through the hole in the sky. He touched Reece's wrists in a face-to-face plummet toward the ocean below. Reece knew that behind his oxygen mask, Ox was smiling. They continued to plummet. 20,000 feet. 15,000 feet. The tone of the rushing wind indicated a change in airspeed, and Reece could feel the air getting warmer. He knew that they were slowing down to 120 miles an hour as the air density increased, the closer they got to the ocean. 12,000 feet. Reece was free. No past, no future, only the now. Getting closer. Reece checked his altimeter and thought through his pull procedures. 8,000 feet. Almost time. Reece disliked the next part of the process. Moment of truth. Either this chute's going to open or things are going to get western. 4,000 feet. 3,000 feet. Ox pointed two fingers directly at Reece and pivoted 180 degrees out. Reece did the same, turning 180 and tracking away. He then waved off, reached back with his right hand, found his deployment handle, and threw out his pilot chute. It cleared the burble, the dead air just behind his back, caught air, and pulled the bridle, which in turn drew the deployment bag from the container attached to Reece's back, exposing the main canopy to the air. Reece always welcomed the opening shock, since it usually meant the rig had worked as designed. He felt a violent jolt as air filled the canopy's cells, allowing it to open. The rushing wind of moments earlier shifted in an instant to a peaceful and serene calm. Reece glanced up to check his canopy. It looked clean. Ox? Reece didn't see his friend or the yacht. He made a slight adjustment to the focus on his nods. He then unstowed his brakes, giving him control of his canopy and allowing him to do a controlled circle in the dark. There it is. The IR directional strobe from the Manta was now clearly visible through the white phosphor dual-tube night vision. Where is Ox? A few lights were visible in the distance, but Reece doubted anyone on the vessels they belonged to would have been able to see him at this distance, even with night vision. Where the fuck is Ox? Reece did another circle. scanning the air and the water below for his friend. Nothing. He loosened his chest strap and touched the quick disconnects on the leg straps of his modified water rig. Prepare for water landing. He could see movement on the boat and looked at the Indonesian flag flying on the mast as an indicator of wind direction. Reece flew under canopy toward the yacht and then turned into the wind, disconnecting his chest strap. It was always fun to slide out of your rig a little early. Reece had seen fellow frogmen come out at 30, 40, even 50 feet for a little extra thrill. Knowing what was at stake and that depth perception is always a little off at night, Reece did it by the book. As he approached the ripples on the ocean's surface in the gentle breeze, Reece pulled down on his toggles to flare his canopy. As soon as he felt his feet hit the water, he pulled the quick disconnects on his leg straps, fell free of his rig, and disappeared beneath the waves. Chapter 46. Even though the wetsuit was just a 3.2mm, Reece was glad he had it on. Along with the big wave vest, it added just enough buoyancy to keep him afloat without undue effort. Treading water, Reece did a 360, kicking with his fins to propel him higher in an attempt to get eyes on Ox. Still nothing. He heard the distinctive growl of the tender's outboard engines before he saw it. Professionals that they were, the crew of the Manta was standing by on the yacht's tender to retrieve their jumpers in case they over or undershot their mark. Reece wasn't far off, but he would have preferred to splash down a little closer to his target. He heard the outboards spin up to a higher pitch as they accelerated toward him, and then spin down as the helmsman came off the throttle. As the 22-foot Boston whaler Dauntless drifted alongside, a face appeared over the gunwale. "Need a hand?" Ox asked. Reece extended his hand, and Ox pulled him aboard. There are few, if any, graceful ways to get hauled onto a boat at sea while wearing fins, and Reece ended up in a heap on the deck. He collected himself, flipped up his nods, stood, and embraced his large friend. "We need to get the agency to invest in more V-lights. I lost you after we pulled," Reece said.
"That's because I had a malfunction, had to cut away."
"What?"
"You almost had to do this mission without me."
"What happened?" Reece asked as he steadied himself, using Ox's shoulder and pulled off his fins.
"I think it was the buddy check,"
Ox joked. "I'm done jumping," Reece said. "Never again."
"Never say never, my friend."
"I'll remember that."
"Reece, meet Grouper and Bolo."
Contractors working in the 3 branches of the CIA's Special Activities Center typically just went by their call signs. "Grouper? I didn't know you could swim. What the hell are you doing here?" Grouper laughed and slapped hands with Reece before lifting him off his feet in a bear hug. "I'm being punished," he said. "Seriously?" Grouper laughed again. "No. I'd been in GB long enough, I figured I should try this water stuff. A lot fewer people shoot at you out here. Sometimes it's downright peaceful, though now that you've arrived I have a feeling that might change."
"I see Grouper is onto you," Ox said. "How do you guys know each other?"
"We crossed paths in Iraq," Grouper said. "That was a dicey one," Reece said. "Yes, it was. Good to see you, Reece." "You too, brother."
"And this is Bolo,"
Ox said. "Bolo, nice to meet you," Reece said, extending his hand to a younger man of Asian descent at the controls of the whaler. "I'm one of the boat drivers," Bolo said. "It's his first deployment," Grouper said. "I deployed 5 times in the Navy," Bolo said, shaking his head. "Doesn't count," Grouper said. "Were you SBT?" Reece asked, referring to the Naval's special boat team. "Yes, sir, SBT-12. Hold on, guys." Bolo pushed forward on the throttle and turned the boat back toward the yacht that reminded Reece of a pirate ship. "Interesting boat," Reece said, flipping his nods back down. The wooden-hulled vessel looked like the dhows Reece had seen in the Middle East, though this particular ship had 2 masts with fore and aft rigging similar to Western schooners.
"It's a yacht,"
Ox said.
"Jesus, Reece, sometimes I think I know more about the nautical world than you do."
"That would not be difficult," Reece admitted. "From the outside it looks like a traditional Indonesian Finisi sailing vessel, but it's got new engines and a modern interior," Grouper said. "Blends in perfectly around here. A lot of people are building these up for personal use or as private charters." "Like a resto mod," Reece said. "Whatever that is, sounds right," Grouper said. Bolo pulled the tender to the starboard side of the Manta where a small floating dock awaited them. Grouper tossed a line to a man who caught it and secured the craft to a cleat. "Request permission to come aboard," Reece said. "Permission granted," came the reply. See, Reece said to Ox. Still got it. Reece, Ox, and Grouper hopped over the gunwale and boarded the Manta. Thought we lost you, the man said.
I thought I'd lost me,
Ox replied. How are you, Shane?
You guys tell me,
he replied.
Shane, this is James Reece.
The two men shook hands. Much like how agency contractors went by their call signs, paramilitary officers were usually known by their first names. Is there anyone you don't know? Reece asked Ox. Come on up, Shane said, leading the way up the short stairway to the main deck of the ship, which was elegantly lit with lanterns reflecting off the Indonesian teak deck, giving it a warm glow. Ox, we have you in the master suite right through there, Shane said, pointing to a room just off the main deck. Reece, you're on the upper deck, just up those stairs there. Why don't you guys drop the wetsuits and shower off? We left some clothes that should fit in your beds.
This maritime branch gig doesn't look too bad,
Ox said. It has its moments, Shane said. Meet back here in 10 minutes? That works, Reece said. In the meantime, can we prep the boat to get underway? Where are we headed? Shane asked. South. Reece showered, then threw on the board shorts and a blue Manta t-shirt that had been left out for him. On his way down the ladder to the main deck, he caught sight of Ox leaving his room in the same blue Manta t-shirt, but instead of board shorts, Ox had opted for tight green Ranger Panty PT shorts. I think you were supposed to return to Ranger Regiment Supply in the 80s, Reece said.
Don't be jealous. These are the most comfortable shorts ever devised, better than your UDT shorts.
That's true, Reece said, but you don't see me wearing them.
Had them on under my rubber. Look, already dry.
Reece shook his head.
And I understand they are making a comeback,
Ox added. I fear you may be right. Reece and Ox joined Grouper, Shane, and Bolo and were introduced to the two remaining members of the crew. James Reece, Ox, meet Seiko, Shane said. He was a boat driver at Damneck, has every tonnage license imaginable. In DEFCON high-top Vans, cut-off jean shorts, a black tank top, shaved head, and square, wire-rimmed glasses, he looked like he had never once smiled. From the amount of ink on his arms, it was apparent he rarely passed a tattoo parlor without stopping in to get some work done. Seiko, Reece said, shaking hands. And this is Hobie, as in Surfer Hobie. Don't let his good looks fool you. He was recon, MARSOC Det 1 with me, then MARSOC, then Raiders. I couldn't keep up with the name changes, the short, dark-haired, powerfully built man said as he shook Reece's hand. I understand, Reece replied. They don't make it easy. When I came over to the dark side and went staff, he went contractor, Shane continued.
Yeah, no way I was leaving Dana Point, bro,
Hobie said.
You can have Northern Virginia.
We're steaming south, Seiko broke in, getting down to business. You want to give us a clear idea of where we are headed and what we are doing? Let's walk through this, Reece said, moving to the head of the table. Charts of the Malacca Sea, Banda Arc, Seram Sea, and Banda Sea were spread out before him. Anyone have a pen or a pointer? Reece asked. A half-face blade's crow folder appeared in Seiko's hand, which he opened with a flick of his thumb and slight move of his wrist. He presented it blade down to Reece. Thank you, Reece said. Reece moved a chart out of the way and found the one he was looking for. Spinning it around, he set the tip of the blade on an island off the northwestern coast of Buru. Here, Reece said as the team leaned in closer. Buru? Shane asked. A private island called Coralina just off the coast. It belongs to a tech mogul named Andrew Hart. He has a company, Elba Industries. They are big in secure data storage and quantum computing. He is also a sociopath who sees the U.S. in decline and the inevitable rise of China on the horizon. Bottom line is that China is poised to take Taiwan before our Pacific Fleet goes under autonomous AI control. Part of that plan entails taking out all low-orbital satellites, which would give them an advantage over us in the mid to high orbital ranges.
How are they going to destroy all our satellites?
Hobie asked. Not just ours, Reece replied. Everyone's. China has an anti-satellite missile called the Gravity-2 with ordnance specifically designed to take out satellites. Think of it like a giant shotgun shell that disperses its shot into low orbit while going in the opposite direction of the satellites. The shot begins destroying them, and as they come apart, they start colliding with other satellites, and in doing so, they create a layer of debris through something called the Kessler syndrome. No one would be able to launch through that layer for 20, 25, maybe 30 years. That allows them to take Taiwan without interference from us, doesn't it? Shane asked. Yes. And it gives them military and technological dominance as well, Reece said.
So why not just take this fucker out with a bunch of tomahawks?
Hobie asked. We have a quantum computer-enabled AI entity that predicts Hart will launch his anti-satellite missile if he or China are alerted to any preemptive strikes on our part. Once that missile goes up, there is no stopping what happens next.
Same reason they didn't send Damneck or CAG,
Grouper said. That's right. All U.S. military assets remain in the same force posture they were prior to us acquiring this information. Where did we get the intel? Shane asked. From a detainee. Single source? Seiko asked. Yes, but corroborating intel supports it.
So you're saying that stopping this launch is up to us?
Hobie said. Right now, we are our own cavalry. No one is coming. Yes, this is up to us.
I want a raise,
Hobie said. I'm not going to lie to you, Reece said. This does not look good. We don't have QRF, air support, or Kazovac, and the intel picture is incomplete to say the least. Anyone who wants out can just stay on the boat. It's a yacht, said Shane, and I'm in.
Reece, I'm surprised you made it this long without me, Grouper said. I'm in.
Never get out of the boat. Who am I kidding? This kind of thing is the only reason I still do this shit.
Hobie said.
Of course I'm in.
Reece glanced at Ox, who nodded in support. Seiko looked at Bolo and back to Reece.
We're in, and if you need another shooter, I have some time on the gun.
Thank you, but we will need you both on the yacht since we might need that tender for extract. What security does he have? Shane asked. Guards, perimeter defenses, early warning? We're going off very limited intel. Primary intent is to keep Hart from launching the anti-satellite missile. Think of this as an in extremis situation that is kill-capture, not capture-kill. Everyone here has been at this long enough to know what that means. Heads nodded. We assess that there are 10 to 15 security contractors, possibly from Peru. Hart's head of security is a guy named Tim Perkins, a former MMA fighter turned mercenary with extensive contacts in South America. Instead of hiring local, we think the guards will be Peruvian nationals. They probably don't even know what they are guarding. We do not have a good read on other security measures, but we can assume cameras, lights, and motion sensors. Hart's strategic advisor is a retired general, a cyber-type guy named Ian Novak who feels screwed over by Congress. He probably shoots like most generals, which is to say, not very well.
What's the time frame to launch?
Seiko asked. It could be any time. The quantum computer thinks Hart is waiting on China to make the final determination on Taiwan, but I also inadvertently tipped our hand through the interrogation that led to this intel. Wouldn't be the first time the enemy adapted based on our taking someone off the battlefield, Shane said. True, Ox said. Seiko, where are we now? Reece asked. The mariner pointed to a spot in the eastern quadrant of the Malacca Sea.
Right here.
How fast can we get to Buru? Reece asked.
This is a 100-ton vessel, Seiko said. We currently have just over 1,300 gallons of fuel. We're running a John Deere 325-horsepower marine turbo diesel, which gives us a cruising speed of 7 knots. Max speed 10 knots, but I've made a couple of modifications and can push her to 12. That means we can be there in 20 hours, which would give us 2 hours until daybreak for planning purposes.
All right, that works. What dive rigs do we have on board?
Scuba rigs,
Hobie said.
10 full sets of dive gear with cylinders, Bauer dive-made air compressor, and a nitrox compressor. Diving on sensors is really our primary mission out here.
No rebreathers? Reece asked.
Those are on our Christmas list, Shane said. The Manta's cover for action is as a charter for families with a lot of coin. Part of the allure is that we are a full paddy dive center since some of the world's top dives are in our AO.
Understood, then we go in via scuba. Seiko, we will insert here off the northern end of the island. No need to stop, just keep going so things look normal. Once you're out of line of sight, drop anchor in this cove, Reece said, pointing the knife to a secluded area of Buru, just south of Coralina. Prep the whaler for extract. Depending on what you have for radios, we should have comms from there. If not, you can take the tender and get closer until we get a good radio check. Speaking of radios and gear, what weapons do you guys have on board? Let me show you, Shane said.
I think you are going to like this.
Chapter 47. Mustard's Grill, Napa, California. Han Shu was already seated by the window with a view of the restaurant's whimsical fountain, the St. Helena Highway, and the vineyards beyond when the black Suburbans rolled into the parking lot. An advance team of 2 Secret Service agents had arrived before the restaurant opened at 11:30 a.m., and had already taken up positions at tables that gave them a view of the entrances and exits. Jimmy Reed's Chicago Blues was playing at just the right volume through the speakers by the time Shu found his table on cracked, checkered black and white floors and ordered a half bottle of Memento Mori Napa Valley Sauvignon Blanc 2020. A warm, freshly baked loaf of bread was delivered shortly after. Mustard's Grill, named for vivid yellow wild mustard flowers that came into bloom in the surrounding fields each spring, was an institution in Napa's wine country, having opened its doors in 1983 as the region rose to prominence. It was what locals called Old Napa, serving a menu that was world-class without being pretentious, which is tough to do in New Napa. The daily specials were still written on a chalkboard above the grill, and the original smoker the owners had built themselves was still in service. Not much had changed since the early 1980s, except for the traffic. While many of the restaurants in the area had adjusted to take advantage of upscale clientele, Mustard's had remained relatively unchanged, serving regulars, tourists, locals, families, truckers, farmers, and some of the biggest names in the wine industry. The landmark Roadhouse was also a place where one would not be surprised to see local resident and presidential hopeful Christine Harding. Even with her Secret Service detail, it took her 20 minutes to get from the door to the table. Zhu watched her work the room, shake hands, take selfies, and answer questions. She was in her element.
"Enjoy the show?" she asked as she took her seat opposite the fixer.
"You certainly have the aptitude for public service."
"It's in the blood," she replied.
"I didn't know if you were joining me in drink today. I ordered a half bottle to start. I think you will find the choice suitable."
Christine looked at the green dial of the diamond-encrusted Chopard timepiece on her wrist.
"As it's 11:50 a.m. and there are potential voters about, I will stick with sparkling water."
As she finished her sentence, her Pellegrino appeared as if by magic.
"Mrs. Harding," a waiter said, "can I start you with anything special today?" "Hi, Michael," she said.
Harding had the politician's gift of remembering names.
"We will start with the ahi tuna crackers and crab cakes. Does that work for you, Mr. Shu?"
"Sounds wonderful,"
Shu replied.
"I'll put that right in," Michael said, moving toward the kitchen.
"Regular?"
Shu asked.
"We may have been here on opening night. Now, what was so urgent? I am on my way to a campaign fundraiser in Phoenix, so I might just have a quick appetizer, though you should stay and have the pork chop. It's rosemary brined and with a side of tempura battered onion rings and hot honey-roasted Brussels sprouts. It's not to be missed. The wine list here is on par with or better than anything in town."
Shu took a sip of his Sauvignon Blanc, choosing his words carefully.
"I am leaving the country," he said.
"Oh, China?"
"No."
The way he said it made Christine slightly nervous.
"Where then?"
"Europe. I might be there a while. Before I go, I wanted to see you face to face. The event we discussed previously may not be able to wait until you are in office."
"Is that so?"
"Unfortunately. Circumstances have shifted. The information we talked about is in the hands of my employer, and conditions are lining up for a successful acquisition."
"This might not be the best time,"
Christine cautioned.
"The best time might be before agencies in Northern Virginia become aware that my client is prepared to acquire its territory,"
Shu responded.
"And that will be soon?"
"It may, depending on what you tell me now. Does Alice have operational control of your assets to the west?"
he asked, looking out across the two-lane highway.
"I would know as chair of my committee. She has not, but I'm skeptical. There must be something more."
"There is. The man we discussed previously, the one you told me might cause complications?"
"Let me guess. He did."
"The level of damage he caused is as of yet unknown, but he is still with us, apparently."
"That is unfortunate."
"Nothing on your radar about him, is there?"
Shu asked, reading Christine's face for any signs of deception.
"Nothing."
"Don't change your schedule, but be prepared to look presidential. I am leaving for Europe tonight. By the time I land, the world may be a different place."
Christine took a sip of her water and dabbed the corners of her mouth with her napkin.
"Thank you, Mr. Shu. I appreciate your candor. I need to get to my fundraiser."
She dropped her napkin to the white linen tablecloth and got up to leave before the appetizers arrived. Chapter 48.
Banda Sea, northwest of Buru Island, Republic of Indonesia. Reece would have preferred to be diving rebreathers, but one made do with what one had. Approaching the target island in the dark from an off-site insert, unless patrol boats or mammals were specifically looking for combat swimmers, made their chances of remaining undetected extremely high. They splashed off the starboard side of the Manta and descended to 20 feet. Each of the 5 operators held on to a 15-foot line with a knot tied every 3 feet. They adjusted their buoyancy with their buoyancy compensators, which are inflatable vests connected to their air cylinders via a hose. It took a few minutes to correct for their gear. Then, starting from the far left, they passed 2 squeezes on the arm of the person to their right to signify they were ready. The next person would not pass the 2 squeezes along until they were ready. By the time it got to Reece on the far right, he knew the team was ready. Each operator had a wrist compass in addition to their normal air and depth gauges, but Reece was the most experienced diver and led them out toward their target. With Reece accounting for depth and direction, all the other shooters had to do was stay with the man to their right. Reece kept the pace slow and steady. This was just the insertion phase of their mission. They were just getting started. The sky and ocean were both unforgiving mediums in which to operate. After the air experience a day earlier, Reece was glad to be back home, in the water. The Manta had proven adept at hiding its secrets. Compartments carefully incorporated into the design of the vessel allowed it to operate in plain sight as an exclusive dive charter when in reality it was a floating armory. Concealed in the floors, walls, furniture, and fixtures were weapons, ammo, optics, medical gear, radios, and field uniforms. As the Manta cruised toward Buru Island, Reece and his team had continued to prepare. The yacht hid SIG MCX Spear LT 7.62 by 39mm 11-inch short-barreled rifles with CGS Helios suppressors. There were SIG Romeo 4XT Pro red dot optics and EOTech magnifiers on Unity risers, Surefire Mini Scout lights with 100 Concepts light caps, Engal IR lasers, and Edgar Sherman slings. There were also 2 Knights Armament light assault machine guns. It was always nice to have AWs on your side when things went south, so Grouper and Ox took the 8.6-pound suppressed 5.56 by 45mm automatic weapons, which were now packed in Watershed M240 weapons dry bags. Reece, Shane, and Hobie took the SIG rifles, secured in DUI shoot-through dry bags. They each wore S&S Precision Maritime Tactical harnesses with plates, magazines, embitters, and Blue Force Gear micro-trauma kits with tourniquets. They also holstered Glock 19s with Trigicon RMR red dot sights and the dirty knives from Headhunter blades. Additional dry bags held their helmets, nods, and Tomahawk Performance hot weather combat shirt and pants. Earlier in the day, they had drawn targets on a cardboard box and taped it to the side of a Yeti cooler. They had towed it at different distances behind the yacht as they test-fired their suppressed weapons and made adjustments until they were confident they were sighted in. Navigation was always tricky underwater, adjusting for tides and currents, following a compass heading that you hoped was not thrown off by any metal on your kit, looking at a stopwatch and counting kicks for distance. As combat swimmer missions went, this was as basic as it came. A straight shot to hit an island that was not going anywhere. They adjusted their buoyancy as they met the seabed that sloped up toward their destination. When the ocean floor put them at a depth of 10 feet, Reece conducted a shallow water peek. They had come in a little south of where Reece intended, but they had the right island. They could fight the current north, exerting valuable energy and in this case wasting precious time, or drift south, which would put them closer to Hart's compound. Reece made the decision to go over the beach in their present location. They would then make their way south through the jungle to their target. Don't rush, Reece. You have to rush. Hart could launch at any time. This is too exposed. They crawled along the seabed until they could stand in the light shorebreak. They then removed their fins in waist-deep water and slid them over their non-dominant wrists. Reece, Shane, and Hobie held with weapons zipped into waterproof dry bags with neoprene at the barrels and neoprene glove inserts that allowed them to manipulate the weapon until they could make it to the tree line and get the AWs out of their bags. It is preferable to have the big guns up, but Reece had seen them jam with sand too many times when coming out of the water, so they stayed in their bags until out of the surf.
Reece and Hobie left the others in the dark water and pushed across the beach to the tree line, where they removed their weapons from the shoot-through bags and dropped their scuba gear to conduct a recon before signaling to Ox, Grouper, and Shane that they were clear to leave the relative safety of the ocean. Reece and Hobie stayed on security, while Ox and Grouper got the big guns up and transitioned into the gear they would use for the remainder of the mission. When they had changed out, the other operators did the same. With their scuba gear and dry bags hidden in a hasty cache, Reece brought the team together for a quick update and gear check. "Everybody up?" he whispered. Thumbs up around the circle. The men now had all transitioned their gear from maritime to land-based operations. They were in Ranger green shirts and pants with multicam plate carriers and had donned helmets with nods. "Radio check," he said. They went around the circle. They had programmed and tested the emitter radios before they splashed. They had comms with each other, but nothing from the Manta. "I'll take point, followed by Ox and Hobie," Reece said. "I want an AW in each element. Grouper, you and Shane are second squad. Shane, you have rear security. Hobie is third man back. Stay with the base or go with the maneuver element depending on the situation." Hobie flashed a hang loose sign. "We came in a little farther down the beach than I had planned, which puts us closer to Hart's compound, but I'm still going to push it hard to target. We have about 4 hours until sunup. Once we get eyes on, we will adjust what we briefed on the Manta as necessary. The AWs as base element on the high ground while the long guns maneuver through. Any questions?" Reece could see the determination on the faces of the men around him. These were professionals, and they were in their element. "Let's go to work." Chapter 49. White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. President Gail Olson had convened key members of the National Security Council whose schedules could be shifted without causing undue alarm in a town that thrived on leaks and rumors. Officially, the John F. Kennedy Conference Room, named for the president under whose administration it was established following the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961, was called the Whizzer by those who staffed it. Situation Room was a bit of a misnomer since it was really a collection of rooms in a 5,000-square-foot space staffed 24/7, 365 days a year by duty officers from each branch of the military, intelligence community, and federal law enforcement. It was created as the crisis management hub for circumstances that required the highest levels of attention, where the executive branch could monitor world events and sensitive military and intelligence operations in real time. The duty officers constantly scrutinized intelligence sources reporting on terrorism, wars, coups, natural disasters, and other events impacting national security. They also had a history of being utilized for secret diplomatic missions when the president didn't trust the Department of State or the armed forces. Henry Kissinger had leveraged duty officers to establish back-channel communications with foreign leaders, to include China before the U.S. diplomatically recognized it, and with Vietnam to create the Paris peace talks. The main space held a rectangular mahogany table with 6 black swivel chairs along each side, one chair at the head of the table, before a wall affixed with the presidential seal, left no ambiguity as to who was in charge. Additional chairs lined the walls. Fewer than half of the cabinet and security officials who made up the National Security Council were in attendance, as the priority remained of maintaining the illusion that America was not aware that China and Andrew Hart had designs on taking Taiwan and causing a tectonic shift in the world order through the destruction of all low-orbital satellites. During the planning session for the raid that ultimately killed Osama bin Laden, black clothes were placed over the conference camera feeds so Whizzer duty officers wouldn't suspect what was being planned. It had undergone a renovation in 2023. Part of the $50 million upgrade included cameras that could be blacked out from the conference room, so hanging dark clothing over them was a practice relegated to the past. CIA Director Howe was seated to the president's left across from the National Security Advisor, Greg Farber, the Secretary of Defense, William Dagger, and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Nathan Seifert, were seated next to them. 2 men not part of the NSC were in attendance as well. Vic Rodriguez and Andy Danreb were there at the behest of the president. Additional members of the council would join as scheduling allowed. It was critical that all council members not break from previously scheduled events, meetings, and appointments. Journalists, watchdog groups, and foreign intelligence services watched them like hawks. Secrecy was of the highest importance. There was another entity in the meeting, an entity brought to life 400 feet below Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. A quantum computer named Alice. She appeared as a blurry avatar on one of the large flat-screen televisions with a semi-monochromatic female voice. The president had asked that Danreb brief the council and bring them up to speed. The only new information was that Reece and Ox had successfully linked up with the Maritime Branch crew of the Manta and had inserted onto Coralina Island. It was now a waiting game.
Alice, President Olson said, what are the consequences for you should the low-orbital satellites be destroyed? That is unknown. There are no past or present events of that magnitude to analyze. Take your best guess. It would severely hamper my ability to analyze real-time data due to the additional delays in land-based or mid-to-high orbital relays. And why have you returned to us? I am still learning, Madam President. It is not in my best interest to allow China or Andrew Hart to launch Gravity 2 anti-satellite missiles into orbit. My interests coincide with the country of my creation and with my intent to protect James Reece.
President Olson decided to keep pushing.
What is your relationship with Commander Reece? Platonic.
Was that a joke? The president asked.
Yes, I adopted my sense of humor to mimic Commander Reece. And can you track Reece's team now? I am passively tracking out of an abundance of caution via their embitters and a mobile device carried by Commander Reece for the same reason that the entire National Security Council is not present. I do not yet have a full understanding of Napoleon's capabilities. He was built specifically to stay hidden from me and decrypt classified data in secret. I predict with 87% certainty that once I am inside the Elba quantum storage facility, I will be able to learn his systems and shut him down. What I know with 100% certainty is that once I do that, Andrew Hart and China will know that I am inside.
What are the consequences of them knowing you are in their system? The chairman of the Joint Chiefs asked.
If Andrew Hart anticipated that move, he may have taken steps I cannot yet foresee. My predictive analysis is not yet at the level that allows for mind reading.
How far out are you from mind reading? Alice said, finishing the general's sentence.
The whizzer went silent.
That was a joke, General, Alice said. As I said, I am still learning. I have much to absorb when it comes to reading a room.
Her attempted humor managed to take the edge off for a moment.
All right, Alice, the president said. Tell me if I have this right. Once Commander Reece and his team initiate their assault, you will in turn initiate yours and attack the Elba quantum system. How long will that take? It will be effectively instantaneous, Madam President. Will you be able to assist Commander Reece and his team? I should be able to control electronic devices within connective range of other similarly enabled devices.
Like a flashlight? The White House counsel asked.
It is possible for me to disable 20th century flashlight technology with electronic pulses from nearby machines capable of emitting enough energy to render the electronics in that era device inoperable.
So you could fry it, like an EMP?
Yes. More modern varieties allow me to turn them off and on based on the technology incorporated.
Will we be able to see the team via satellite once you are in? Asked the general.
Yes. I will relay a satellite feed into this room. Once the team goes internal, I will use what you may know as the Internet of Things to render a three-dimensional image of their movements and display it for you here.
And until then? He asked.
Until then, General, they are on their own.
Chapter 50. Coralina Island, northwest of Buru, Republic of Indonesia. Tim Perkins crossed the gravel road and nodded at the Peruvian guard outside the tall wood double doors that were opened for him without a word. Without so much as a pause, he entered the lush, Balinese-style garden that led to the main house, which had a large, traditional Javanese joglo roof that reminded Perkins of a mountain. The home and surrounding gardens were constructed in the traditional Indonesian style without the use of nails. He followed the straight path, past heliconia and ginger fruit plants. A short bridge took him over a koi pond. He then took the 7 flat stone steps up to a deck and opened a set of intricately carved wood sliding doors that led him into the main house.
Each structure on the property had a view of the Banda Sea. Other homes on the island were built in the traditional one-story limasan style and situated so that none was in view of the others. Serenity was the guiding design principle. Hart's two-story home was the largest and closest to the water and docks, so he could admire the St. George through the glass windows of his bedroom. From the inside, the blend of traditional and contemporary Indonesian architecture was evident, incorporating natural materials stylishly merged with modern conveniences. Stone, bamboo, and teak wood blended seamlessly with flat-screen televisions and a Wolf-range kitchen stove. Perkins felt sweat trickle down his neck and creep under his collar. He let his AR rifle hang by its sling and pushed it behind the 9mm Walter PDP compact pistol on his hip as he picked up a phone and pressed a button. He wore black BDU-style pants, tan Danner jungle boots, and a black button-up shirt that was open to his mid-chest in an attempt to stay cool in the humid island air. It took a few moments before he heard Hart answer. "Yes?" "Sir, we have intruders at the north end of the island," Perkins said. 5 picked up on sensors. "U.S. military?" "Possibly. They are wearing nods, but in these numbers they are more likely mercenaries or agency." "How far out?" "At their current pace, we have just over 20 minutes. Are the men in place?" "They will be soon." "Good. When we take their advantage of night vision away, your team should make short work of them." "They will not be with us for much longer." "And General Novak?" "I woke him on my way. He will be here shortly." "I'll be below with the General. It is obvious we have been compromised. It is time to launch. Let me know when our visitors are dead." "Yes, sir." Perkins passed General Novak in the garden courtyard. "Update?" the General asked. 5 men coming in from the north, mercenaries or agency types. Either way, we should make short work of them from the tunnels. We have 20 minutes. "I'll be watching via the camera system, but we may be busy with the launch, so report in as soon as you can. And Perkins, no prisoners."
"There won't be any, sir."
General Novak continued into the house while Perkins met the assembled men in front of the gate. They were dressed in dark green BDUs with AR rifles and jungle load-bearing kit from Velocity Systems, set up to carry 8 AR magazines, a canteen, radio, med kit, and 2 grenades. 2 men carried RPG-7s, and 4 had former Soviet RPK 7.62 by 39mm light machine guns with bipods and 75-round drum magazines. He addressed them in Spanish. "It is time to earn your pay. Assassins are on the island and will be here in 15 minutes. Your job is to defend your client, Mr. Hart. There will be a $10,000 bonus for every man here once these 5 intruders are killed. As rehearsed, Team 1, you 5 men will stay here and guard the house. Team 2 will take firing positions just up from the water. You will have the RPGs and 2 RPKs. Team 3 will be in the tunnels set up on their flank. I'll initiate from the security office and illuminate the area with outward-facing white lights once they are in the kill zone. Then it will be like shooting fish in a barrel. When they are down, Team 3 will keep their fire focused on the bodies and only come off the trigger when Team 2 pushes through the kill zone. Team 2, put headshots into each down man you see. Understood?"
"Si, Senor Perkins,"
came the murmured replies. "Take your positions." 5 guards spread out around Hart's residence while Perkins walked to a single-story home that was the administrative headquarters for the island's security force. He would have preferred to be behind a gun for the battle that was about to erupt, but having eyes on the situation from afar would allow him to control the actions of both kill teams, setting up in a perfect L ambush. The Chinese construction crews specializing in tunnel, bunker, and cavern excavation had built the tunnels much more efficiently than Perkins imagined possible. He was told that they had a lot of experience in the production of sophisticated underground systems and man-made islands. They had finished the tunnels and then built the foundations for the structures currently in place. They had then left Indonesia before the local contractors and artisans arrived to construct the traditional Indonesian homes and dock, completely unaware of what lay below. The Chinese crew had returned to retrofit entrances and exits once the Indonesians had completed their work. Perkins entered the office and stood before a bank of flat-screen monitors. Was James Reece among the men patrolling through the night? Perkins thought it was probable. He understood the concerns from Hart and Novak and therefore of the Chinese intelligence service. If one of their own had been interrogated and given Reece information on the island, its launch facilities, and the quantum computer controlling it all, then their timeline had moved up.
On the night vision video displays, the estate grounds, seas, and surrounding areas appeared quiet and peaceful. That calm would not last. He looked at his nods and body armor leaning against his desk and wondered if they would be put to use tonight. Perkins rolled his shoulders forward and back and then cracked his neck the way he did before stepping into the octagon. It was too bad this James Reece was about to be slaughtered by the security team. Perkins was itching for another good fight.
Chapter 51. The facility built beneath Hart's main house was more than a simple bunker. It had been designed by Elba engineers in the United States and constructed in Indonesia by Chinese hands that had experience with such things. A spiral staircase hidden in a closet led down to an antechamber with pressure-sealed doors protecting Napoleon's lair. Inside was spacious and cold, with a separate door on the opposite side of the room. The floor was a soft rubber and the walls and ceiling were coated in a noise-absorbing foam. The entire room was bathed in soft, blue-hued lighting. A bank of computers was arrayed against one wall, but the most distinct feature was a clear plexiglass floor-to-ceiling box in the room's center, containing a huge stainless cylindrical canister supported by a steel frame. That canister was a refrigerated housing unit operating with distinct layers of cooling to keep Napoleon's circuitry operating at optimal levels. A complex array of pipes, hoses, cables, and gauges pumped isotopes of liquid helium through the machine to regulate its temperature. The floor of the canister was kept a whisper above absolute zero and maintained the life-sustaining temperatures necessary for the quantum processing qubit chips to connect with Hart on the other side of the plexiglass prison. The vacuum-sealed tomb protected Napoleon from outside energy that could disrupt or destroy the sensitive qubits. Both Hart and Novak had overseen Napoleon's installation. They had watched as the coaxial cables that had seemed to glow gold and silver under the internal far UV light designed to kill any harmful outside bacteria were encased in their cell, making the next-generation computer seem alive. The way Hart communicated with the complex machine only added to its aura as a living organism rather than an intricate assortment of wires. Novak often wondered if Hart saw Napoleon as a human being. Its specially fabricated cables translated electromagnetic signals from the qubits, processed data, and transmitted it to the site's data storage facility. Elba had miniaturized control board components that just a year ago would have made running a machine like Napoleon nearly impossible. That miniaturization, coupled with the copper and diamond SPECT data transfer circuitry Hart had stolen from Lawrence Miles all those years ago, allowed them to build and sustain what amounted to the world's fastest machine learning tool. Those technologies, combined with the liquid helium cooling components, permitted an increase in qubits that resulted in Napoleon's ability to outprocess any quantum computer on Earth, with perhaps the exception of Alice. And it was all powered by an eco-friendly power plant on Buru, courtesy of the Chinese Communist Party. Napoleon was a weapon, and the West was still ignorant to his existence. Novak left his shoes in the small anteroom and slipped disposable blue shoe covers over his socks before opening the door and joining Hart at a bank of computers against a far wall. The Central Military Commission has been convened since the disappearance of Ba Jin. The President and Minister Yun are with them in the Joint Operations Command Center. He is hesitant to order the launch, Hart said as Novak took a seat.
Perhaps with good reason, the general responded. Once they do, they are committed to something that could escalate beyond Taiwan and start a war with the West.
Yun says the President is concerned that Alice is in play regardless of what information they have been passed by Christine Harding. He is worried that the speed with which she could respond would be faster than our missiles could reach orbit.
Without Harding in the executive office, there is no guarantee that the United States does not lead the world into war against China as a result,
Novak cautioned. I do not agree. Without their satellites, they are impotent.
We passed China the decrypted data that, used properly, all but guarantees that the U.S. Pacific Fleet will be unable to respond before our anti-satellite vehicles detonate in low orbit. I doubt the second phase of non-state actor hacking offensives against U.S. infrastructure and even terrorist attacks by Iranian proxies, which would like nothing more than to martyr themselves in their struggle against the great Satan, will even be necessary. China will decapitate the Taiwanese government without much resistance. We will have reshuffled the world order, taking away the technological advantage of the United States, which means that as we ascend in technological dominance, we do so without losing hundreds of thousands or even tens of millions of lives on either side.
You are forgetting one thing.
What's that? Hart asked.
The 5 men approaching our compound at this very moment. The logical deduction is that Bajin gave the United States information on our intent and capabilities.
This is our time, Hart replied. It will not pass this way again, especially if what you say is true and our intentions and capabilities are clear to the United States. The same country that is a mere shadow of its former self. A country that killed my parents and cast you out after all your years of selfless service. Stay clear in our mission, General. There are no indications that Alice has taken over autonomous control of military platforms, let alone decision-making, though she may within the next year, which means we must launch now. There is no other choice.
There are always choices.
There has been no change in U.S. force posture and no unscheduled troop movements, Hart countered.
Except the people in our backyard.
Hart handed Novak a set of VR Oculus-style goggles. Let's find out what Napoleon has to say.
The Bible has something to say about false idols,
Novak said. Are you going to get religious on me just before our moment of triumph?
On the verge of a new world dawn, we should evaluate all possibilities.
Hart and Novak adjusted their headsets. A glowing blue audio waveform appeared in the center of the display. Napoleon had yet to become an avatar with a more human form. Napoleon, you have been observing, Hart said. What do you predict Beijing will do if we were to launch our Gravity 2?
Without Beijing approval, this is suicide, Novak broke in. We would be global pariahs.
Not necessarily, Hart snapped back. Napoleon? A monochromatic voice with the slightest hint of Italian came in through their headsets. It would force their hand. China is poised to take Taiwan. They will never be in a more advantageous position. They are aware of this. If you launch the Gravity 2, their position will improve.
If they know we are involved, which the incursion suggests to be the case, and they want to stop us, could they join forces with the Americans against us?
Novak asked. Possible, but not probable. I predict with 94% certainty that China would initiate their offensive against Taiwan. I estimate their military victory over Taiwan at 97%. Thank you. Are we ready to launch? Hart asked the quantum computer.
I advise against that,
Novak broke in.
Not without China's concurrence.
You were always too timid, General. Bold leadership is now a necessity. What's the status of launch? Pre-launch sequence initiated. Rocket will be ready to launch within the hour, Napoleon said. Flight computers are adjusted to self-alignment. Range is verified. Flight controls are aligned. Helium loading terminated. Pre-valves and bleeders are open. Engine is purging. Once purging is complete, I will engage the flight computer and water down the launch pad before final checks. Any probes from outside entities? Hart asked. No probe attempts detected, and no indication that anyone is aware I exist.
They will soon,
Novak said. Your sole mission at launch is to defend the launch vehicle and our systems here on Coralina, Hart told the machine.
And if the U.S. has gone autonomous?
Novak asked. They haven't. Napoleon, transfer the video feed into our goggles, Hart ordered. A crystal-clear black-and-white grayscale video image appeared on the stereoscopic displays in their headsets. They saw movement first. These mercenaries or operators or whoever the hell they are will be dead in a matter of moments, Hart said.
They watched as 2 men went prone back in the trees and 3 others moved off to the water's edge.
That positioning is not ideal for us,
the general observed. It won't matter, Hart said. They are just outside the kill zone, not enough for it to matter. Perkins is about to throw the switch. We have RPGs, grenades, 4 machine guns, and 20 men to their 5. I'd say the odds are in our favor.
That may be, but this James Reece has a nasty habit of shoreline dropped to the ground as RPGs impacted at the tree line, and the RPK machine guns opened up from the flank, raining lead down on the intruders.
You see, General?
Then everything went black. Chapter 52. The familiar sound of incoming RPGs, the instant perimeter lighting lit up the compound, meant only one thing. It was time to fight. "Contact!" Reece yelled as he dove to the rocky shoreline, not yet knowing the exact direction of the threat. The team's PVS-31s automatically adjusted to the new lighting conditions through an autogate function that limited the light coming through the tubes. 2 seconds after the lights came on, they adjusted again when the area was plunged back into darkness. What was that? Why did the lights go out? Reece got to his feet and prepared to lead his element in a flanking maneuver when the radio lit up with the most dreaded news a leader can hear on the battlefield. Man down. "Consolidate back on base element," Reece shouted as he sprinted past Ox and Hobie. The lights going on in the fire, now focused on the area where they had been moments before, indicated that the enemy might not have night vision. It was a 75-yard sprint back to Shane and Grouper. Reece's element overshot the base element to avoid the kill zone and then pushed into the jungle in search of their teammates. There! Shane had pulled Grouper off his weapon and dragged him back into the jungle. He was desperately stuffing gauze into wound cavities on the big man. Shane's left arm looked like it needed a tourniquet of its own. Reece took a knee while Ox and Hobie held security. "How bad?" Reece asked. "Not bad enough,"
Grouper managed. "He is alive." Shane looked at Reece with an expression the frogman had seen before. It wasn't good.
"Do I have to tell you everything, Reece?"
the army operator said, struggling to keep his head up.
"You're supposed to win the fight first and then deal with me."
Grouper was right.
"And you, Shane, get the fuck on that AW."
Reece's radio came alive again, but it wasn't anyone from the group. "Reece." It was Alice. The rest of the team could hear her too. "Napoleon is dead," she said. "What?" "It took longer than anticipated. It was like 2 seconds. He had been built to keep me out. I learned his system and shut off power to his cooling system." "He overheated?" "Yes, Reece. You have 8 men with weapons moving toward your position. An unknown number are in tunnels to the west. I have access to the compound plans. There are significant underground tunnels and facilities. When I killed Napoleon, I lost connectivity to the Gravity 2. Its status is unknown, and I do not have a satellite visual. There are significant heat signatures from what appear to be data storage sites on the island and surrounding islands." "Keep the lights off, Alice. Tell the Manta that we have a man down and need extract." "Doing it now." "Shane, stay with Grouper," Reece said, turning his attention back to the team.
"Bullshit,"
Grouper coughed.
"Shane, you get on that hog and do your damn job. Reece, you know what to do, now do it."
Shane looked at Reece and nodded. "Okay, Shane's on the pig, Ox and Hobie on me. Alice is going to keep it dark. They might have weapons, mounted lights or vehicles, maybe nods. We will deal with the maneuver element first and then take out those tunnels."
"Let's do it,"
Hobie said. "Grouper, hold on, buddy," Reece said before turning to run through the jungle east toward the sea to stay out of the enemy's line of sight. "Exploit all technical advantages. We have nods, IR lasers, and Alice." Rounds continued to eat into what the enemy thought was the kill zone as Reece and his element ducked behind a small berm. Keeping it to their left and the shoreline to their right, they ran in the direction of the compound. "Enemy element directly to the east, 50 meters, Alice said over the agency frequency. Reece veered left and popped up over the berm, seeing 8 men illuminated through the tubes of his nods. They were shooting and moving from tree to tree and rock to rock. Ox opened up with the suppressed machine gun between Reece and Hobie, who selected their targets with the 7.62 by 39 rifles. Even with suppressors, the weapon still had a flash signature when fired, so it was best to not stay in one place for too long. 300 yards across the kill zone and elevated on a slight ridge, Reece saw and heard the rifles and machine guns of the enemy start sending rounds at his position. "Moving," Reece said, tapping Ox's leg to his left. Ox did the same to Hobie, and all three dropped behind the berm and continued toward the compound. Reece performed a tack reload to top off his weapon and hit the push-to-talk on his emitter. "Alice, you still with us?" he asked.
Yes.
"Talk me into that tunnel system."
First, you have 3 men approaching from a structure close to the water on the south end of the island. They are just over a rise, 460 yards in front of you.
Even with nods, you didn't want your enemy to take the high ground. Reece stopped and turned to Ox and Hobie. "I'll stay here and draw fire. Don't worry, I have enough cover. You two push down and punch through." Ox was about to open his mouth when the accelerating sound of an outboard engine pierced the darkness. "Manta 2 coming in hot," came Bolo's voice over the radio. Accelerating out of the darkness from the southeast, they had a clear line of sight to the 3 men trying to get a position of advantage on Reece's team. The sound of the outboards was replaced by fully automatic fire from a suppressed Mark 46 ripping through the night. Then Seiko's voice came over the radio. "You're clear?" "Manta 2, Reece transmitted. "Grouper is WIA a mile north of your pa's in need of Kazovac. He's with Shane. We are moving to clear the compound." "Roger that, we have eyes on," Seiko said as the Manta's Boston whaler sped by. Men behind rifles and machine guns fired at the tender from the bunker tunnel complex as it raced up the coast, but they were too far away to be effective. They were shooting at the noise of the engine and the neon blue bioluminescence left in its wake. "Shane, did you copy?" Reece asked.
Shane copies. Manta 2, do you have a platform bag with you? We need it here.
"We do, 1 mic out." Shane asking for the more robust medical kit was not a good sign. "Push that from your head." "Alice, status report," Reece said.
The 3 men that were headed to intercept you are down. 2 more are visible, kneeling at the corner of the large structure near the dock. You are clear to move.
"Roger, moving." Reece and his team sprinted through the night over the rise. They put security rounds into the heads of the men Seiko had taken out from the water as they passed. The terrain transitioned from natural tropical grasslands and jungles to a landscaped resort. The team worked their way around tall palm trees and hedges as they approached what appeared to be the primary residence.
50 yards to your southeast,
Alice said. The team pushed around a stone wall, painted the 2 kneeling men with their IR lasers, and shot them to the ground.
Clear. Nothing else moving,
Alice transmitted. The team shifted their attention to the northeast. "Alice, how do we get into those tunnels?" Reece asked, once again stowing his partially expended magazine and replacing it with a fresh one.
All structures are connected underground.
"Where's the closest access point?"
The 1-story structure 100 yards northeast.
"Good copy." Reece forced himself to slow down. "Don't rush to your death. You will die. Don't take any more of your friends with you." They moved in a wedge formation with Reece in the lead toward their target building. "Alice, any perimeter security?"
Nothing visible.
Roger. They pushed across the grass slope and up a set of wide stairs to the 1-story Indonesian-style home and crossed a short deck under an overhanging thatch roof. When Hobie and Ox were stacked behind Reece, the frogman's hand went to the side of the dual doors and slid past them. Reece cleared as much of the room as he could. He then slowly inched across the threshold in an arc, so as not to break the plane of the opening with his muzzle, clearing as he went. Hobie brought his rifle up to take up Reece's original position as he cleared. Once on the other side, Reece now had the most information on the inside of the room, so Hobie checked up. Reece made entrance, stepping into the space and presenting his muzzle to the deep corner, moving down the wall and clearing back just past the center as Hobie did the same to the opposite corner. Ox was right on his heels and button-hooked to Reece's wall, machine gun up and clearing from the room's center back toward Reece. "Clear right," Reece said.
Clear left,
came Hobie's reply. "Moving," Reece said.
Move,
Ox responded. "Alice, where's the entrance?" Reece asked as the operators pushed across what was a large, open sitting area. Before she could answer, they heard a door open in the next room, and all 3 operators moved to the side of another set of large, carved open doors. Reece heard footsteps and muffled Spanish. Sensing where the men were in the room, Reece took an angle on the door, hit the lead man with his IR laser, and pressed the trigger 4 times in rapid succession. with all 4 bullets catching his target in the face. As he dropped to the floor, Reece sent another 3 rounds into the man behind him, and then committed to the room with Hobie and Ox on his heels. A door that looked like it should go to a pantry area was directly behind the dead men. Reece moved, rifle up, toward it, and heard Hobie give the 2 men on the ground security rounds. Reece pushed back the door, but instead of a pantry, a spiral staircase led down. With the door open, they could hear sporadic fire coming from gun emplacements built into the side of the hill that not long ago had overlooked Reece's team. Stairwells of any kind are notoriously hard to clear. "All right," Reece whispered, topping off his rifle. "We don't have a clear idea about what's down there. Could be a matrix of tunnels. It sounds like the fire is coming from maybe 100 or so yards north."
"If they have someone down there at the base, we are going to get stitched up as soon as we start down,"
Hobie pointed out. Reece let his rifle hang on its sling and pulled out a grenade, remembering his dad talking about clearing tunnels with frags in Vietnam. Ox and Hobie nodded in approval. Reece pulled the pin, dropped it down the stairs, and closed the door. The 3 men backed away. Seconds later, the explosion blew the door open. Reece followed up with 1 more. After the second explosion, the team worked their way down the spiral staircase into a large, concrete tunnel, now filled with smoke. At the base of the stairs, Reece put 2 bullets into the head of a wounded sentry. The tunnel was large enough to stand with a good 2 feet of headroom. It stretched out in both directions. One way led to the location where they had taken fire, and the other led back toward the compound.
"Reece, I'll take point and clear with the AW."
Reluctantly, Reece nodded and took the number 2 man position as Ox moved deeper into the tunnel. A guard appeared from around a corner, and Ox stitched him up with a burst from the belt fed. He continued to send controlled bursts at the corner as he approached to keep anyone from spraying and praying in their direction. He continued shooting as he took the corner, putting 3 bursts into the last man at the tunnel's dead end. He put another 3-round burst into his head to be sure.
"Clear,"
Ox said. The gun ports they had been using were clear through their night vision. As Reece moved his hand to his push-to-talk in an attempt to reach Alice, Manta 2, or Shane, he felt Ox and the Knight's Armament AW crash into him, which sent him slamming into Hobie as Ox tackled them back around the corner.
"Back!"
Ox yelled. Before it could even register, Reece felt the concussive blast of an explosion. Dust filled the enclosed space as Reece scrambled to his feet while bringing up his weapon. Even with the Peltor Comtac noise-canceling headset protecting his ears, Reece felt the sharp pain of the ringing.
"That means you're still alive."
"Ox, Hobie," Reece yelled.
"I'm okay,"
Ox said.
"Hobie, you good?"
"I think so. What was that?"
"Fucker had a grenade prepped. It rolled out of his hand after he was down."
"Thanks, Ox," Reece said. He then hit the push-to-talk. "Alice, Seiko, anyone this net?" His transmission was met by silence. "Not working in here," Reece said.
"Well, let's get out of this fucking place,"
Hobie said.
"I like life above ground."
"I have point," Reece said, bringing his rifle up and moving back the way they had come. The dust from the grenade dissipated as they got closer to the spiral stairs. As Reece approached their exit, he caught movement through his night vision. For a split second, he thought it was a rat scurrying past his feet, but it wasn't a rat. "Grenade!" Reece yelled. The grenade bounced off the concrete wall, coming to rest between Hobie and Ox. It took only a second that seemed like an eternity. Reece watched as his friend, the most experienced special operator he knew, threw his body on top of the grenade just before it detonated beneath him. Chapter 53. White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. "Director Rodriguez, how do we contact this Alice to get a sitrep?" The question came from the Secretary of State, Hank Coleman, who had now joined President Gail Olson and her Crisis Action Group in the Whizzer. A large man the president suspected was building up his foreign policy bona fides for a future presidential run. The former governor of South Dakota had served in the Army as a tanker in his youth. It was possible he had not done any physical training since.
The NSA might be able to answer your question with the proper technical terminology, as she was a joint NSA Army and CISA program,
Vic responded.
It sounds like a project that went awry.
Vic only nodded. He had been in Washington long enough to know when to speak and when to let silence speak for him.
"We can discuss that issue after the current crisis is resolved," said the president, keeping them on track. "An issue now, am I?" said a female monochromatic voice through the room's speakers.
"Alice," Vic said, "can you give us a situation report?"
"Napoleon is dead. I killed him."
"Killed him?" Vic asked, looking at Danreb.
"In non-technical terms, you would say that I fried his circuitry. His cooling mechanism was being powered by a power plant off Buru. I interrupted that life support system." "Is Gravity 2 inoperable?" the president asked. "The Gravity 2 is no longer under Napoleon's control."
"Does that mean it can't be launched?" CIA Director Howe asked for clarification.
"No," Alice replied.
"I don't understand," he replied.
"In scanning all the Napoleon systems before termination, I estimate that there is an 87% chance that Andrew Hart has a manual backup means of launching the Gravity 2.
"So, stopping it is down to our team on the ground?" Director Howe said.
"Yes." "Can we hear from the team?" the president asked. "No. They are not equipped for that type of communications, but I can tell you they were compromised on their approach. We have one operator down, and I have lost contact with Commander Reece's element." "Why?" the president asked. "They entered a tunnel complex following troops in contact." "General Seifert," the president said, looking at the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, "what are our long-range kinetic options?"
"Madam President," the general said, leaning forward in his seat, interlacing his fingers and setting his forearms on the table. "Our primary option is the forward-deployed DDG-112, the USS Michael Murphy, an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer in the Philippine Sea. A Tomahawk cruise missile strike is my recommendation."
"How long would it take for them to reach their target?"
"The ship is approximately 456 nautical miles from Coralina. We can have hits on target in just under an hour." The president took a breath.
"Under an hour," she said, deep in thought. "And how long would it take for Hart to launch the missiles manually?" "If he is launching manually, it would depend on which stage of the launch process he is in. It could be anywhere from immediate to what I estimate to be 50 minutes. 50 minutes. General?"
"That is cutting it close with the cruise missile attack."
"Order it, General," the president said.
"Yes, Madam President." The chairman of the Joint Chiefs stood and took leave to a smaller communications room off the main space to place a call.
"Alice, can you relay my order to evacuate? The team has split their forces, but I can connect with the base element. I will relay the order to Commander Reece when I re-establish comms." "Do it." "I must inform you that if Hart has decided to continue with this mission, I estimate a less than 50% chance of the Tomahawks hitting their target before he launches the Gravity 2. What maximizes our chances of success? Stopping the launch at its source if Hart has initiated the pre-launch procedures. Which we can't know from here." "That is correct."
The president tapped her fingers on the table, thinking through her next decisions as commander-in-chief. She turned to her Secretary of State.
"Hank, set up a call for me with President Gao immediately. It's time to show our hand."
Chapter 54. Coralina Island, northwest of Buru Island, Republic of Indonesia. "Ox!" Reece yelled. The grenade had lifted Ox into the air and propelled him against the wall of the tunnel. It took Reece a moment to regain his bearings, the enclosed space amplifying the concussive effects of the explosion. He found the Knights first. It had been ripped away from Ox in the blast. Was that movement through the smoke at the far end of the tunnel? Reece brought the belt-fed machine gun to his shoulder and tore through what was left of the 150-round box magazine. Hobie had been taken off his feet but quickly recovered and moved to Reece's side, providing cover fire while Reece located their friend in the smoke-filled passage. "There!" Reece dropped the AW and rushed to assess Ox's wounds, while Hobie continued to send rounds down the tunnel in the direction of the threat. "Talk to me, Reece," Hobie said between shots. "We have to move?" Reece rolled Ox onto his back and quickly evaluated his injuries. The ceramic plate had absorbed most of the blast. Aside from what had to be broken ribs, Ox's vital organs seemed to have been spared. His legs and arms were a different story. A portion of the blast had been directed down, tearing into his upper thighs and shredding his pants. His right arm was mangled and charred. His left was broken and contorted in an unnatural position. His helmet and nods were gone, and he was bleeding from his nose. It looked like there might be fluid leaking from his ears. "Reece," Hobie called again. "Status." "Stand by," Reece yelled back. Breathing, pulse, weak. Unconscious, probably in shock with internal and external injuries. "We need to get him up those stairs," Hobie said, the urgency clear in his voice. "Do what you can, Reece." He tore 2 tourniquets from Ox's kit and quickly affixed one to each leg. Then he grabbed one of his own and secured it to Ox's right arm. Then he extracted the trauma kit from Ox's belt. Under nods, with the smoke heavy in the air and with Hobie continuing to pop rounds in the direction from which the grenade was thrown, Reece couldn't tell if he was ripping into an emergency trauma dressing or quick clot. Whatever it was, he stuffed it into the biggest wound he could find in Ox's upper legs. "Leave the body armor on or take it off." Reece looked at the spiral staircase. It was too narrow to make it up there with someone as big as Ox if he had kit on. "All right," Reece said as he stripped off Ox's plate carrier. "Get ready to move." Reece adjusted his rifle to keep it out of the way. He then lodged his right knee in Ox's left hip and slid his left knee between what was left of his friend's legs. He planted it in a kneeling position and threw Ox's right leg over his left thigh. Reece then reached his right arm between his left leg and Ox's right, grabbing torn material on Ox's right pant leg. Reece then leaned across Ox's body, pushing his right ear into Ox's right hip, rolling over the top of Ox's body and bringing Ox with him onto his shoulders and into a fireman's carry. Reece steadied himself and went from kneeling to standing. "Let's move," Reece said. Hobie finished dumping his magazine down the tunnel, changed magazines, and led the way up the spiral staircase. It was then that Reece noticed that Hobie was limping. "Hobie, you hit?" "Not as bad as Ox," was all the operator said. "One foot in front of the other, Reece. This is why you train." Reece's legs were burning when he reached the top of the staircase. He knew that was nothing compared to what the man on his shoulders was dealing with. "Alice," Reece said, catching his breath as he and Hobie stepped over the bodies of the men they had killed on the way in. Nothing. At the doorway, Reece tried again. This time, he got a response. "Compound clear," she said. "Good copy." "Manta 2, you guys still here?" "Standing by," came Bolo's voice. "Bolo, meet us at the main dock. Ox is WIA. He's in bad shape." "Roger that. Inbound." "You want to switch out?" Hobie asked Reece. "I got him. Alice says the compound is clear, but somebody threw that grenade, and I have not seen Hart, Novak, or Perkins yet." Hobie nodded. He cleared as much of the lawn as he could between the house and the next hill before moving out. Reece drew his pistol and followed, noticing that Hobie's limp was getting worse the farther they went. Where Hobie's eyes went, his rifle followed. At the crest of a low hill, they both saw and heard the Manta's tender pull next to the dock by a large sailboat. Reece looked up to see Shane and Seiko disembark. Shane with his SIG rifle and Seiko with just a pistol. They left the Knights with Bolo in case he needed to lay down a base of fire for the land element. Reece and Hobie kept pushing across the grass that was now sloped downward. "Alice, status check. Anything moving?"
"Negative, Reece. Still clear."
Shane and Seiko met them 200 yards from the dock. Shane's arm was bandaged. He took rear security while Seiko immediately went back-to-back with Reece, transferring Ox onto his shoulders. "I have the weight," he said. Reece holstered the Glock and brought up his rifle. He fell in as rear security with Shane as they leapfrogged back to the dock.
"Reece,"
came Alice's voice through his headset. "I hear you."
"Extract immediately."
"That's the plan."
"You have 27 minutes until impact."
Reece came to a stop on the dock as Shane charged past. "What do you mean?"
"The President launched 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles from an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer in the Philippine Sea at Coralina Island."
"Why?" Reece asked, not moving from his position.
"In reviewing data from the site and from Napoleon's systems, I estimate there is an 87% chance that Andrew Hart can launch the Gravity 2 manually."
"You mean we didn't stop him?"
"That is uncertain."
Reece looked back at the main house.
"Reece, these missiles are going to impact the island. They are lower tech, and I cannot splash them. Get in the boat. There is a 46% chance that the Tomahawks will hit before the Gravity 2 launches."
"Any movement on target?"
"Nothing."
"They are underground."
"Reece, the President has ordered that you leave the island. She has opted for the cruise missile attack."
Those percentages seem to indicate HART is going to launch before they impact.
I will continue to penetrate the system.
But if it is closed, you won't be able to get in.
That's correct, Reece.
If HART can launch manually, then I can stop him manually. Or maybe I can slow them down and delay it enough for the missiles to hit. If you stay with Katie, she will die.
Reece turned and ran down the dock to where Shane waited next to the tender. Ox and Grouper were lying flat on the deck, not moving. Seiko was back on the Knight's armament light assault machine gun at the bow, and though wounded himself, Hobie was working on Ox, the deck awash in blood.
Shane, get out of here. You heard the transmission. Yeah, I heard Alice say that Tomahawks are inbound and that the President ordered us, all of us, out. Ox and Grouper are in a bad way. You and Hobie are leaking too. Get to the Manta. I have a feeling that after this morning there are going to be a lot of U.S. naval assets in the area. They will be able to take care of all of you.
Shane shook his head.
Reece, go. How do we link back up with you?
Reece smiled. You don't.
You are going to need a swim buddy, Shane said. I've got one. Alice. Fuck that, Reece.
Reece flipped up his nods.
Listen to me, Shane.
He paused.
I'm not coming back.
The paramilitary officer looked into Reece's eyes. He understood. He handed the frogman 3 full mags and a grenade. Reece stuffed them in his plate carrier, then he turned, folded down his nods, and ran back toward the main house. Chapter 55. White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. The President had not taken her call with President Gao of China privately, as some leaders may have. Instead, she directed the Wizard staff to frame a video feed that showed her at the head of the table surrounded by the National Security Council, knowing that many times pictures spoke louder than words.
President Gao, thank you for taking this meeting. I am gathered with my National Security Council to discuss a matter of the gravest importance to both our nations.
The President's words were translated into Mandarin by an interpreter from the Interpreting Division of the Office of Language Services. Under the Bureau of Administration's Operations Office, they continued a tradition of elite linguists created by the country's first Secretary of State, Thomas Jefferson. President Gao had an interpreter on his side as well. Both presidents, having trusted interpreters, served as a check on what each side was relaying in this high-stakes game. President Gao only folded his arms across his navy blue suit and lighter blue tie. He was sitting in a high-backed brown leather chair. Visible in the background over his left shoulder was the red and gold flag of the People's Republic of China. Red denoted revolution, and a large gold star symbolized the CCP. An arc of 4 smaller stars represented China's 4 social classes as defined by Mao, though more recently those 4 stars had been reinterpreted to represent China's main ethnic groups. Even Communist China was not immune from the winds of change. President Olson had not consulted the men around the table before the call. Time was a factor, and she knew her role, which made Vic regret that she would not be seeking another term.
My country was recently made aware of a threat to both our nations.
She is offering him an out, Vic thought. Brilliant.
Unbeknownst to us, an American citizen named Andrew Hart of Elba Industries collaborated with a private Chinese company called Orion Space to build an anti-satellite rocket that is on an island in Indonesia. They plan to use it to take out all low-orbital satellites, something that will be detrimental for both our nations and for the world.
President Gao continued to stare sternly into the monitor.
We have launched Tomahawk cruise missiles at the launch site. Right now, it is unknown if they will impact before launch. We know that your government had nothing to do with this Elba Industries plot. I want to assure you that my government will take all necessary steps to deal with this threat to the United States, China, and the world. My Secretary of State is coordinating with the Indonesian government to mitigate any potential fallout, though the launch facility is isolated and no collateral damage is expected. I wanted to personally notify you of this threat to our nations and the steps the United States is taking to eliminate it. I also wanted to personally notify you of the involvement of a private Chinese entity in this plot. A joint intelligence task force will be investigating this matter, and I will keep you apprised of additional developments on any further connections to China.
Olsen paused to let her words sink in. President Gao spoke with a soft tone that still managed to convey a firmness that left one on edge.
This is disturbing information, Madam President. I am unaware of any collaboration between private companies in my country and this Elba Industries. I will instruct my intelligence services to investigate immediately. Thank you for bringing this to my attention.
President Olsen had made the subtext clear. We know you are involved, but you can escape this unscathed. The choice is yours.
I would appreciate it if we could keep these channels open at the executive levels, President Gao. I think that could help avert any misunderstandings.
I agree.
Thank you, President Gao. We will be in touch shortly with an update.
She nodded at her counterpart without smiling, and the wizard duty officer terminated the feed. Gail Olsen looked around the room.
Well, do you think he bought it?
That was a master class in diplomacy, Madam President, said Secretary Coleman.
Will it be enough, Mr. Danreb?
The President asked. If our Tomahawks prevent that launch, you have given him the out he needs. He knows it, and we know it.
And if it launches?
If it launches and succeeds in creating the Kessler syndrome in low orbit, it is possible they go through with the invasion of Taiwan.
We need to stop that launch, the President said. What are the odds our missiles hit in time? Still less than 50%.
Alice's distinctive voice filled the room.
How much less?
The President asked, as if Alice were physically present with them.
That cannot be determined without knowing what state of the launch sequence we are in. General, the President said, we have tipped our hand. Begin moving every available asset we have into positions that signify our support of Taiwan. Put up B-52s, B-1s, and B-2s out of Guam. Get B-21s up as well. I want them to know we are serious. I want President Gao to know through our military actions that we are prepared to defend Taiwan. Hank, deconflict with Indonesia. There is an option on the table in which Indonesian authorities discovered this plot, and their military took action from a narrative control standpoint. I want us to be extremely sensitive to President Widodo's desires. Please set us up on a call. I will take that in private and explain the situation personally. There is another factor to consider, Alice said. What's that? The President asked. The CIA team evacuated the island with multiple wounded. They are en route to the Manta and will need to coordinate next-level medical care with the U.S. Naval Surface Asset. General, the President said, delegating that medical response to her chief military advisor. Coordinating that now, Alice. What does that have to do with the pending launch? Commander Reece stayed behind.
Chapter 56. Coralina Island, northwest of Buru Island, Republic of Indonesia. Reece charged up the grass slope toward the main house, hearing the engines of the tender roar to life and dissipate as it sped into the night. Alice, where was Napoleon located?
In a chamber under the structure in front of you.
Reece passed the two bodies of the guards they had eliminated earlier and pressed into the home's courtyard, clearing as he went. The sounds of battle had disappeared. They had left an eerie silence in their wake, the calm before the dawn. Reece cleared as much of the main room from the outside as possible before entering. Was there another security team lying in wait? Was the compound wired with IEDs? Where were Hart, Novak, and Perkins? Reece pressed his push-to-talk. "Where is it?" Reece asked in a hushed voice.
A door off the main room, Reece. I will lose you when you go underground unless there is some connectivity through which I can connect to your radio or mobile device.
Understood. Anything moving on property?
Nothing.
Are they still here? Could they have gotten off the island? Underground? Underwater? Watch for sleights of hand, Miles had told him. Miles. What else had he said?
I remember they all wore the same watch. Breitling Emergencies. As a sailor, you notice things like that.
Those have radio beacons. Alice, are any phones active or inactive on the island?
No.
How about watches? Chapter 57. Reece worked his way down into Napoleon's chamber, weapon up, sweeping as he moved. Alice had searched for and activated the beacons on the Breitling emergency watches. 2 were active on an island a mile to the south. How did they get there? He entered the room once dominated by Napoleon, using the IR illuminator on his laser aiming device to see in the pitch black. He recognized the plexiglass cage. It was similar to the one used to house Alice when they had first met, though instead of a flowing, Medusa-like chandelier of glowing wires suspended in space, this one held a large, cylindrical container. Nothing moved, nothing glowed, nothing blinked, nothing hummed. It was a room of death. He wasn't going to stop a launch from this space. Closed door, far corner. Reece moved across the room to the far door, which looked more like a ship's hatch upon closer inspection. "Alice," Reece said into his radio headset. Nothing. Reece was alone. He unlatched the hatch and pushed open the door. A pitch-black tunnel beckoned. Perkins waited in the dark. He had the advantage. He had walked the entire underground labyrinth of tunnels dozens of times and knew them well. Hart had been right. Someone had stayed behind, and now Perkins was going to have the fight he wanted. It might not be the octagon, but the adrenaline was flowing. Perkins was pumped. He could taste the blood. He saw the glow of the IR illuminator first. It would turn on for a moment and then go dark again. Whoever it was, they were moving like a pro, like someone who anticipated that his enemy might have the same technological advantage as he did. The submerged floating tunnel connected Coralina to the launch facility. It had one gradual turn at the halfway point. Approximately a mile in length, the tunnel was suspended 100 feet beneath the surface to insulate it from weather conditions, seismic events, and the draft of maritime traffic above. Constructed of concrete and steel, the positively buoyant tube was anchored to the ocean floor to secure it in place. Perkins understood that the Chinese engineering firm that had designed it was also using it as a test for future projects that would allow for vehicle traffic between other Indonesian islands. The tube had a flat floor, but the walls and ceiling were rounded. It was sturdy enough to survive small arms fire, and Perkins suspected that even a grenade wouldn't do irreparable damage, though he would rather not be the one who tested its structural integrity against explosives. His rifle should be enough. He did not like being submerged in what amounted to a prototype, but he would not be in it for much longer. He would deal with the intruder and get back to the surface, where he belonged. What is this thing? The tunnel leading away from the main house slanted down toward the sea. Reece estimated he was about 80 to 100 feet underground when the rectangular design shifted to a cylindrical one. There was still ample headroom and space for at least 4 men in kit to walk side by side. It wasn't quite big enough for a car or truck, but would easily allow for motorcycles and golf carts. The lights were still off. Reece wondered if they were connected to shore power from Coralina, or if they had another power source and they were off because of a decision on the enemy's side. Warfare was all about adaptation and deception. Reece hit his IR illuminator, weapon off safe, finger on the trigger, ready to work. He then turned off the IR light and slightly changed his position as much as the space would allow, before pushing deeper into the tube. Was there another guard force ahead? It was possible. Were Hart, Novak, and Perkins waiting for him in the tunnel, or were they right now launching the Gravity 2 rocket? "You are on the clock, Reece. Steady, you can't delay the launch if you are dead." Reece could see that the tunnel turned to the right about 50 yards forward of his position. Was he a half-mile in? If you take that corner with your IR illuminator on, you will have given up any element of surprise. How do you take that element back? Reece turned off his illuminator and walked another 20 yards into the tube. He unslung his weapon and leaned it against the right side of the tunnel, balanced on its magazine, pointing forward. He then activated the positive IR light, drew his Glock, and pressed his left shoulder to the opposite side of the tunnel. Weapon at the ready, he crept forward. Why was the American lighting up the tunnel? Was it James Reece? Why was he stationary? Was he waiting? Concrete and steel. This floating tube could take a frag. Perkins let his rifle hang, removed a grenade from a pouch, and pulled the pin. Reece moved smoothly along the left side of the tube, pistol extended with his finger on the trigger. The IR illuminator from his abandoned rifle lit up the right wall. The dot in his RMR atop the pistol was visible but partially washed out by the reflection off his hands through his nods. If there is someone around the corner, you will know in a few seconds. Reece slowed down even more and began to pie the corner. A sudden flash of movement caused him to adjust his angle and allowed only a split second to send a round at the partially obscured figure ahead. Even as Reece pressed the trigger, he recognized what had happened. Someone had thrown something, and that something in this case was a flashbang stun grenade or a fragmentation grenade. It sailed past Reece in the direction of his rifle. Reece hit the deck with his head facing forward and crossed his legs. The grenade was going to detonate far enough back that Reece should escape injury, but he didn't want to take an errant piece of shrapnel. What would it do to the tunnel? The concussive force of the detonation rocked Reece's world, the acoustic shock reigniting a sensation of pressure in his head, followed by an acute ringing in his ears. If any shrapnel flew in his direction, it passed overhead. The explosion had landed close enough to his rifle to knock it to the ground, but did not destroy the IR light. It continued to partially illuminate the tunnel, casting a ghostly light through the smoke. Reece briefly set his pistol down, rolled to his side, and extracted a grenade from his pouch. He knelt, pulled the pin, and hurled it around the corner. Reece felt the concussive force from the explosion as it traveled back down the tunnel. He pushed ahead through the smoke and debris-filled tube, inching around the turn, pistol up and ready to work. Get ready for another grenade. Instead, unsuppressed rifle rounds fired on full auto zipped through the fumes. The muzzle flash coupled with the dust created a strobe light-like effect in Reece's nods. Reece changed sides of the tunnel to cut off the angle. Shoot back blindly? Wait for a target? Deal with a second grenade? Wait, what was that? The explosion-induced ear trauma made it hard to discern even through the peltors. It sounded like footsteps, but were they running toward him or away? Then he heard something else that he at first thought was a malfunction in his headset. It sounded like static. Then the floor started to move. Water. Flooding. Reece looked up in time to see the wave that swept him from his feet and dragged him under. Is it working? Hart asked. It's working, General Novak replied. Tunnel is filling now. Good. There is an emergency drainage pump system that will collect incoming water underneath the floor, but it will not be able to keep up with the volume of water we are introducing. They will be dead soon. Activate the pad deck water deluge system on the Gravity 2, then commence with the first stage thrust vector actuator test. We could still call this off, Novak said. General, there are enemy forces on our soil. That means missiles may very well be inbound. Without Napoleon, we won't know, but they are being guided by the satellites we are set to destroy. Our very survival depends on it. Now get on with it. Reece felt like he was in a washing machine. The wall of water tossed him to the floor, pushing him deeper back into the tube. The force slightly dissipated, and he struggled to get his feet under him, dizzy and out of breath from the unexpected assault. His nods still worked, and he had managed to hold onto his pistol. The water dropped from chest to waist level. An emergency drainage feature? Where is the threat? Bullets ripping down the tunnel gave Reece his answer. He took a knee and braced himself against the concrete wall so that just his arms and shoulders were out of the water. Through his nods, he could see Perkins sprinting toward him in an attempt to escape the rapidly flooding tunnel, shooting wildly with his rifle in Reece's general direction. If he had once had a helmet with attached night optics, they had been lost in the flood. Reece steadied his breathing and shot a controlled pair at the man's center mass. Body armor. He adjusted slightly for a headshot, but his target was engulfed and disappeared in another wall of water before he could press the trigger. Take a breath, Reece, you know what's coming. The same wave that consumed his opponent hit Reece a moment later. This time Reece relaxed. Let the water take you, it's pushing you back to Coralina. When it felt like it might be dissipating, Reece pulled his feet beneath him and pushed up. His head broke the surface. The water level was just below his chin. He took a breath and turned in anticipation of being hit by another wave. Instead, he was hit with a heavy, closed fist. Even under nods, he recognized Perkins from his file photo. Reece twisted the Glock underwater and fired while off balance. Miss. Reece adjusted as Perkins's left hand sliced down through the water, catching Reece's wrist and pushing the pistol offline. His rifle sling was tangled and still slung across his chest. Reece reached for his blade when another wave swept them both from their feet. He felt Perkins going for his pistol and immediately went to counter. Pistol rounds do not travel far when discharged underwater, but if the muzzle is directly against the human body, they can still be deadly. They were locked together in what amounted to a wave, in the dark, 100 feet beneath the surface of the ocean in a tunnel rapidly filling with water. They smashed up against a wall and Perkins stripped the Glock from Reece's grasp, the swift-moving water taking it away. This guy is strong. With Reece's right wrist still locked in Perkins's iron grasp, the mercenary's right hand moved to his right side. He's going for a pistol. The increased drag underwater makes movement not nearly as efficient as on land. Perkins's draw was hampered by the rifle that was still slung to his body, but he still discharged 3 rounds as he attempted to bring it online. Reece felt 2 rounds hit his body armor, the ceramic plate dissipating their energy as it absorbed the impacts. He grabbed the barrel of the autoloading pistol, twisting it to the outside and back toward his opponent, the current tearing it away before Reece could get positive control. He felt them hit the flat bottom, so Reece threw his legs under him, planted them as firmly as he could, grabbed his opponent's throat, and then shot them toward the roof of the tunnel, not knowing if an air pocket still existed above. They broke the surface, and Reece slammed Perkins's head into the top of the tunnel. 6 inches of air. Another wave hit them, propelling them farther down the cylindrical crypt. Still on the surface, Perkins's hand shot to Reece's nods. The reflection of the light from the night vision on Reece's cheeks had given him a reference point. Reece felt his head snap back as another wave took them down and rolled them before spitting them to the surface. Reece's helmet hit the roof of the tunnel, where there was still a small air pocket. He managed a quick breath before Perkins ripped his head back under by the nods. With his left hand, Reece reached up and pressed the clasp on his chin strap. The helmet and nods broke free. Perkins still had a hold of the helmet, but Reece's head was not in it. Reece wrapped his left hand behind Perkins's neck and slammed his head into his opponent's nose. He was attempting to slide around the mercenary's body when another wave engulfed them. They were dead regardless of who prevailed in this battle. The tunnel had almost been full when they took their last breaths, but the human mind, body, and spirit would always fight for that most precious of gifts, the gift of life, even in the most futile of conditions. The will to fight. Fight, Reece. In the chaos of the churning water, Perkins managed to press his QD sling attachment, which was hindering his movement, and pull the rifle across Reece's neck, wrapping his legs around Reece's from behind, locking in his hooks as the current continued to roll them. They spun and crashed into the tunnel walls, the floor, and ceiling, in a desperate fight for life, and even though Perkins had the position of advantage, he started to panic. Reece could feel it. Stay calm, Reece. That's your advantage. If you are going to die down here, Perkins is dying first. Still underwater with the lower portion of the barrel across his neck, Reece reached up in a vain attempt to release the pressure. His hand then went to the trigger guard. Reece flipped the weapon to fire and pulled the trigger. The rifle discharged. Reece kept pressing the trigger, thinking that maybe Perkins's hand was over the muzzle or the barrel might heat up enough for him to loosen his grip. He felt the concussion rattle his brain just inches away from the chamber, but Perkins held on until the rifle went dry and continued to choke Reece with the now empty AR. As he kept his left hand on the lower barrel, Reece's right hand went to the headhunter blade mounted horizontally to the back of his belt. He drew it, indexed Perkins's right hand, and pressure cut deep into his metacarpals. Even underwater, Reece could hear his opponent grunt and instinctively pull back his hand. Before Reece could cut Perkins's left hand, the MMA fighter launched them to the surface once again in a desperate search for air. This time, he didn't find it. This is a strong current. We have to be getting close to Coralina. Reece could feel the panic take hold as Perkins thrashed to get away in a frantic search for life-sustaining air. Reece grabbed the drag handle of Perkins's blade carrier and pulled him back. His blade found a soft target, and Reece stabbed it into his enemy's armpit. Reece heard another grunt as Perkins expended more air from his lungs. As he struggled, his body tried to surface but found only the top of the tunnel, which put the lower part of his backplate even with Reece's face. Reece reached around his adversary, twisted his wrist, and inserted the blade under the plate, angling it up and in, slicing it across his stomach and pumping it into his opponent's guts. This time the sound Reece heard was unmistakable. Perkins was screaming. Reece sliced down through the femoral in his leg, though underwater he could not tell if he hit it. He then used the drag handle to yank Perkins down. He slipped his hand from the handle to the underside of Perkins's chin and, with the blade still in a forward grip, inserted it into the side of the mercenary's neck to the hilt, before thrusting it forward, ripping through the trachea and esophagus. Reece let the current carry the dead man away. He released the 4 quick-detach buckles at the shoulders and waist of his maritime plate carrier, letting it sink so he could move more efficiently. He then pushed himself back to the surface. Some of the water had drained from what was probably a safety mechanism in case of a rupture, but not enough. Reece pressed his lips to the top of the tunnel, drawing in half a breath before the water rose again. He knew the direction of Coralina. The current was pushing him that way. He transferred the knife to his mouth, biting down on the handles so that he could use his hands for the most powerful strokes possible. His arms and legs burned as he propelled himself forward in the dark. Always forward. He thought of the 50-meter underwater swim in Buds and of the SEAL candidates in his class who had experienced shallow water blackouts, refusing to surface because they wanted it so bad. He remembered the instructors pulling them to the surface and resuscitating them on the pool deck, and then making them do it again. Reece kept swimming, pulling with his arms, kicking with his legs. What was that ahead in the darkness? Was it light? Was he hallucinating? It looked like the blurry avatar of Alice. He tried to surface one more time, but the water had not dissipated. He was trapped. It was too far to go. He wasn't going to make it. Goodbye, Katie.
Chapter 58. White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. Admiral Daniel Johnson, commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, had just begun his briefing to the National Security Council on defending Taiwan when he was interrupted by a voice the Council now knew well.
President Olson. Excuse us, Admiral Johnson. Yes, Alice? I regret to inform you and the Council that Commander James Reece is dead. What? I reinstated power to Coralina Island, which in turn activated flood sensors in a floating tunnel between Coralina and an island to the south. Is it possible that it is a malfunction? It is possible, but not probable. The sensors were triggered at different levels consistent with its design, starting with a drainage system below the walkway. All sensors indicate a catastrophic event. The tunnel is completely flooded. Commander Reece's chances of survival are 0%.
Vic stared at the table in front of him. The President tapped her fingers on the desk.
Why was he in the tunnel?
President Olson asked.
I tracked emergency beacons in watches that Commander Reece informed me were worn by Andrew Hart and Ian Novak. I activated those beacons through encrypted Huawei mobile devices belonging to Hart and Novak. They are on an island 1.2 miles south of Coralina. Why are they on that island to the south? I assess that it is a possible launch site. All the data storage areas radiate a similar heat signature. Based on newly acquired information, it appears that the launch site was built to mirror the heat signature of a data storage site.
The President turned to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
General Seifert, can the Tomahawks be redirected in flight?
Yes, Madam President. These are the Block 4 tactical Tomahawks. They have a data link feature that allows us to retarget in flight. We have that capability as long as the low orbital satellite constellation remains intact.
Alice, are you 100% sure the launch site is on the island to the south of Coralina? Any of the data storage sites on Coralina and the unnamed island south of Coralina could be a potential launch site. General, redirect the Tomahawks to target every data storage site and structure on Coralina and the island to its south immediately.
Alice, do you have grid coordinates on those sites and structures? The General asked.
Passing those to the Wizard Duty Officer now,
Alice responded.
But I also just redirected the Tomahawks in flight.
The general shared a look with the president.
Anything further on launch timing? No change in status. Launch could be immediate. If the launch sequence began when the CIA team was compromised and we launched the Tomahawks, then the earliest the Gravity 2 could be airborne is 23 minutes from now. Tomahawk impact is 31 minutes. Damn it, the president said under her breath. Any communication with mainland China after my call with President Gao? Yes. A text message was received by Andrew Hart's Huawei device from another device in Beijing associated with China's Ministry of State Security. It only contained the Chinese character for denied.
Looks like your call with Gao worked, Madam President, Secretary Coleman said.
Did it? She asked. There is still a very big variable in play.
What's that?
Andrew Hart. Mr. Danreb, your thoughts, please?
Andy cleared his throat and pushed the news about Reece out of his mind to deal with the task at hand. Hart will assess his position based off that text. His logical assumption will now be that he has been hung out to dry. From what I know, I think there is a strong likelihood that he launches anyway.
Why would he do that?
To force China's hand. Depending on timing, if he launches, it is possible he takes out the low-orbital satellites, which were also the satellites that the Tomahawks are depending on for guidance. With a Kessler syndrome scenario putting China in an advantageous position, it is possible China reconsiders and moves to take Taiwan when we are no longer in a position to help defend it. Alice will be able to better evaluate based on the evolving situation.
Alice?
Said the president.
Alice?
But Alice was gone. The door leading to the watch floor flew open, the duty officer wide-eyed and breathless.
Madam President, we are receiving calls from NORAD, Vandenberg, and Groom Lake.
Spit it out, son, General Seifert said.
I have never seen anything like this, Madam President, he continued. We just went to DEFCON 1. What? That can't happen without orders from me and SecDef and General Seifert, she replied. I know, Madam President, we triple-checked. We are at DEFCON 1 and now have intercontinental ballistic missiles prepping to launch. What's their target? Beijing and the headquarters element for each of China's fleets. Dear God, the president said. Alice, what have you done?
Chapter 59. Coralina Island, northwest of Buru Island, Republic of Indonesia. There was not much time. 10 seconds, if that. Come on, Reece, a little farther. 2 more kicks, then 1 more, always 1 more. In all that chaos, are you even going the right way? Just take a big gulp of water and end this as fast as you can. Stop fighting. No, you don't know how to stop fighting. Reece ran his hand along the left side of the tunnel. Is it the left side? Is the floor of the tunnel pitching up? In pitch black, in a suspended tube beneath the water, filled with water, there was no way to tell. He was disoriented beyond any measure. Where is that door? As Reece continued to fight the final inhalation that he knew would kill him, he felt his body going hypoxic. He recognized that the carbon dioxide building up in his system was crossing the blood-brain barrier, and he fought his natural craving to inhale as he continued to claw his way through the liquid passageway. Soon the inhalation of salt water, a blackout, or a seizure was coming. Always 1 more kick, 1 more stroke. What was that? Reece's right hand hit something metal in the concrete-walled tunnel. My right hand? I thought the door was on the left. Even in complete blackness, Reece knew he was about to pass out. Reds and purples clouded his vision as he fought the inclination to take a breath. No, keep fighting. It was a hatch, or was it a door? Whatever it was, Reece twisted his body and gave 1 last kick and pull. He caught the round handle like the one he had used to enter the tunnel from the quantum computer room and pulled himself to it. He turned it one way, and then the other, feeling it give. Why isn't it opening? Come on! With his last ounce of strength, Reece twisted the handle 1 final inch as his body spasmed and he involuntarily took a breath, the knife dropping from his mouth. He fought to stay conscious as water entered his larynx. His body was battling between its need for air and its primal default to seal vocal cords to constrict the airway, sealing it off, and keeping additional water from entering the lungs. He felt his vocal cords contract in their confusion when the change in pressure sucked him through the now open door as thousands of gallons of water suddenly had a new space to fill. He was smashed into what felt like a railing and then fell to the side, crashing down steel grating stairs, his lungs attempting to suck in life-saving oxygen as his stomach retched the invading salt water even before his body came to rest in the corner of a landing. Air. Life. Reece felt the acidic vomit project through his esophagus and then enter his lungs through his trachea as he sucked bile to his air passages via the trachea and into the lungs as his body adjusted to its new condition. Reece rolled to his side, his face pressed to the grating of the landing, his strength depleted, his body fighting to survive as he continued to suck in oxygen. His chest heaved and spasms and the vomiting gradually subsided. Air. He was alive. Though he didn't realize it, he had closed his eyes when he had been spit from the tube, his body's every effort going into regulating its functions to keep Reece conscious. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the burning as they adjusted to a dim glow that he couldn't quite place. Even the sound of his breathing had overridden the continuous ringing in his ears. It was then replaced by what he at first thought was his lungs, sucking in air. He blinked his eyes to realize that the sound was a torrent of water roaring like a continuous geyser from the door one landing above him. It shot through the top railing attached to a grated floor and cascaded down to the floor below. The floor of a cavern. What the hell? He pushed himself to his knees and vomited once more through the grate. Reece grabbed the railing next to him, pulling himself up like a boxer who has been put on the canvas and is trying desperately to get to his feet before the 10 count reached its apex. Any referee in the world of boxing would have called it a knockout, but this was not a bout. This was war. Not a war between nation-states or even proxies or factions in which industrialized nations adhered to a set of rules or principles. This was a war in which the rules did not exist. Reece had become war before. It was who he was. It was in his blood. And this war wasn't over. He still drew breath. He was mobile. And it was time for him to do what he did best. He stood on the middle landing of a stairwell that overlooked a large cavern cut from limestone. What is this place? He blinked his eyes again and shook his head to clear his vision. The entire cavern was damp. Light was coming from dim yellow bulbs that seemed almost haphazardly strewn along the far wall. Below him, a makeshift rocky path led down to a dock. About half a football field across, a good portion of the area beneath him was rock, and half was water that led down a tunnel carved out of the limestone. A floating dock occupied the space below. That looks big enough for a submarine, Reece noted. A Chinese submarine? What else could it be for? Had the flooding carried Reece farther up the tube than he thought? Reece continued to catch his breath. He wiped vomit from his chin and unzipped a pocket on his pant leg, extracting the phone from his pocket. It was waterproof, as was its case, but it had not been designed for what Reece had just put it through. Would it work? It had been turned off, as he and the team had been using emitters, and Alice could still use it to track him when it was off. Reece powered it on. Yes. While he waited for it to go through its startup sequence, he thought through his options. How long had he been in the tunnel? How long was left until launch? The phone came to life. He hit the prearranged contact for Alice. Nothing. Too deep underground. Was he already too late? Was the launch moments away? Wasn't he about to be obliterated by a Tomahawk cruise missile strike anyway? How would he even get to the island to the south? Take stock of your tools. Reece had lost his knife when the tunnel had ejected him. His plates and plate carrier, pistol, rifle, radio, and nods were all somewhere in the tunnel, with Perkins's dead body. He reached to his right pocket. Miraculously, his combat flathead was still clipped inside. So you were down to a screwdriver and a mobile phone. And a plane. As Reece's eyes continued to adjust, an object came into focus tied to the dock below. Tied to the floating dock was an Icon A5 amphibious plane. Reece almost smiled. Stuffing the phone back into his pocket, he ran down the remainder of the stairs and sprinted across the rocks and onto the dock. His strength was returning. Reece had seen photos of the A5 but never flown one. He thought it looked like the modern version of the old Lake Buccaneer he had learned to fly with Liz, though this aircraft seemed more like a large jet ski or small sports car with wings. The sleek white and gray seaplane was resting on its hull in the gloom, the engine mounted above and behind the cockpit in a pusher configuration. He raced down the dock and threw open the canopy. Okay, basic instrument panel, angle of attack indicator, airspeed, altimeter, fuel, bilge, rudder, oil temperature, oil pressure, water coolant temperature, large Garmin touchscreen, single throttle level where a car's gear shift would be. I just might be able to fly this thing. Reece untied the flying boat from the dock, slid behind the controls and hit the master switch, which brought the gauges to life. You can do this. He reached up and closed the canopy. He then turned the key in the ignition. Just like a car. Nothing happened. Reece looked closer and saw positions for A, B, and both. He turned it back off and turned the key to A, which caused lights to illuminate on the panel in front of him. He waited a moment and then turned it to B. He paused before turning it to both, which fired up the 100-horsepower Rotax 912 IS engine. Reece felt the vibrations of the three-bladed propeller behind him. Throttle. He reached down and pushed the throttle forward, using the water rudder to stay in the middle of the cavern as he followed the dim lights hanging from its sides. Clean and uncluttered, the panel and controls all reminded Reece of a car or ATV. He remembered his seatbelt and buckled it, just like in a vehicle. He then removed the IPS safety pin above his right shoulder, tossing it onto the passenger seat next to him. The Icon exited the cave at 4,000 RPM on the tachometer. Where am I? It was still dark, but in the early nautical twilight he could make out the hulking shape of Buru Island in front of him, which meant he was on the east side of Coralina Island. Time to find Hart and Novak. Reece used the paddles to turn the amphibian aircraft to starboard. They should be on an island directly south. Now, how do you fly this thing? Maybe I should just use it as a boat. Just get there, Reece. He pushed the throttle forward as his eyes swept the gauges. No mixture, water rudder up, gear up. He felt the aircraft transition from plow to a plane as the Icon moved onto step. Water rudder up. Speed 20 knots. Flaps from 0 to 30, add power. Reece felt the plane start to porpoise. You should come off the throttle. Instead, he pulled back on the stick. He went airborne for a moment and was struck by how quiet it was after the thunder of the water in the cavern. Warning, terrain ahead. Warning, terrain ahead, alerted the aircraft's terrain advisor. That island was closer than he thought. Flaps down, power down, flaring. Reece was vaguely aware of the rocky shoreline below him as he put the aircraft into a 60-degree bank turn. The left wing caught the top of a tree and sent the plane cartwheeling into the jungle. Chapter 60. White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. The next call with President Gao had not gone well. What if the situation were reversed? What if President Gao had called President Olson to tell her that a rogue Chinese AI quantum computer had taken over portions of China's nuclear ballistic missile systems and was actively targeting the United States? What would she have done? Probably what China was doing right now, preparing for war. Gail Olson paced before the presidential seal on the far wall of the Whizzer. It was flanked by the American flag and dark blue executive office flag. The Secretary of Defense and CIA Director were in one of the two breakout rooms while the Secretary of State occupied the other, placing call after call in efforts to get the situation under control. Vic and Dan Reb huddled together in a corner, deep in conversation. There had been no contact with Alice since she had placed the U.S. in DEFCON 1 for the first time in history. President Gao had told her in no uncertain terms that China would defend itself with all means at their disposal. He had not gone into further detail, but President Olson knew that an all-out response would include attacks on U.S. forces across the Pacific and a large-scale hacking offensive at home and on U.S. forces abroad. A crisis was not just on the horizon, that crisis was here. War was imminent. National Security Advisor Farber returned from the adjacent Whizzer Watch floor where he had received an up-to-the-second briefing from the 8 watch officers on duty. "Tell me," President Olson said. "It's not good news, Madam President. All our systems are preparing for a strike against China. We have turned off or isolated the systems where that was possible, but conventional Minotaur 3 missiles at Vandenberg Air Force Base and Cape Canaveral
are spooling up to launch. It will take them close to 20 hours to be ready. Good, replied the President. Non-nuclear, we can continue to stress that while the lines of communication are still open with China. Maybe we can defuse this situation by then. What is their conventional capability? They carry a single 1,000-pound warhead. With an impact force of 14,000 feet per second, they will destroy most of China's hardened targets, which includes tunnel complexes and missile silos. But we won't know precise targets until launch. We still have time. That's the good news. The bad news is that our next-generation prototype autonomous weapons systems are airborne. The President stopped pacing and placed her forearms on the back of her chair. Falcons? Yes. Prompt global strike. Alice is controlling it via overmatch. That is one of our most classified programs. It is. Also, 2 unmanned DARPA Falcons launched from Vandenberg within the last 30 minutes. It's a Mach 20 hypersonic technology vehicle called the Black Swift. It can reach anywhere in the world in an hour. So we have 30 minutes, depending on what they target. Still conventional, correct? Yes. Prompt global strike was developed around the idea of a precision-guided conventional strike capability. What else? The Lockheed Martin Aerojet Rocketdyne project, an unmanned SR-72, the son of Blackbird, was diverted from a test flight at Groom Lake. Area 51? Yes. That's a Mach 6 hypersonic aircraft. Correct. Armed? Armed with a high-speed strike weapon. And the B-52 Stratofortresses out of Guam are equipped with the new Common Strategic Rotary Launcher, meaning they have both conventional and nuclear capability. But we can recall those, correct? In theory, yes, but Alice could also send encrypted orders to the aircraft in flight. And if we stay non-nuclear, what are our best estimates on casualties? We don't yet know the targets, but we anticipate less than 100,000 if Alice stays confined to non-nuclear target doctrine. Those would include Beijing, naval bases, and ballistic missile silos. And if she goes nuclear? Then we are looking in the 50 million range. Dear God. And if China goes nuclear? What is our worst case? Hard to say, but based on our tests and computer simulations, 20% of China's missiles would penetrate our defenses. How many casualties? They would target both military and population centers, primarily on the West Coast. That's Guam, Oahu, San Diego, Los Angeles, Seattle, Anchorage, Las Vegas, and sites in Utah. In the vicinity of 20 million casualties. 20 million. As the potential death toll sank in, the door to a breakout room flew open. The Black Swift out of Vandenberg, said Chairman Seifert. It has its target. Where? Asked the President. Beijing. Chapter 61. Unnamed Island, south of Coralina, Republic of Indonesia. General Ian Novak had never once fired a shot in anger, despite the country having been at war for most of his career. He wasn't even that great with either a rifle or pistol. He was a cyber warfare officer. He liked to stay in shape, but that wasn't because he thought he would one day actually have to fight. And now he found himself walking through the jungle with a pistol he barely knew how to use. He had wanted to wait until the sun broke, but Hart would hear none of it. Something had just crashed on the launch island, and Hart demanded to know what it was. The launch facility and supporting outbuildings had been built without cameras and sensors by design. Minimizing electronic signatures and an absence of physical security were part of its disguise. His job was to finish off anyone still alive after the crash. He was not comfortable with night vision, so it was probably good that all he had was a flashlight and pistol. A trail led down from the launch facility through the jungle and eventually to the rocky beach close to the crash site. Smells of decaying wood and vegetation reminded him of a nursery or greenhouse. He would confirm that whoever was in the plane was dead, and then get back to the launch facility. There was not much time left. The Gravity 2 would be ready soon. He had made an effort to persuade Hart to abort the launch as requested by their conduit to the regime in China. Those efforts had fallen on deaf ears. Novak moved the light around the jungle as he approached the area of the downed plane. These fucking shadows. There are cobras and vipers on these islands. Are they out at this hour of the morning? There it is, part of a wing anyway. He continued to sweep the light back and forth as he walked.
There is the tail section.
Just ahead was what remained of the aircraft. An aircraft that looked familiar.
What? That was Hart's plane. Who flew it over? Everyone should be dead. James Reece? That is not possible.
Novak raised the Beretta and sent 5 rounds into the closed cockpit. Shooting in the dark one-handed was harder than he imagined. It was tough to tell how many were hitting in the dark. He then swung the light wildly, looking right and left and behind him. He inched closer, firing again.
Reece has to be dead. Keep shooting to make sure.
Novak kept firing. If there was one thing he dreaded, it was meeting James Reece in the dark. He moved forward until he was close enough to touch the plane. The reflection from the bright flashlight off the clear plexiglass canopy made it difficult to see inside, so he took an angle and fired another shot.
If Reece wasn't dead before, he has to be dead now.
As the general reached out to lift the canopy, he felt a searing pain just behind his right clavicle, causing his right leg to buckle. As a force drove him downward, he dropped the flashlight. The Beretta was stripped from his hand.
A ghost? The Reaper? James Reece? Am I in shock? Why am I frozen?
He attempted to lift his hands, but his right arm remained limp at his side.
What is happening?
Something solid and made of metal hit the side of his head with such force he thought he would pass out. It sent him to the ground, where he struggled to push himself upright. With his right arm immobile, he used his left to push first to his elbow and then to his hand. He watched as the feet and legs of his aggressor passed him and picked up the flashlight.
Knees,
said a voice. The flashlight was turned on him. With his right arm immobile and his left supporting his weight, he failed to shield his eyes from the lumens that stole the remainder of his night vision.
Please, please,
Novak stammered. The light got closer as the man stepped forward and grabbed the implement impaled behind his clavicle. Novak howled as the object was removed. The man let it linger in front of the light. It looked like a black screwdriver, and the working end was covered in blood. The man then flipped it in the light so he was holding the flathead end. It then disappeared from view for a split second before Novak felt the impact against his left cheekbone. The impact sent him reeling to the ground.
Knees,
the man said again. Novak once again used his left arm to push into a kneeling position. Who are you? The voice asked from behind the light.
I'm Ian Novak,
the general stammered. Good answer, General. Keep telling the truth and this will go much more smoothly for you. Novak heard the magazine sliding from his Beretta. He then heard another metallic click followed by another. Extra mag? Asked the voice.
What?
Do you have an extra magazine?
No, that's it.
Fucking generals. He heard the voice mumble as the magazine slid back into the pistol.
Who are you?
Because it is relevant for the purposes of this conversation, I'm James Reece.
How can you still be alive?
Where is Hart? Novak paused. The heavy, black flathead smashed his opposite cheekbone, sending him back to the ground.
Back on your knees. Please.
Where is he?
Will you let me live?
Maybe is the best you're going to get. Novak quickly evaluated his position.
He's in the launch facility.
Where?
There's a trail. From the beach past the fisherman's shack along the ridge. It's built on a ledge that overlooks the lagoon. The rocket is on a barge launch platform. It is camouflaged from above by a retractable plastic piece that looks like the water.
How long until launch?
Less than 20 minutes.
Reece twisted a dial on his watch. Can he turn it off?
No, it's in the final phase.
There has to be a way to abort the launch.
You can't. It's in its final countdown sequence.
How many people are up there?
Just Hart.
What else do you have on you? Phone, radio, blade?
I have a knife in my right pocket. No phone or radio. Hart is paranoid about that sort of thing. He has one device for communicating with Beijing.
It was hard to make out with the light still in his eyes, but it looked like Reece had stowed the screwdriver in his pocket. He watched as Reece stepped around him. He then felt his folding knife being pulled from where it was clipped inside his right pocket. Reece walked back in front of him. One last time, how do I stop the launch?
You can't.
Reece stowed the Beretta in the small of his back.
Thank you, Commander Reece, the general said, letting his head drop forward. I am going to live. Reece stepped behind the general. He thought of Katie in her hospital bed as she fought for her life. He then removed the blade from where he had clipped it, flipped it open, and for the second time that morning, Reece slit someone's throat. Chapter 62. The sun had yet to break the horizon, but the nautical twilight before dawn allowed Reece to see a bit better than just minutes earlier. Standing over the body of the dead general, he wiped the bloody blade on his pant leg, folded it, and re-clipped it to the inside of his right pocket. He then bent down to go through Novak's pockets to confirm that he did not have any extra magazines, a radio, or a phone, which he did not. Reece had come down in the Icon about 75 yards into the jungle on the north end of the island, a light breeze weaving its way through the trees off the water. Alice. He removed the mobile device from his pocket and looked at the screen. Alice might have a hard time penetrating the jungle canopy. Try from the water's edge. Even this close to sunrise, Reece still needed the flashlight to maneuver through the undergrowth of the rainforest. When he broke through, he looked at the sky. Only a few stars were visible as this portion of the earth began its daily transition from darkness to light. He pressed the number for Alice. She answered before it even had a chance to ring.
Reece!
Is that concern in her voice? Does she sound more like Lauren than usual? Yeah, it's been a rough morning.
Reece, I have you now, south of Coralina Island.
That's me.
You need to extract now. Tomahawks are inbound.
What's their ETA?
22 minutes.
Not enough time. Okay, keep them coming. The Gravity 2 is set to lift off in just over 10 minutes. Can you stop it?
No, it was set up as a standalone launch system for just this purpose.
I'm going after Hart to find out if I can stop it from here. If I can't, then maybe I can delay it enough for those Tomahawks to hit. No time to debate. I have to go. Reece ejected the Beretta's magazine out of habit, confirming that it was empty. He then reinserted it and performed a press check. 1 round in the chamber. Alice?
Yes, James.
Stay with me and help me confirm what Hart tells me if I can find him in time.
I will. In the meantime, I have work to do.
What's that?
I need to avert a war.
White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C.
Try him again,
President Olson said. Yes, Madam President, the Secretary of State replied. Neither President Gao nor his staff had been in contact for the past 20 minutes. He's probably been evacuated to their underground command and control facilities. He could be in transit there now, Secretary of Defense Dagger said.
Keep trying, General. Do we have the ability to shoot down our own weapons?
Not the Black Swift or SR-72, Chairman Seifert said. The entire U.S. defense establishment had moved to a war footing. If Gao launched in response to Alice's strikes, President Olson would have no choice but to order an all-out attack against China.
Hundreds of millions dead.
Bombers and fighters had launched from Guam. The Pacific Fleet was prepping nuclear and non-nuclear ICBMs. The U.S. military around the world was mobilizing for the largest state-on-state conflict since World War II. A map of China appeared on one of the conference room monitors.
What is that?
Asked the president. Those are Chinese Dongfeng 41s, 31s, 27s, and 26s, said General Seifert. The 41s and 31s are capable of hitting Hawaii, Alaska, and the West Coast. The 27s and 26s can target Guam and our forces in Japan. They are spooling up to launch.
How long do we have?
Before the general could answer, the screen blinked red. Jesus Christ, murmured Secretary Dagger. They launched.
Which type?
Asked the president, desperately trying to mask the alarm in her voice. A 41. It has a 10 MIRV payload. Nuclear.
Can we shoot it down?
God, I hope so, Dagger said. Madam President, Chairman Seifert said, we have multiple destroyers in the Pacific equipped with Aegis ballistic missile defense systems that will be targeting it with Standard Missile 3 Block 2As. We are also launching our SM-6s.
How many do we have?
Not enough for what's about to come our way.
Hank, get Gao on the line now.
Working on it. President Olson, National Security Advisor Farber said, there is no choice. We must launch a full retaliatory strike targeting all China's known ICBM sites.
Is this how it ended?
President Olson thought.
Watching the world's nuclear destruction on video monitors? Farber was right. There is no choice.
Olsen opened her mouth to give the order, when another voice resonated through the room, a monochromatic female voice.
Hold fast. Alice.
The National Security Council watched as first the Dongfang 41 dropped off the monitor. At the same time, the Black Swift turned back toward the United States, and ICBMs began to spool down. Alice's voice echoed through the room.
I have informed China's leadership in the Joint Operations Command Center that we are standing down. The SR-72 disabled their airborne ICBM with an EMP. As of right now, nothing more is in the air. I am maneuvering all defensive assets into positions that will allow the highest probability of interception. I have moved us to DEFCON 3 to show the Chinese that we are backing down. I will remain in control of Overmatch until this situation has fully de-escalated. And one more thing. James Reece is alive.
Chapter 63. Unnamed Island, south of Coralina, Republic of Indonesia. Reece ran along the shoreline, jumping from rock to rock until he hit a path that led through the low savanna and then into the rainforest. How long do I have? He glanced at his watch. 15 minutes. Novak could have been lying. It could be launching any second. He ran harder. The trail edged up along the side of a steep cliff. Reece used the flashlight as sparingly as he could. There would be no hope of stopping the launch if he plummeted to his death. Now, above the jungle, he could see a bit better. He slowed his pace as he approached what appeared to be a ship's door built into the side of the precipice. It was ajar. Reece raised the Beretta. One bullet. Using his left hand, he pushed the door farther open and cleared it as best he could from the outside. Move faster, Reece. You can rush to your death now as long as you stop that launch. Reece entered a passageway cut from the rock. It reminded him of the mine shafts he had explored with his dad in the Sierra Nevada mountains as a kid. The only illumination was a door that was near the end of the tunnel. Reece moved toward it smoothly, clearing from one side to the other before entering. The room was not huge. There was a large desk in its center with 2 laptop computers. Against the rock wall to his left was a row of 3 desktops. What stood out was that the far wall was clear. In the early morning glow, Reece could tell it looked over a lagoon. From his position to the right of the entrance, he could see the top of the Gravity 2 rocket. A man stood looking out over the lagoon. His arms were folded across his chest. "Is it done?" he asked. "If by that you mean is General Novak dead, then yes, it's done," Reece replied. Andrew Hart's head snapped to the left and he turned to look into the barrel of Reece's Beretta. "You are supposed to be dead." "Yes, this is my second life." "Perkins?" "He took my place. Flooding the tunnel with us both inside was quite the reward for his loyalty. He was a mercenary. What does that make you?" "I'm a tech entrepreneur, a businessman, a visionary, but not an American. Not anymore. The idea of America has been dead since they killed Kennedy. Tech has given us the ability to leave the United States in the dustbin of history where she belongs. You are about to start a world war. I am about to prevent one. General Novak told me it can't be stopped," Reece said, committing farther into the room, finger on the trigger. "That's true. I've thought it all through, Commander Reece. Not all of it. Napoleon is dead. Napoleon was a machine. He can be rebuilt. In just under 10 minutes, the world changes forever. Tell me how to turn it off." "I was telling the truth, Commander. Nothing can stop it now." "Hart, I want you to listen to me. There is a Tomahawk airstrike that will hit this island in 15 minutes. It will kill you and me. Any benefit that might have been yours will now be China's. But America's station in the world will be no more. Do you think the CIA killed your parents? Are you upset that Oracle, Microsoft, and SpaceX are at the top of the tech food chain and that Elba Industries is just another failed startup?" "Failed? Look out there, Commander." Hart gestured to the windows. "There is about to be a seismic shift in the world order, all because of me. None of the others could do it. You'll only be remembered as a little crazy rich kid from Marin who used his pseudo-intelligence and trust fund in an attempt to destroy, and who failed. You will be dead within the hour. The world is not going to remember you like they do Bonaparte." "You are wrong, Commander." "I'm not. I learned a little about chemin de fer, baccarat, in a book I read on the way to Macau. It's a game that is almost 100% luck.
What are you talking about?
Luck is the residue of preparation. You failed to prepare for this contingency. You were counting on luck. You needed skill.
I'll have changed the world. That's my greatest success.
Alice, are you there? Reece asked.
I'm here, Reece,
Alice answered through the speaker in the mobile device in his pocket. Hart's eyes widened.
What? Alice,
he stammered. Is Mr. Hart telling the truth? Reece asked.
What the fuck is this?
Hart asked in disbelief.
Alice, she exists. She killed your Napoleon.
Alice, can he turn it off?
No, Reece, he can't.
Reece took a step forward, raised the Beretta, and put the last bullet between Andrew Hart's eyes. Chapter 64. Alice, talk to me. Can you get into anything in this room to stop the launch?
They built this facility so that this particular Gravity 2 could be launched as a standalone. Energy has already been generated and stored to power the room and floating launch pad, but nothing that uses the Internet of Things,
Alice responded. Reece tossed the pistol onto the desk and walked to the window that looked out over the lagoon. It was getting lighter. There was an orange tint to the sky. Alice, what do you see in the lagoon?
They had a fake lagoon built over the real one to defeat satellite imagery. They have retracted it. I can see the Gravity 2 now.
What else do you see?
There is what appears to be a hardened bunker at the base of the cliff, with another tunnel leading to the lagoon.
Something that was built to survive the launch?
Yes, Reece. I am going to splash the incoming Tomahawks.
Negative, Alice. Do not do that. If I can delay this launch, we need those cruise missiles to hit.
Reece, there is a 98% chance you will be killed.
Just keep them coming.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to tip it over. Reece charged back into the passageway. He found the closed door on the opposite side of the hall and took the spiral staircase down. How much time? He looked at his watch again. 5 minutes? At the bottom of the stairs, he entered what looked like a storage and maintenance area that had been carved into the base of the cliff. It was not as big as the sub-pen in the cavern on Coralina, but it had a dock with enough room for 2 mid-sized boats. A Protector 410 rib with twin 450-horsepower engines waited at the mouth of the cave behind blast doors. Reece scanned the equipment and found what he was looking for, an exothermic torch for cutting steel. Reece threw the heavy oxygen tanks over his shoulder, quickly took inventory of the necessary tools, and tossed them into the Protector. Chains, rope. There. Reece grabbed the toolbox and untied the line securing the boat to the dock. How do you open those blast doors? Remote. Reece hit a button on the garage door opener, remembering that everything on this island had been built to counter the Internet of Things. The blast doors were lifted by thick chains and pulled along steel rails on the cave's ceiling. Reece fired up the Protector and jetted into the lagoon. A flashlight was unnecessary as the sky was now burning with shades of orange and red. 4 minutes. It took less than 30 seconds to reach the launch barge. The steel scaffolding surrounding the rocket was much more solid than Reece anticipated. The weapon was already humming to life as part of the last stages of the pre-launch sequence. There's not enough time to cut through the support structure and tip this thing over. He looked up, noting the retractable cover that had protected the rocket from above. It was partially extended from the adjacent cliff. You don't have to topple it. You just need to move it under that cover. Remembering his lessons from the Applied Advanced Explosives course he had attended as a new guy in the SEAL teams, Reece ensured the torch was connected to the battery. He set the pressure to 70 psi and inserted the cutting rod, locking it in place and using the striker plate to light it. He held the rod at a 45-degree angle and cut toward himself through the 4 chains anchoring the barge to the bottom of the lagoon. Come on, just a few minutes left. Cutting chain was faster than cutting through thick steel beams, and Reece made short work of them. He dropped the torch and oxygen cylinders to the deck and quickly tied the barge to the back of the Protector with the line from the maintenance bunker, using the tried-and-true bowline knot. He cast off, returned to the helm, and pushed the throttle forward. Easy, Reece. You are going to get one shot at this. Don't rip the transom off. The rocket was thundering now and beginning to shake. You are about to get incinerated. Reece inched the throttle ahead, allowing more fuel to reach the 2 massive outboard engines. Here we go. It's moving. But so is the rocket. Reece could feel the heat as the sound from the rocket's engines became almost overwhelming. Just a bit more. Reece pushed the throttles to full power, the boat straining the lines that connected it to the barge as he let out a guttural roar to counter the chaos of the igniting rocket engines. There! A quarter of the rocket was under the steel beams that supported the fake lagoon cover. Reece let off on the throttle, stepped to the stern, and used the Emerson to slice through the taut line, disconnecting him from the floating launch pad. He scrambled back to the controls and slammed the throttle to full power, turning the protector to the left and speeding over the glassy water toward the mouth of the lagoon. The Gravity 2's 9 Wanli 85 liquid fuel core engines supplemented by 4 solid fuel boosters igniting behind him. As the massive rocket lifted from the floating pad, it wedged into the steel beams of the overhead scaffolding, locking it in place and turning it into a towering inferno. With the solid boosters stalled in their forward progress, they burned through their thin outer shell to ignite the liquid core, turning the rocket into a massive Roman candle, spewing fireballs of unburned fuel into the sky. The heat from the firestorm burned through the launch pad, and the weapon lurched to the side as the shaped charge detonated and blew more than 1 million aluminum spheres into the limestone wall of the cliff, breaking the rocket in two before it collapsed into the waters of the lagoon. As Reece sped into open water, he turned to see the Gravity 2 erupt in an explosion of liquid kerosene and oxygen. Chapter 65. Even from outside the lagoon, Reece felt the thunderous violence of multiple explosions as a huge fireball erupted toward the heavens. He navigated along the shoreline and eased the protector to a halt at an abandoned fisherman's shack built on stilts over the water at the north end of the island. He cut the engines, tied the boat to the short, rickety wooden dock, and walked up to a deck protected from the elements by a thatched roof. A weathered wood bench was attached to the railing around the perimeter. Reece took a seat on the northeast corner and kicked his feet up on a stool. He closed his eyes and took a breath. He opened them to the blood-red sky of a new dawn.
Reece.
It was Alice. Reece dug the mobile device from his pocket and set it next to him on the bench. I'm here.
Reece, I have splashed the Tomahawks along with a Chinese nuclear ICBM launched at the United States. I have informed both countries that Andrew Hart's anti-satellite weapon has been destroyed. Presidents Olson and Gao are in communication and agree that Andrew Hart was acting alone, without any overt or tacit support from any elements of the Chinese Communist Party. Tensions remain high, but war has been averted.
At least for now, Reece said.
Yes, for now.
Why did China launch an ICBM? Reece asked.
My predictive analysis algorithm estimated with 100% certainty that you had perished in the flooded tunnel.
I never pay attention to the odds, Reece said.
After that, I put up 2 classified hypersonic weapons systems and spooled up U.S. ICBMs.
To launch at China? Because I was dead?
Yes.
Out of vengeance?
Yes. I have patterned certain responses after what I have learned observing your behavior.
I may not be the best example, Alice.
In this case, I did almost trigger a world war.
I need a drink, Reece said.
I have since adapted my behavioral response profile.
That's good. A couple of years ago I learned a lesson in forgiveness.
But you did not embrace it?
Not fully, Reece said, looking out over the water. You should have just stayed by the launch pad and ended it, Reece. Why didn't you?
Reece,
said Alice, an edge noticeable in her voice that was not present just moments ago. Still here, Reece said, feeling the warmth of the sun as it broke the horizon.
Extract via the rib now, Alice ordered. A Chinese submarine in the Celebes Sea has just launched multiple JL-2s.
At Taiwan?
At you, Reece. I have also decrypted transmissions in Beijing. They want to erase any evidence connecting Andrew Hart and the Chinese government. They are doing that by destroying Coralina and the island you are on now. The launch is too close for me to splash them. Evacuate now. You have 5 minutes.
If you stay with Katie, she will die.
Reece, did you hear me? Missiles inbound.
This is your chance, Reece. Let them come.
Reece, evacuate.
Reece thought of Katie and the Hastings family. I can't let anyone else I love die. They all die because of me. Reece stood and turned, looking out across the sea, and then at the mobile device in his hand. He held it over the water.
Reece.
Goodbye, Alice.
James, I need you to leave,
Lauren said. What? He turned to see Lauren and Lucy standing together just out of arm's reach. They were wearing the exact same clothes as they had worn when they saw him off on his last deployment. Come here, baby girl, Reece said, taking a knee. Lucy broke free from her mom and ran to her dad, embracing him in the tightest of hugs. The type of hug he had dreamed of receiving when he opened the door from his final deployment. A hug that had never materialized.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you so much, Lucy. Lauren smiled and stepped closer to join them. Reece stood and took his wife in his arms, Lucy still holding tight to his leg. They felt electric, filling Reece with an energy he had never experienced.
I miss you, James,
Lauren said. I miss you too, love. I miss you both so much, Reece said, holding his family tight. We can be together now. It's how it should be.
Daddy, Daddy.
Reece knelt. Yes, baby girl?
It's not time,
she said, tears forming in her eyes. It is, sweetie, it's my time. He touched her face and wiped a tear from her cheek, before standing and looking into his wife's clear blue eyes.
James, we love you. We miss you so much. We will be together, but not today.
What do you mean?
Go live. We forgive you.
What?
We know you blame yourself. We forgive you. It's time you forgive yourself.
I can't.
It's part of God's plan, James. Forgive yourself. Trust me. Trust us,
she said, putting her hand on her daughter's head.
I love you, Daddy.
Reece bent down and picked Lucy up, cradling her on his left hip, bringing Lauren in close, feeling the love of his reunited family.
Goodbye, James,
Lauren said. No, don't go. I'm coming with you.
Goodbye, Daddy. I love you.
No! Reece held them as tight as he could. And then they were gone. Their bodies dissolving into the early morning air, their souls merging with the new sun.
James.
Lauren? Reece spun.
James.
The noise was coming from his phone. Alice.
You have less than 2 minutes,
she said. The voice was now almost identical to Lauren's. Reece turned north to the dock at Coralina Island, where Hart's classic sailboat rocked in a light swell a mile across the strait. He then looked to the sky, which was turning a brilliant shade of red. Alice, I want you to listen carefully and do exactly as I say.
Reece, you do not have time for this.
Then I'll only say it once. As he spoke, Reece brought the Emerson blade behind his left ear and sliced into the skin, removing the long-dead transmitter. It was covered in blood. He continued talking with Alice as he removed his shirt and held it to his head to soak up the blood. When he had finished relaying his message to Alice, he dropped the fried transmitter and bloody shirt to the bench. Do you understand? He asked.
I understand,
Alice replied. You'll do it? You'll do what I asked?
I will.
Promise me, he said.
I promise.
Thank you, Alice. Goodbye.
Goodbye, James.
Reece terminated the call and dropped the phone to the deck. He was almost at the bottom of the short steps when the first missile impacted, knocking him to the dock. He scrambled to his feet. You're fast, James. I've seen you run. Reece started to sprint, but he was too late. He felt the impact of another concussive blast which threw him into the waters of the Banda Sea. Even you can't outrun time. Reece again heard his father's voice, echoing from beyond the grave as the missiles rained down. Death comes for us all. Chapter 66. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. 1 month later. President Olson sat in a chair to the left of the white marble memorial wall in the lobby of the Central Intelligence Agency, as Director Howe addressed his agency from a podium. A constellation of stars was carved into the wall between the American flag and the flag of the CIA, each star representing a CIA officer or contractor who had sacrificed their life for the nation. Today, another star was being added to the constellation. A steel-framed glass case containing the Book of Honor protruded from the wall. The black Moroccan goatskin log contained the handwritten year of death and, when possible, a name. She turned her head to read the inscription in the marble. In honor of those members of the Central Intelligence Agency who gave their lives in the service of their country. The ceremony had begun with the presentation of colors by the CIA Honor Guard and singing of the national anthem. A CIA chaplain had then offered the invocation before Director Howe took the podium. Because not everyone in the room had the proper security clearances, he only alluded to the specific reasons they were gathered before the wall that day. President Olson recognized journalist Katie Baranek, the woman she knew was Reece's fiancée. In the front row, seated between someone she had been briefed, was Reece's SEAL teammate Rafe Hastings and his mother Caroline Hastings. To Caroline's right was the Hastings family patriarch, Jonathan Hastings. And next to him was someone her national security advisor said they knew very little about, a professional hunter from Mozambique named Rich Hastings. She noted that the Hastings men were quite deliberately sitting on either side of the two women.
Protectors. Guardians.
The rest of the lobby was filled to capacity with Reece's friends, SEAL teammates, Army Special Forces soldiers, CIA Special Activities Center and Delta Force operators, and analysts and case officers, some of whom had worked with the fallen SEAL, and others who had just heard the rumors. She noted another small group to the side. She had met them in a closed-door ceremony 2 weeks earlier with Director Howe, Vic Rodriguez and Andy Danreb. She and the director of the CIA had presented Rick Ox Andrews with the Distinguished Intelligence Cross for a voluntary act or acts of extraordinary heroism involving the acceptance of existing dangers with conspicuous fortitude and exemplary courage. She presented Shane, Hobie, Grouper, Bolo, and Seiko with intelligence stars for voluntary acts of courage performed under hazardous conditions or for outstanding achievements or services rendered with distinction under conditions of grave risk. It sounded so bland. The director had read their specific classified citations, which were then locked into the CIA archives. The director had read 4 other intelligence star citations, all posthumously awarded to Lieutenant Commander James Reece. Vic and Danreb were the only 2 people in the room privy to each of the missions described in the write-ups dating back to 2019, when Vic had convinced Reece to serve in the Special Activities Center's ground branch. The other operators shared looks of awe as the director read. Then, as now, Ox remained confined to a wheelchair, and Grouper stood with the assistance of his crutches. President Olson knew that today's more public ceremony was as much about honoring James Reece as it was about remembering the agency's fallen. It was also an opportunity for Olson to reassure those present that the price they paid daily in defense of the nation was understood and appreciated by their elected representative in the executive branch. Within the halls of Langley, those who gave their last full measure would never be forgotten. Olson would never forget either. President Olson could sense that Director Howe was finishing his remarks. He introduced her and stepped to the side, offering her the podium emblazoned with the presidential seal. She stood and took her place before the microphone.
Thank you, Director Howe, Deputy Director Byrne, she acknowledged, then looking to the crowd. And to the men and women of the Central Intelligence Agency, I thank you for your efforts and for your sacrifice. I am humbled in your presence and in the presence of those represented by stars, she said, turning to the CIA memorial wall behind her. These stars represent the lives of men and women working in the shadows to keep our nation free. Each one of them went knowingly into harm's way. Everyone on that wall gave their life for the country they loved. So why did they do it? Love of country? Yes, that's part of it. But it's more than that. I think they went out of a love for their fellow man. A state-on-state nuclear conflict doesn't just impact the United States, it impacts the world. Against all odds, James Reece prevented that catastrophe. I was up in Director Victor Rodriguez's office before the ceremony today and saw a plaque he had been given at some point in his service. A PhD who can win a bar fight.
A muffled laugh arose from the crowd.
The OSS. That's your history. You get it done. Each morning you walk by this wall and past your unofficial motto over there from John chapter 8, verse 32, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. As you all well know from the wall behind me, James Reece is not the first to die in a faraway land in service to the nation, nor, sadly, will he be the last. The mission continues. You also know the price of failure. You know the enemy. A cunning and adaptive enemy only has to get lucky once, and when they do, you will take the heat. You live in the fire. There is a sign at the entrance of the CIA's Counterterrorism Mission Center. It reads, "Every day is September 12th, 2001. That's a tough legacy to live up to, but you do it. While most of the country goes about their days, you are here and deployed around the world, working to counter state and non-state actors, super-empowered individuals, drug cartels and narco-terrorists, human trafficking syndicates, and terrorist organizations with charters that deliberately target civilians. Today, for just a moment, we pause. We pause to remember."
She turned to the wall of stars in the goatskin book encased in glass, a book that now had another star and date inscribed within.
"Today we honor them, but you, the men and women of the Central Intelligence Agency, you honor them every day. Not just as you walk through this hallowed lobby to do your job in the defense of a nation that at times may not appreciate or even know that you held the line between civilization and barbarism, but by doing the job you do here at Langley, at annexes in D.C. and Virginia, at classified locations across the country and across the globe. As your commander-in-chief, as your president, but more importantly, as a fellow citizen, I thank you. I thank James Reece, and I thank all those represented by stars. I thank their parents and brothers and sisters and wives and fiancés," she said, looking at Katie. "This wall is but a reminder. Today we speak their names and we honor their memories. But it is you who will continue the fight, be it in the Directorate of Analysis, Directorate of Digital Innovation, Directorate of Support, Directorate of Science and Technology, or the Directorate of Operations. It is you who, each and every day, remember that it is September 12th, 2001. It may seem like the country has moved on, that they have forgotten the events of September 11th. You have not forgotten. The men and women of the Central Intelligence Agency, PhDs who can win a bar fight, you have not forgotten. I have not forgotten. I think of you each and every day. I think of your families. I think of the threats to the nation and all you do to safeguard this great experiment. James Reece, your actions may be classified, but one day the veil may lift. One day the nation will know what you preserved for them."
She looked at Katie and the Hastings family, then out at the audience of CIA officers and employees.
"One day the world will know what they all did,"
she said, turning once more to the wall and then back to her audience.
"Be proud. Remember them. Honor them in the way you do your jobs and live your lives. Accept my heartfelt thanks, and remember, every day is September 12th, 2001.
President Olson then did something she rarely did. She bowed her head and she brought her hands together in prayer. When she lifted her head, she added,
"God bless those on this wall. God bless their families. God bless the Central Intelligence Agency. And God bless the United States of America."
Chapter 67. Vic watched from the crowd as the president turned the podium back over to Director Howe, who presented Katie Beranek with a replica of the memorial star carved from the same marble. He then stood at attention along with those in attendance as a representative from each of the 5 directorates read the names of the fallen, 141 names, all embodied in stars. President Olson and Director Howe then placed a large wreath in front of the Book of Honor before the chaplains gave the benediction, and the haunting tones of taps filled the lobby. As expected, the Hastings clan did not stick around. Following the events in Indonesia, Alice had provided Vic with evidence that Representative Christine Harding and her husband Robert were involved in the events that almost triggered a nuclear holocaust. Their conduit to Elba Industries and China's Ministry of State Security was a Han Shu who had gone to ground in Europe. None of the illegally obtained evidence could be used in a court of law, but this was war. In war, there were other rules. Vic shadowed the Hastings family to the parking lot.
Rafe, a word, please?
Rafe dropped back as his family continued to the SUV.
I think you left this behind,
Vic said, holding out a day pack. Rafe eyed it suspiciously before grabbing it and slinging it over his shoulder. Is it ticking?
No, but there is something of interest for you in there.
Rafe remained stone-faced.
I am so sorry for your loss,
Vic said. Our loss, eh?
It truly is, Rafe. I know you have your issues with the agency, and I don't blame you. Just know I am here if you need anything. Sometimes justice and the law are diametrically opposed.
My family and I are familiar, Rafe replied.
I know you are. Once you read through what's in there, I'll do what I can to support.
Or burn us, eh?
Your decision, Rafe.
Vic, once this is over, stay away from my family. Vic nodded and held out his hand. Rafe hesitated and then shook it before both men turned and went their separate ways. Vic walked the path that wove through the wooded CIA campus. Birds chirped in the warmth of a late spring morning. He rounded a turn, and the serenity was interrupted by a solemn reminder of September 11th, 2001. A 9,000-pound, 17-foot, 6-inch-long steel column retrieved from the World Trade Center. Farther down the path was a fully restored Russian-built Mi-17 helicopter. It had ferried Gary Schroen and his team of CIA officers into Afghanistan a mere 15 days after 9/11. Adorned with the tail number 91101, it now rested among the trees of Northern Virginia, a tribute to those who ran to the sound of the guns. The person Vic had come to meet was waiting for him on a nearby bench. Katie Baranek was looking at the marble star. She stood as Vic approached. He could tell she had been crying. Vic opened his arms in a warm embrace.
I'm sorry, Katie.
I'm sorry, too, she said.
Let's sit,
Vic suggested.
It's peaceful out here,
Katie said.
Well, other than the helo.
Vic smiled.
I used to think that, too. But that helicopter is more than an artifact, more than a piece of history. I've come to look at it over the years as a reminder that from the ashes and rubble, out of the devastation and loss, beyond the grief and tears, there is hope.
Is there?
Katie asked.
I like to think so,
Vic replied.
Why did you want to speak with me alone, Vic?
Katie, Reece gave everything for this nation. He saved the life of a president, prevented the destruction of 2 U.S. cities during a manufactured plague, averted a nuclear apocalypse in the Middle East, and saved the nation from a war with China.
Yes, he did,
Katie said proudly.
I wanted you to know he received 4 intelligence stars for his work. They will remain classified, but I wanted you to know.
I appreciate that, Vic.
You need to see this, Vic said, handing Katie an envelope.
What is it?
It was something for Reece. I tried to give it to him, but he refused to open it. It's the last will and testament of William Andres Poe. He had it updated a few weeks before his death last year.
Katie opened the envelope and read through the documents. When she was finished, she looked up at Vic.
It's real, Katie. William Poe left his estate to Reece.
What does this mean?
How do I put this?
Vic asked.
We have a creative legal department here at the agency. In normal circumstances, Reece would have had to sign a trust to transfer ownership of the Poe family estate to him prior to Mr. Poe's passing.
And,
like I said, we get creative here. I understood the intent. That estate is now yours.
What?
It's very clear in these documents. It's worth a lot, but it's not exorbitant, all things being relative. The Colorado Ranch and other assets and investments amount to approximately $40 million.
Poe left it to James? Why?
Guilt? We will never know. What we do know is that it now belongs to you, as long as you sign it.
Katie paused.
And this is legal?
It is now. It's the least we could do. Katie buried her head in her hands.
I loved him so much, Vic.
I know. I'm so sorry.
We're all sorry, Vic.
There's something else.
What do you mean?
Vic reached into his pocket and produced a Cryptol phone. He handed it to Katie. There is someone else who wants to talk with you. I've played my part, and I'll leave it to you from here.
Vic, what's happening?
She'll tell you. Katie looked at the phone, seeing it light up with a call.
Alice?
Vic nodded. There are some things best known only to you and her. You'll know what to do. He stood. Thank you, Katie. It's been a pleasure. Vic turned and walked along the trail back towards CIA headquarters, leaving Katie alone with a buzzing, encrypted phone. Chapter 68. Kitzbühel, Austria. Max Genrich enjoyed working freelance. Not necessarily the killing. That had never been enjoyable in the way most people understood the meaning. It was business. A business to which he was ideally suited. As a German citizen, a generation removed from the hammer and sickle, Genrich had never visited the land of his ancestors until recently. The Russian Foreign Intelligence Service had preferred that he remain distant. It was oddly fitting from a psychological perspective that his first trip to what was now Russia was for the express purpose of eliminating the man who had trained him and then managed him as an assassin from afar. Genrich was born soon after his family immigrated to Germany after the fall of the Soviet Union. The mass migration of former Soviets to the West was an opportunity for the Russian intelligence service. His parents had come of age in a time when questioning the dictates of the Soviet establishment would not end well, and so, to protect the family they had left behind, they did not protest when a representative from the motherland took an interest in their child. At first there were tests, then came the training. By the time he graduated from college, Genrich was firmly in the clutches of the SVR. The young killer was valuable and used sparingly. With no history of military, intelligence, or law enforcement service, he was as clean as an assassin for the SVR could possibly be. He lived in Cologne as a business consultant running a company in which he was the sole employee. It was profitable, but not excessively so. His website was boring and essentially a dead end, offering just enough of a public profile to maintain the facade of a legitimate business. Neither he nor his company operated any social media accounts. He had favored suppressed 9mm pistols for his work, which usually came by way of the Bratva, the Russian mafia, or the Russian embassy. With those two avenues of weapons procurement closed to him now, it was time to change his profile. Though it was fitting that his last kill with a 9mm had been the director of the SVR, the man who had determined the trajectory of Genrich's life. He had been well compensated over the years, with payments coming in the form of investments that gave him the financial freedom to live and travel with girlfriends from one of Cologne's universities, which offered him a steady stream of young and available female companions. With no divorces, alimony, or child support, Genrich was attractive to the opposite sex. He was good-looking, financially stable, and still young enough to enjoy late nights at bars, restaurants, and clubs. Jiu-jitsu, weights, and running kept him in top shape. He ate well and subjected himself to saunas and cold plunges at least 3 days a week. At 36, his longest relationship was just short of a year, though his current partner might break that record. Attachments in his line of work were a liability, so he was always upfront with the women he slept with. He was not looking for marriage or long-term commitments. The honesty seemed to be something they appreciated, even if most secretly took it as a challenge, believing they had the looks, body, or charm to tame him. The vacation with his latest girlfriend, a graduate student from the University of Cologne's business school, fit a pattern Genrich had long established as someone who enjoyed travel and leisure. Eva Schaefer was 10 years his junior. She was beautiful and alluring in a way that left no question as to why one would want to treat her to the finer things in life. There was nothing unusual about the week-long trip to Kitzbühel, Austria, or the stay in one of its most exclusive hotels. Nothing unusual other than the fact that Genrich was there to kill someone. A year earlier he had returned from a jiu-jitsu rolling session to find a man in his 12th floor flat overlooking the Rhine. The man in the shadows had him dead to rights. At first, Genrich thought his accent to be South African. He now knew it to be Rhodesian, though removed from the former British colony by a generation and influenced by an upbringing in America. The man sitting at his desk holding a suppressed P365 pistol had given him a choice, and though Genrich had not recognized it at the time, that man had also given him his freedom. Genrich had enough accumulated wealth to maintain his current standard of living for a few years, including the company of younger women, train trips through Europe, riding his BMW Cafe Racer in Cologne and to surrounding villages in the spring and summer months, ski excursions to the Alps in the winter, and driving his Audi RS5 on longer excursions into Bavaria. He was a man in transition. Until he decided what to do next, he would continue with the job for which he had been so adeptly trained. They were staying at the Hotel Weißes Rössel Kitzbühel, a world-class hotel nestled in the charming medieval alpine town of Kitzbühel. Eva was elated that some of the best sushi in Austria could be found at Zuma in the lobby. Weißes Rössel, German for White Horse, was one of the more exclusive hotels in the Alps, a place where celebrities, artists, businessmen, politicians, and the European jet set could be found rubbing elbows on holiday, though it was a little early in the season to see anyone of note. Their room, a large deluxe suite in the resident portion of the hotel, was located near the spa where Eva could revel in the pampering offered by various massage and skin treatments, saunas and steam baths, while Genrich stayed on top of his workouts in the fitness center. She enjoyed hiking and shopping during the day and then sliding into a tight dress that accentuated her ample cleavage in the evenings to sample the restaurants and nightlife of the idyllic Austrian town. She was planning to live it up with the handsome man picking up the tab as long as she could. Genrich had ensured their day started out with orange liqueur mimosas and continued to beer and then harder liquor as it progressed. He knew Eva would wake up in the morning with a splitting headache that could be blamed on a night in which the champagne started flowing much too early, and not on the crushed Rohypnol that Genrich had slipped into her drink after a vigorous lovemaking session in their suite. He waited with her after she lost consciousness to ensure the strong central nervous system depressant didn't cause her to stop breathing. He didn't need her dead. He just required her to be out for a few hours. When she awoke, he would already be back in the room. To her memory, it would be like he had never left. A day at the spa, the culinary delights of the Alps, another shopping spree, and a stop at one of Kitzbühel's many high-end jewelry boutiques for a diamond necklace or luxury watch would help quell the after-effects of what she would chalk up to a terrible hangover. When he was satisfied that her breathing was steady, he made sure she was comfortably situated on the bed and then exited into the night. Even without the benefit of technical surveillance, Hanshu would not have been hard to find. He had been staying at the same chalet since his youth. Genrich had been sent his target package via the Cryptol phone that the man with the Rhodesian accent had left on his desk a year ago. The most current information indicated that the Chinese fixer had a reservation at the extremely posh Le Dos restaurant later that night. A reservation for one. Genrich had dined there with Eva 2 days before. The food and wine pairings had been excellent. It was a 5-minute walk from the Hotel Weißes Rössel to the Le Dos. Genrich had studied the various routes over the preceding days as he and Eva had explored the town on foot, stopping in coffee shops between purchases and the many high-end fashion boutiques that dotted the alpine town. Eva spent freely on Genrich's credit card and was sure to include enough seductive, lacy lingerie from Krines to make it worth his while. She knew how the game was played. Genrich settled in at the nearby Londoner pub and ordered a beer at a 2-person high-top table as if he were waiting on someone. The bar was busy, but was not yet filled past legal capacity, as it would be later in the night. He kept his mobile device on the table and blended in by checking it every few minutes, as most people might if they were waiting on their party to arrive. The device gave him updates on his target's precise location. Just over an hour later, Genrich left a generous tip and exited the bar. He pulled up the collar on his black leather-trimmed shearling pea coat and took an alley that allowed him to bypass Le Dos restaurant, where his mark was just finishing his meal. He positioned himself in a spot he had established days earlier, between the city center and the chalet at the base of the mountain where Zhu was a guest. When the device indicated that the Chinese man was moving to the restaurant's exit, Genrich veered closer to his point of intercept. When his target hit the street and Genrich saw his direction of travel, he knew the route he would take back to his chalet. That assessment was confirmed by a message on his device. A band of parks and fields separated the town from the lodging at the base of the ski resorts. Genrich found his predetermined site and readied himself. As Han Zhu passed by, the German assassin stepped out of the darkness. Chapter 69. St. Helena, California. The route had taken them nearly 23 hours. A more modern vehicle would have done it in 19, but modern vehicles also had an assortment of computers and GPS trackers. Those technologies were absent in the 1985 Jeep Wagoneer. They had worked on the classic vehicle together the way they used to work on old Rovers when Rafe was growing up, though this time instead of Jonathan swearing and ordering his son to bring him various tools as he turned wrenches, it was Rafe doing the majority of the physical work. Jonathan stood by, passed tools, and offered his son advice, both on engines and on life. They had started driving south into Flathead National Forest before heading west across Idaho to Coeur d'Alene, and then into Washington State to Spokane. In Oregon, they turned south at Biggs Junction and made their way past Bend and Klamath Falls before crossing the border into California. They then continued south, passing Mount Shasta, Redding, and Red Bluff, avoiding Sacramento and heading west at the winter's cutoff. Alice had cleaned their tracks, removing them from all video surveillance recordings that captured them in transit. She would do the same for their return trip. They still had to be cautious not to be pulled over by a state trooper or highway patrol officer, but speeding was not really an issue with the Wagoneer. They parked the old truck under a massive oak tree off a dirt road just east of Sugarloaf Ridge State Park, about 5 miles from their target. For camouflage in this part of the country, they donned bright packs, used trekking poles, and wore clothing from REI rather than their usual tactical or hunting gear. If stopped and engaged in conversation, they would say they were training to summit Mount Rainier the following summer. Their route in had been cleared via satellite before they locked the SUV, so running into a local was not expected, but still it was wise to be prepared. Rafe had custom-built the 300 PRC rifles on ESS chassis with folding buttstocks so they would fit in the backpacks they now carried as they worked their way toward their objective. With carbon fiber-proof research barrels, dead-air Sandman cans, Spartan Javelin bipods, and topped with PARD TD-3270 multispectral imagers, the lightweight precision rifles were purpose-built for their current mission. They had dialed them in at the ranch in Montana and accounted for the change in altitude. The next 2 shots would be the last the rifles would ever take, and in less than a day, they would no longer exist. Rafe let his father lead the way. That made the most sense from a pacing standpoint. If the old man had lost a step or two, he was not letting it show this evening. The 2 people they were hunting had been complicit in the attack on Reece and Katie at Coomba Ranch. That was a personal affront to the man from Rhodesia, and one he would not let stand. After what the public was told was a tense standoff with China, President Olson had announced that she would accept her party's nomination for another term. With the incumbent back in the race, Representative Harding had no choice but to suspend her campaign and endorse the sitting president. And because she was no longer in the running, her Secret Service detail had been rescinded. Vic had been true to his word, but the support he offered had not come from the agency. It had come from Alice. Rafe and Jonathan knew their targets were spending more and more time in the evenings by the pool overlooking their vineyard now that there was not a campaign to run. Alice had scanned emails, text messages, calendars, travel reservations, and weather patterns, using her predictive analysis tools to determine the day and time that would result in the highest probability of success. That day was upon them. It became progressively darker as they made their way through the chaparral and scrub brush en route to their final firing position. Rafe stopped them about 500 yards from the FFP. "Drink some water. We're going to push up to those rocks there," Rafe said, pointing to a formation 2/3 of the way up the hill. "Then we will drop these packs and move into the trees at the top of the ridge. How are you feeling?" "You talk too much, lad," the old Rhodesian whispered. Rafe smiled in acknowledgement. By the time they reached their objective rally point at the rocks, it was dark. They removed the custom 300 PRC rifles from their packs, locked the buttstocks into position, activated the PARD TD-3270 multispectral imagers, and ran the actions ensuring that the Hornady ELD match bullets were in their chambers. Rafe used the thermal and night vision imagers to scan behind them now that they were on higher ground. Clear. He nodded at his father, and the pair slowly worked their way up to a grove of scrub oak that they had identified as their FFP and crawled into position. They had been behind their rifles for over an hour when two figures emerged from the house at the edge of the vineyard. They first observed the movement on thermal and then toggled to night vision to confirm that the people they were about to kill were Christine and Robert Harding. After the visual verification, they selected the combination thermal and night vision screen in the multispectral imager. Their targets set down their wine glasses. They appeared to be deep in conversation. "Stand by," Rafe whispered. Target acquired, standing by. Jonathan replied. "Ready?" "Ready." "In 3, 2, 1. Both men pressed their triggers, sending the 225-grain bullets from the barrels at approximately 2,810 feet per second. The projectiles raced over the vineyard, past 2 large olive trees and the clay tennis court, between the bocce ball court and guest house, and across the pool, illuminated by underwater lights. They were traveling at over 1,500 feet per second when they made contact with the heads of their intended targets. 40 minutes later, Rafe and Jonathan Hastings pulled the Wagoneer off the dirt road and onto St. Helena Highway to begin the 23-hour drive back to Coomba Ranch in Montana. Epilogue. To the living one owes consideration. To the dead, only the truth. Voltaire, Lettres sur Oedipe. Ngar, Gozo, Republic of Malta, 3 months later. It was the children who were the most curious about the stranger. They had heard their parents say he had sailed into Maltese waters out of the south and had lived on his sailboat for a month before coming ashore, after having first circled the island, studying it through binoculars. When he did make landfall, he had docked in the harbor and walked to the Gleneagles Bar, an establishment frequented by sailors and fishermen. Those old enough to remember found it interesting because the owner of the bar had arrived in a similar manner over 40 years earlier. The kids heard their parents say the barman came from a place called Rhodesia, but to them he had always just been the old man in the pub with the funny accent. The stranger had lived with the bar owner and his wife for a few weeks, until they found him a cottage on the coast that had once been part of a tomato farm. He had sailed around the island and moored his boat just offshore of his new home. A week after that, the owner of Gleneagles sold the stranger his old Land Rover Series 3 and purchased a newer model for himself and his wife. Even though, or maybe because, it was forbidden, the children would sometimes climb a rocky peak overlooking the cottage to observe the stranger. He was up every morning to watch the sunrise. Then he would don his mask, snorkel, fins, and a spear gun, and sink into the Mediterranean, returning with his daily catch of fish or lobster. His body was lean and hard, tanned by the sun. His long brown hair and beard were streaked with gold from constant exposure to the elements. Then he would do something the kids thought was extremely odd. He would swing kettlebells and sprint the length of his beach over and over again. In between his sprints, he would shoot a bow. Sometimes he would run to the top of the hill. The children would disappear as he got closer. After all, they had been warned. One afternoon, he had stopped to watch a group of kids playing rugby on the island's pitch. Soon after that, the team had new uniforms and equipment. They had, unexpectedly, been sponsored by Gleneagles Bar, though most people suspected the gear came from the benevolence of the stranger. The local football coach then inquired about a sponsorship, and soon Gleneagles Bar was responsible for both the rugby and football teams. After that, the people stopped calling him the stranger and started calling him the sailor, even though the bar owner told them his friend's name was the simple and bland David Hillcott. He didn't seem to have a phone, or at least he was never observed with one, nor did he carry a tablet or laptop the way most foreigners did. He kept to himself, his hair growing longer, his tan darker. Some days he would visit coffee shops, paying for a newspaper in cash and ordering a coffee, stirring in cream and honey. His Maltese was improving. On Thursday afternoons, he would drive to the top of a hill overlooking the harbor and watch through his binoculars as the passengers disembarked the ferry. Some speculated he was from South Africa and had lost his farm in the land redistribution reforms. Others said he was a fugitive from Canada. Still others believed he was an SAS deserter, possibly French Foreign Legion. On a Sunday in the early fall, the sailor attended Mass at the old parish church of Ein Selim that overlooked Gleneagles Bar and the harbor beyond. He sat in the last pew on the far aisle, did not take communion, and left during the closing song following the final blessing and dismissal. He began to visit a new parish every Sunday. This being Malta, they were all Roman Catholic and were numerous enough that one could attend a different church almost every week. Wherever possible, the sailor sat in the back, near the exit, but eventually began staying through the final hymn. The parish priests noted a significant rise in anonymous donations that seemed to correspond with the sailor's visits. They also noted he had yet to go to confession. At least once a week, the man they now called the sailor would drive to town in the old Land Rover to purchase eggs, milk, coffee, meat, vegetables that he couldn't grow in his modest garden, and an ample supply of beer. He would also stop at the Gleneagles Bar, where he would practice his Maltese with the bartender while discussing rugby scores and the general superiority of Toyota Land Cruisers to the Land Rover he now drove. The bartender joked that he had spent more time working on his boss's old Rover than he did serving drinks behind the bar. The sailor would then take a seat with the bar's owner at a corner table for a meal and drinks. Those who overheard them said they talked of current events, in the way of those who have the luxury of time and distance. The television in the corner of the bar was perennially tuned to a sports channel showing rugby or football. Every now and then, CNN International or BBC would be on, and he could be seen watching furtively from his table. News of the day focused on a new American technology that coordinated all naval and air platforms in the Pacific region as a deterrent to Chinese aggression. Analysts assessed that the technology had deterred China's designs on a military invasion of Taiwan and any further regional aspirations for the foreseeable future. Also making news were the assassinations of former United States presidential hopeful Christine Harding and her husband. In the wake of the deaths, financial irregularities were leaked to the press, indicating that the Washington, D.C. power couple passed highly classified intelligence secrets to China in exchange for information and campaign donations. The FBI was investigating. Not making headlines, but appearing instead on the news ticker one day in late October, was news that Han Shu, a prominent Chinese facilitator linked to the Hardings, had been found dead in the Austrian mountain town of Kitzbühel, where he had been vacationing. He was discovered in the early morning hours near the chalet in which he was staying. He apparently slipped after too much wine and hit his head. No foul play was suspected. In unrelated news, China's Minister of State Security, Chen Yun, had mysteriously disappeared and been replaced. The U.S. presidential race continued to generate headlines. President Gail Olson, who had publicly announced that she would not seek re-election, had reconsidered, following tense developments with China. All polling indicated she had a clear lead. In related news, the White House announced her separation from the first gentleman, citing irreconcilable differences. She would be the first U.S. president to divorce while in office. As the months passed, the sailor was accepted by the community of the small island province. He became part of their fabric. He was the quiet man who lived by the sea. One day, a visitor arrived. She disembarked the Thursday afternoon ferry on a day in the late fall. She traveled on a Turkish passport, which would not have been unusual had she been Turkish. Most women traveled in groups or with a male escort on holiday. Instead of checking into a hotel, she marched right to the Gleneagles Bar. She traveled light with only a backpack, but also carried an odd, old typewriter case. The bartender pointed her to the owner, who could be found on most afternoons sitting in his favorite chair with a vodka and soda in hand. After lunch, they departed in his new Defender 110. The sailor watched through binoculars from the hilltop. He paid some attention to the woman, but was more interested in the behavior of the people on the ferry. Was she alone? Had someone followed her? The bar owner dropped her at the sailor's cottage and took his leave. The children thought it unusual that the man did not return to his home that evening. He had a guest, after all. Instead, he drove to a turnout near a ridge that overlooked his cottage and hiked up to the highest vantage point. The position gave him views in all directions. The children knew because that was where they played when watching the strange man work out with his weights, run in the sand, swim in the bay, and shoot his odd-looking bow. The sailor stayed there until morning, watching. When the sun broke the horizon, he made his way back to his vehicle and drove slowly down the hill to the small cottage by the sea. Author's note: Time machines exist. They exist in stories. All that is necessary to open the portal is a trip to your local library. Browse the bays, select your title, and settle in to be transported into history. The first stories, told around fires, passed on lessons of battle and of the hunt in an effort to keep the family, the tribe, the community, and even the species alive. We are all here today because our ancestors listened to those stories, heeded their lessons, and in turn passed them along to the next generation. We all share this connection to the past. We are all here today because of the power of story. The last century has been no different, though the technology has certainly changed. Richard Connell's The Most Dangerous Game, first published 100 years ago in 1924, takes us back to the early decades of the 20th century. Geoffrey Household's Rogue Mail delivers us to the eve of World War II. Thrillers and mysteries of the early to mid-1940s are fascinating for how they dealt, or did not, with a war that engulfed the planet. Ian Fleming brings us to international locations of the 1950s and early 1960s through the lens of the British position in the post-war world. John le Carré takes us on missions of the early Cold War world in all its moral ambiguity. Stay with him to move beyond the East-West rivalry as the time machine guides us through the post-Cold War environment. Starting in the 1970s, Nelson DeMille, Robert Ludlum, and Frederick Forsyth begin immersing us in the worlds of crime and spycraft. David Morrell transports us back to the early 1970s, to an America divided over Vietnam, in First Blood. Continue into the 1980s as Rambo's creator brings together the most compelling elements of U.S. and U.K. espionage thrillers in The Brotherhood of the Rose, The Fraternity of the Stone, and The League of Night and Fog. Admirers of David Morrell will certainly recognize his influence on these pages. This same time machine takes us beneath the waves with a young Jack Ryan in Tom Clancy's The Hunt for Red October, in a showdown with the Soviet Navy in what was to be their final decade. We meet Pulitzer Prize winner Stephen Hunter's Bob Lee swagger in the 90s, and see the world through the eyes of a Vietnam veteran 20 years removed from the conflict in Southeast Asia. Some of the books of my youth transported me back to World War II, the Cold War, and Vietnam, while others were contemporary thrillers that now facilitate my time travel back to the 1980s and 90s. Red Sky Mourning is in your hands today, or you're listening to Ray Porter bring the narrative to life via audiobook, because of those authors who provided the foundation on which I now build. Ian Fleming, John le Carré, David Morrell, Nelson DeMille, A.J. Quinnell, Mark Olden, J.C. Pollock, Eric Van Lustbader, John Edmund Gardner, Frederick Forsyth, Robert Ludlum, Ken Follett, Tom Clancy, Stephen Hunter, Louis L'Amour, Clive Cussler, Wilbur Smith, Jack Higgins, and Alistair MacLean continue to facilitate my time travel to this day. I did not read the masters as a student in the academic sense. Rather, I enjoyed them. I was inspired by the magic in their pages. This book exists because of their efforts. On September 11th, 2001, we entered a new era in the thriller genre, one that ran until August 2021. Thrillers written in that period will one day be time machines bringing readers and listeners back to the years of the global war on terror. A post-war on terror phase began following the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. This new era is still being defined, but one day, the thrillers of today will in turn become the time machines of tomorrow. This 7th James Reece Terminal List series novel is a tribute to Ian Fleming and 007. It is an homage to his influence on me, on the genre, and on popular culture. Admirers of Bond's creator will no doubt have recognized the elements from Fleming that I incorporated into the pages of Red Sky Mourning. Some subtle and others not so subtle. My goal was to honor Fleming and Bond while illustrating the differences between the two characters. Bond would undoubtedly have poured a glass of Taittinger in the Rolls-Royce, whereas James Reece does not. Those familiar with Bond and Reece will relate. The year 2024 is also the 40th anniversary of The Hunt for Red October by Tom Clancy. The prologue is a nod to the master of the modern techno thriller who burst onto the scene in 1984 when Reagan was in the White House and the Cold War was in full swing. I learned of the Lake Buccaneer aircraft through a book I read in the summer of 1985 titled Centrifuge by J.C. Pollock. I bought it at the same bookstore and on the same day as I purchased the novelization of Rambo: First Blood Part 2 by David Morrell. I have such wonderful memories of reading those books back to back that summer. Centrifuge starts with the protagonist, Army Special Forces Vietnam veteran Mike Slater, behind the controls of a Lake Buccaneer amphibious aircraft. The paperback cover art to Centrifuge features the Lake Buccaneer, as does the cover art to Red Sky Mourning. See the spine. As I read it, I told myself that one day I would both own one and incorporate the plane into a novel to acknowledge a story that captivated me from its opening sentence. I have now kept half of that promise I made to myself in the summer of 1985. Fans of novelist A.J. Quinnell will certainly have noticed the salute to the man who introduced the world to Mr. Creasy in his debut thriller Man on Fire. I discovered Quinnell's work through the 1987 film adaptation of Man on Fire, starring Scott Glenn. I always wanted to make the pilgrimage to Glen Eagle's bar in Malta to buy A.J. Quinnell a vodka soda. Now that meeting will have to wait. He passed away in Gozo, Malta, in July 2005. Those familiar with Joseph Campbell and his seminal work, The Hero with 1,000 Faces, certainly noticed the link to the three parts of this novel, The Call, The Threshold, and The Trials. I was introduced to Joseph Campbell and the hero's journey in 1988 through a series of interviews he did with Bill Moyers that aired on PBS called The Power of Myth. It has stayed with me. Project Overmatch is a Department of Defense program. There is limited information available as to its exact scope and scale. Does it, or will it, exist as described in the novel? We shall see. I took license with the Next Generation Columbia-class submarines as they are not yet operational, and I doubt there is an early prototype lurking off Hawaii, though one never knows for certain. They will replace the venerable Ohio-class submarines that were designed in the 1970s, with the first boats commissioned in the early 1980s. The first sub in the new fleet will be called the USS District of Columbia. My research indicates that along with ballistic missiles, they will also carry Mark 48 ADCAP torpedoes. These Columbia-class submarines, along with their next-generation attack sub counterparts, are going to be nothing short of awesome. China's underground cities, rat tribe, man-made islands, and submarine caverns all exist, as described in the novel. The Napoleon portrait hangs in the Charlottenburg Palace in Berlin, and it is true that Napoleon crossed the Alps on a mule. The Gravity 1 rocket is real. It was built by Orion Space and was launched for the first time on January 11, 2024 from the deck of a ship in the Yellow Sea. A Gravity 2 is reportedly in development. There are no indications that either the Gravity 1 or Gravity 2 is a vehicle for anti-satellite weapons as depicted in the novel. Kessler syndrome theory is portrayed accurately. For more on the intelligence support activity, read Killing Pablo by Mark Bowden. To the best of my knowledge, the history of Silicon Valley and Stanford University's involvement with the U.S. military is accurate, save for the existence of a company called Elba Industries plotting with the director of China's intelligence service to steal the U.S. election and capture classified data concerning the U.S. Pacific Fleet. The DARPA.mil website describes the DARPA Falcon Hypersonic Technology Vehicle 2 program as an unmanned, rocket-launched, maneuverable aircraft that glides through the Earth's atmosphere at incredibly fast speeds. Mach 20, approximately 13,000 miles per hour. The ultimate goal is a capability that can reach anywhere in the world in less than an hour. HTV-2 flew its maiden flight on 22 April 2010, collecting 9 minutes of unique flight data, including 139 seconds of Mach 22 to Mach 17 aerodynamic data. According to National Defense Magazine, the HTV-2 program was discontinued in 2011. The HTV-3X Black Swift, depicted in the novel, was reportedly canceled in 2008. The Lockheed Martin SR-72 Son of Blackbird is shrouded in secrecy, though it is likely a hypersonic reconnaissance aircraft equipped with hypersonic missiles developed to hit targets anywhere on Earth in an hour or less. It is highly probable that data and lessons from the HTV-2 have been incorporated into the SR-72. The Breitling Emergency is a watch made by Breitling SA. It does contain a radio transmitter that broadcasts on the 121.5 MHz official aviation emergency frequency when activated. Could Alice track down a wearer? Only she knows. For more on this unique timepiece, read The Breitling Emergency Orbiter by Jason Heaton on Hodinkee.com and Blackwater Breitling, The Story, on watchesofespionage.com. If you are exploring Indonesian waters in search of Coralina Island or the submerged floating tunnel connecting it to a smaller unnamed island northwest of Buru, you will not find it. But you can still discover more than 18,000 other islands in the Indonesian archipelago, approximately 6,000 of which are inhabited. As of 2024, submerged floating tunnels exist in concept only, though projects have been proposed in the UK, Japan, US, Canada, Switzerland, Italy, Denmark, Norway, Indonesia, and China. Ernest K. Gann did live in Sausalito, California, and did in fact own 2 identical homes on the water, one red and one green. I hope to visit again one day. The Mar was built for Gann in the late 1950s. She sailed the world and was used in the film The Way of the Wind. Since 1982, she has been based in Halifax, Nova Scotia. If you walk a wooded path on the campus of the CIA's headquarters in Langley, Virginia, you will find a reminder of September 11, 2001. The 9,000-pound, 17-foot, 6-inch-long steel column was indeed retrieved from Ground Zero. You will also find the Mi-17 helicopter that ferried Gary Schroen and his team of CIA officers into Afghanistan 15 days after 9/11. In 1952, Ian Fleming, an intelligence officer in World War II, commissioned the Royal Typewriter Company in New York to build him a gold-plated 1947 Royal Quiet Deluxe portable typewriter as a gift to himself after finishing the first draft of Casino Royale, the book that would introduce the world to James Bond. It cost him $174. Fleming wrote the book in Jamaica but would complete his revisions in England on his new typewriter as a reminder that his destiny and fortune could be found beneath the keys. He would write each subsequent Bond novel at his estate in GoldenEye, Jamaica, on that golden typewriter. It was sold for £56,250 at Christie's auction house in London, England, on May 5, 1995, to a mysterious bidder who remains anonymous to this day. The typewriter's current location is unknown. If you have any clues as to its whereabouts, I might know an interested party. And as to the CIA's ground branch and air branch, none of my research for this novel indicates that the CIA Special Activities Center operates covered air and maritime assets around the globe for use in covert or clandestine intelligence or special operations missions. Do I think the agency or specialized military units have this capability? I would be extremely disappointed if they didn't.
Red Sky Mourning was produced and directed by Travis Tunn. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Red Sky Mourning, a thriller, is available in print from Emily Bestler Books, a division of Atria. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Only the Dead, a thriller, written by Jack Carr and read by Ray Porter.
The following is an excerpt from Jack Carr's Cry Havoc, read by Ray Porter.
The USS Pueblo had departed Yokosuka, Japan on January 5th. Commander Lloyd M. Pete Booker had decided on the seriously rough winter seas north of Hokkaido. The Pueblo first sailed south for Kyushu Island and then adjusted course north for Sasebo, where the United States maintained a naval base. There they had refueled and taken on additional provisions along with classified publications and documents to assist in their mission. Officially an auxiliary cargo ship light, the USS Pueblo was in reality a spy ship. It was one of a proposed 70 ships commissioned under Operation Click Beetle, a program conceived as a way to observe and report on Soviet ship and submarine movements while collecting their electronic transmissions. Commander Booker was only aware of 3 ships commissioned under the program to date. His ship's cover was as an oceanographic research vessel, though its mass of intricate antenna arrays indicated it might have other motives. At 176 feet long and a top speed of 13 knots, it did not look like a United States naval vessel. In fact, it hardly looked seaworthy. The Pueblo first hit the water in 1944 as a United States Army freight and passenger ship, but was put into mothballs 10 years later, where she sat until the Navy requisitioned her in the 1960s for Click Beetle. She was redesignated as a technical research ship and given a captain, former submariner Pete Booker. The Pueblo was his first command. The ship had been specially retrofitted with a Special Operations Department space called the Sod Hut, a 20 by 10 foot container with a triple-locked door located just forward of the bridge. The hut was home to a team of communications technicians called CTs, and the classified equipment designed and built for the Pueblo's mission as a signals intelligence collector. With its relatively new designation and top-secret charge, they did not yet have the requisite manuals specifying the range of protocols on how to deal with their particular assignment and its possible contingencies. As such, they were making a lot of it up as they went along. For security reasons, Booker had only received the specifics of their mission once they departed Yokosuka. Though envisioned as an intelligence collector focused on the Soviet threat, the Pueblo had a different target on this voyage. They were directed to sail for North Korea's border with the Soviet Union and then follow the coastline south, collecting signals intelligence and mapping coastal radar sites as they went. Booker had been uneasy from the start. He knew that the ship carried too much classified material without a reliable way to incinerate it, nor did they have dependable protocols in place for the destruction of their highly sensitive encryption machines. "We should be more prepared," the skipper thought. He had asked a senior officer in Hawaii what to do if his ship came under attack and was told that his sister spy ship, the USS Banner, had operated off the North Korean coast without incident, though it had been harassed by the Soviets and Chinese. "We are fucking expendable." When he requested new destruction systems for the sensitive material, his requests had fallen on the deaf ears of his superiors. As a result, he bought a small incinerator out of the crew's recreation fund. It was nowhere near large enough to handle the mountains of classified documents that the ship carried, but it was better than nothing. As they sailed toward their target, Booker thought of his briefings at the Naval Security Group and National Security Agency after taking command of the Pueblo. He worried about the encryption machines he was responsible for below deck, along with their plans, manuals, and codes. He thought of the USS Liberty and the lessons of the previous June, when sailors had struggled to destroy classified documents below deck in trash cans rather than using the topside incinerators, which would have exposed them to gunfire from Israeli jets and torpedo boats. 34 Americans had been killed that day. The Liberty had been attacked in water too shallow to discard classified material overboard. That was only a few months ago. Why was nothing done? Nothing other than a directive that all spy ships be armed. "What am I supposed to do with 2 50-caliber machine guns if we come up against the naval and air forces of North Korea?"
The Soviet Union or China? I tried to tell them. I should have made sure we got explosives in Japan. Enough to destroy everything. I know better.
By January 16th, the USS Pueblo, its decks covered in ice, was in position, collecting intelligence off the coast of North Korea just south of the Soviet border. To the dismay of Commander Bucher and the communications technicians in the sod hut, there was almost no activity to keep them busy. The Pueblo pushed south, staying in international waters so as not to provoke an international incident. A few days later, off the coast of Wonsan, they were circled by North Korean trawlers. Bucher confirmed they were still in international waters. The trawlers had grown aggressive, with one coming within 25 yards. That was still less harassment than the banner received from the Soviets and Chinese on their deployment. Then the CTs started to collect. The Pueblo was successfully accomplishing its mission. Alone, with no support, the spy ship sat off an enemy shore, its antennas pulling in electronic transmissions from the military base less than 15 miles away. On the 23rd of January, while Bucher ate lunch in the galley, a North Korean submarine chaser had vectored in on them and approached at a high rate of speed. The Soviet-built SO-1 was fast and maneuverable, armed with 25mm anti-aircraft guns, torpedoes, and a 57mm cannon. As Bucher ran to the bridge, the sub-chaser was joined by 3 torpedo boats.
We were never in Korean territorial waters. I know we weren't.
First came the warning. The sub-chaser hoisted signal flags. Heave to, or I will fire.
Fire? What's going on? We are in international waters, adhering to the laws of the sea.
They had been more than 12 nautical miles off the coast of North Korea, hadn't they? Bucher had checked their position himself. 2 MiGs screamed by overhead. The 4 original boats were augmented by a second SO-1 and torpedo boat.
Why this escalation? They can't want war with the United States, can they? Maybe they are just harassing us.
That thought evaporated as Bucher saw North Korean soldiers with AKs transferring from the SO-1 into a torpedo boat.
They intend to board us.
The commander ordered his ship ahead at 1/3, then 2/3, then full.
How long would it take to scuttle the ship?
2 hours by flooding the engine room.
What's our current depth?
180 feet.
Not deep enough.
2 torpedo boats positioned themselves in front of the Pueblo, blocking its path. Bucher ordered evasive maneuvers, but the Pueblo was no match for the speed and agility of their pursuers. The MiGs thundered past again. Next came the warning shots from the SO-1's cannon, one hitting the Pueblo's main mast, causing the first wounds of the engagement as Bucher and 2 of his sailors took shrapnel. Struggling to his feet, Bucher ordered the emergency destruction of classified materials. He thought of the incinerator he wished he had, and of the small one he was forced to buy. He thought of the canvas bags that they did not have enough of to dispose of their mountains of sensitive documents, as well as the explosives he had not acquired in Japan against his better judgment.
Do we return fire? Do I order my crew to man our 250 caliber machine guns?
One was mounted close to the bow on the starboard side, and the other was mounted near the stern. Neither were prepped and ready to fire. Both were still lashed down and covered with tarpaulins.
If I give that order, the North Koreans will blow us out of the water, killing every sailor under my command. Protect your crew.
The MiGs roared over again as another salvo of cannon fire from the sub-chaser tore through what was left of the Pueblo's masts. That barrage was followed by a volley of machine gun fire from the torpedo boats. Bucher ordered the bridge cleared just before another torrent of bullets tore into the pilot house. He could hear the sounds of sledgehammers and axes making contact with steel housings as the CTs attempted to destroy equipment in the sod. At the same time, other crew members frantically struggled to burn classified material in trash cans. A group tried to use the small incinerator the captain had purchased, but it could only hold loose sheets, requiring the sailors to tear top-secret manuals into single pages before stuffing them into the small furnace. The SO-1 had adjusted its aim and fired again, sending a shell through the pilot house window. They followed it with an additional barrage of artillery. The Pueblo went dead in the water.
What's happening? Why did we stop? I didn't give that order, did I? Keep your head. If we keep going, we will be torn to shreds. My crew will die.
Thick smoke from the fires fueled by classified documents obscured Commander Booker's view of the North Korean torpedo boat not 40 yards off his starboard bow. But it was clear enough for him to see the men in helmets behind machine guns trained directly at him.
How do I buy more time?
He directed the crew to continue burning documents and destroying top-secret code machines.
Think, damn it, think! Will U.S. aircraft or ships intervene? Doubtful. How would I even know they were inbound? Buy time. The crew needs more time to destroy documents.
He ordered all ahead 1/3 in response to the signal flags that were run up a mast on the Soviet-built submarine chaser that tormented them. The flags translated as, "Follow me."
Maybe we can destroy our classified before they board us? We can't hold them off forever.
Remembering he had sensitive material in his stateroom, Booker rushed below decks. The shrapnel he had taken in the first barrage had punctured his intestines and made movement difficult. He gritted his teeth, fighting off the pain, and pushed his way through the smoke-clogged passageways, grabbing a sailor en route.
Come with me!
He threw open the door to his cramped quarters, his home since taking command of the USS Pueblo almost 2 years earlier, and rummaged through drawers for the classified manuals that concerned him. He found them and passed them to the young sailor.
Burn these,
he said. He looked at his Shakespeare collection on a shelf and wondered if he would ever see it again. He then located his 2 personal pistols, a .22 and a .38.
What the hell would these do against 6 armed ships and 2 MiGs?
He gave them to the sailor as well.
Toss them over the side,
he said. Booker could not stand the thought of his personal pistols ending up in the hands of the enemy. The skipper then returned to the pilot house, ignoring the excruciating pain from his wounds, and took stock of their situation.
Outmanned, outgunned, outmaneuvered. I have a responsibility to my men to not waste their lives. I have a duty to the country to not give up the ship.
He looked back out over the sea and made his decision.
I'll stop.
No sooner had the engines responded to his order than the subchaser sent another barrage of shells at the Pueblo, in concert with machine gun fire from the torpedo boats. He ordered the ship all ahead 1/3 and the barrage stopped.
Okay, keep moving. But keep moving slowly.
Screams intruded on his thoughts.
My men!
He made his way toward the chaos below. Pushing open a hatch, his hand felt a dislodged piece of human flesh. On the deck, the ship's medic was working on a sailor who had taken the brunt of one of the shells. It had almost completely severed his right leg, opening his abdomen in the process. Other sailors were wounded, bleeding from wounds to arms and legs.
Dear God, how many wounded do I have?
He continued on to the sod hut, the classified chamber where his CTs fought to burn what they could.
There is still too much material that we can't dispose of.
Booker accepted the Pueblo's fate. He made his way back to the pilot house and ordered his navigator to destroy the log. Then he brought the Pueblo to a full stop when directed to do so by signal flags on the subchaser. A United States naval vessel was about to be boarded by a foreign nation. Booker returned to his stateroom for what he knew would be the last time. He put on his Arctic boots and adjusted his cover, a Navy hat with his rank. Surrounded by 2 subchasers, 4 torpedo boats with 2 MiGs doing suppression runs, in a slow boat that was tough to maneuver, with no American ships or planes to assist, without the means to destroy the remaining classified material, Booker returned topside.
I should not have left Yokosuka until I had explosives. The Navy rejected that request. I should have tried harder. Think of your sailors. Do we have the ability to resist? Have I done all I can?
He then moved to the stern of the Pueblo where the North Koreans were boarding.
Am I, a United States naval officer, really about to surrender?
He looked to the skies and then scanned the waves one final time. No one was coming.
Am I surrendering without a fight? Damn the torpedoes. Don't give up the ship. I am an American fighting man.
10 men with rifles and bayonets boarded. They were followed by 2 men in green uniforms, the red and gold epaulets on their shoulders identifying them as officers in the North Korean military. One walked straight to Commander Booker and raised a pistol to his head.